There's resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Encore to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they feed him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
And welcome back to another day of the Overwatch League here in APAC. I'm Ilios, joined once more by Avril, and oh boy, do we have a stacked day for you this evening. 3 matches, starting off with the side of the Seoul Dynasty going up against the Chengdu Hunters. Just yesterday, we got to see 4 of our 7 teams do battle. Now we get to see the other 3 and see how they fare in this new meta.
Yep, and some interesting looks yesterday as well. Interesting results, 3-0s across the board. Probably expected a little bit more from the teams losing. You know, we had Guangzhou Charge, who have a bit of a retooled roster. Hopefully they do better as the weeks go by. Hangzhou Spark as well, we expected that one to be a much closer game, but with Alpha Yi out of the picture, and working with Architect, who hadn't been scrimming with the team, things didn't look too great for Hangzhou so far.
Yeah, it was definitely rough. Thought that one was going to be a bit closer there, but like you said, Alpha Yi not there. That kind of likely scrambles the typical communication and flow of the squads. We'll go ahead and take a look at the standings here, though, just to see where our other squads are at, the teams that we haven't gotten a look at yet, such as the Chengdu Hunters. So we'll go ahead and take a quick little peek. You can see they're right there just behind the Philadelphia Fusion, who will be playing in, I believe, our 3rd series this evening. So we'll get to see everybody else, including the Valiant, to see how they're all going to be looking now that Junker Queen's in the game.
And what I find really interesting about this is you can see the 2 big winners from yesterday, Seoul and Shanghai, now at the top of the standings. It was Spark holding that 2nd place position for so long. With Shanghai there now, their actual regular season record of 10-3 is matched with the Seoul Dynasty. The only reason Seoul are ahead is because of that extra 2 points from winning the kickoff clash. Obviously, the map differential favors Seoul heavily as well, but only 2 points separating those teams.
Yep, neck and neck for the most part there between them. Hangzhou Spark also not far behind. If they can have a better showing here today versus the Shanghai Dragons to potentially take them down, then obviously they will have undone that loss from yesterday for the most part and keep themselves right there in that 2nd place spot right behind the Seoul Dynasty, nipping at their heels. Guangzhou Charge, unfortunately, still needing to bounce back. Like you said, they have retooled that roster, and I think that, you know, with some time, given the names that are now playing for that squad, they can find the synergy. They can get their stuff together and potentially pick up some wins, because right now it's not looking great. Obviously, not the worst map differential that we have in the league, as well as you and I were pointing out to me earlier on today. But yeah, you don't want to be in that club. We'll take a look at our starting lineups, though, in just a moment here for both of these squads and see what we have. I think we can kind of anticipate what we're going to be seeing from both teams, just given the lack of a deep bench from the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and as well as what we saw yesterday from the Dynasty. So yes, it's exactly the same lineup.
And Sokka receiving play of the match yesterday for his performance on the Genji, but special shout-outs as well to Prophet coming through on the Brig, which was, again, very unexpected. We know Prophet obviously had a bit of a Brig in 2019 in the GOATS era, but he mostly played Zarya during that meta as well. So this is kind of a bit of a re-emergence of the Prophet support from all the way back then. And he did quite well in Midtown. I noted that he was only 1 final blow behind the 2 DPSs, which is crazy good for a Brig player. And beyond that, seemed like he had it all down pat in terms of knowing what a Brig is supposed to do. And certainly didn't see any glaring issues or mistakes from Prophet, anything that would indicate that this was somebody that was not prepared to play this role. In fact, if you had turned off the nameplates, you'd have assumed it was a normal support player.
Yeah, I liked that almost immediately there was some conversations happening on subreddits and whatnot saying, like, is this going to hurt Prophet's chances of winning the MVP award? I'm like, no, it's not at all. If he continues to just play it incredibly well and shows depth, if anything else, this should actually really further empower him to be in the conversation for the MVP award at the end of the season. But I digress. At the end of the day, all you need to know, Prophet, he's the GOAT. He continues to look great no matter what role he's playing. Maybe we'll get to see him play tank sometime. I don't really know. Anyway, let's go ahead and see what the Chengdu Hunters are cooking up, because, you know, if there is one team that we have in the league that would maybe break away from this Junker Queen, this Jokes, which I think is one of the worst names ever, mold, it could be this squad, but we're still anticipating that they're going to be running the same exact meta, because Leave there, of course, on the Sojourn, going to be incredible, and Jinmu has been leveling up his Genji ahead of the mid-season madness.
And that's the thing, right? Because, you know, I've heard the rumblings, oh, could Jinmu bring out the fire? He is the fire guy after all. And the problem I have with that is it's possible that he does bring out the fire, but what does fire really bring to the table in this meta? At least on the contenders patch, fire was bugged so that she had extra ult charge. Now that bug has been fixed, it's not like you're abusing that anymore. Beyond it, I think fire just gets very easily countered by an echo, which Sulka would be very happy to go towards, given that he did show that on Ilios yesterday as well. So Jinmu, I think one of his best heroes so far this year has been the Genji. You got to play what works here.
All right, well, we'll see if they have any surprises for us as we do get ready to go into game. But first, of course, we have to take a look at the map set. And, okay, yes, already going to be having some even newer faces coming through here, as we will start off with Old Faithful and Ilios, but round things off on Nepal. And, yeah, Paraiso going to be right there for Hybrid.
Ilios, so we already kind of already hinted towards this, but Stalker played the Echo on Ilios yesterday, specifically on Well. We'll see if that continues here. In post-match interview on the Billy stream, the Chinese stream, they interviewed Prophet. He did say something about that being a bit of a signature strategy for them. Didn't want to divulge into it too much, but I would expect that something similar can and will maybe come out. Don't get baited by the Chengdu comp. There's almost a 0% chance they're running that. So, yeah. Gaga over Daisy as well. Interesting to come on through.
You say this. No one's swapping.
Well, I'm leaving
the gates
the broadcast.
have now opened. Okay, all right.
Enjoy your broadcast, fellas. I'll see you next time.
I'll hold it down. All righty. Well, as Avril makes his departure, let's go ahead.
Go.
Well, now that they're seeing the far up, perhaps he's going to have to rotate back. You can already see, I believe it's Fitz who's shifting over into the dropship right now. Yes, they are indeed. And he's just going to go for the Ash, at least to try to take him out of the sky. We'll see if the Echo is there to match, or if Stalker's just going to be sticking with the Genji for the time being. Seems like that is going to be the case. But, you know, I didn't really fully believe my words when I said it, but they are trying to run something a little bit different. Anti-nade out 1-3, but there's going to be no follow-up there. Nice little sleep dart, does connect on the Stalkers. He puts some pressure here into the back line. Monk trying to get some reinforcements, and Jinmu will send a rocket his way. Nicely timed to go ahead and get that punish. Nation in the meantime, it's a res there. Gaga back into the fight. The cleanup is coming through, and so far, it is working a treat for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. The initial cap, despite the early pick on the Gaga, did not come through from the Dynasty, and now instead it's going to be Hunters who lock down the point to begin with.
Yeah, but an early cheese to come through in the morning. By the way, for Stalker, he wouldn't actually lose ult charge if he did go to Echo because of the new DPS passive anyway. So that avenue is open. I don't mind the Asher. I think it's pretty reasonable. The other interesting quirk about the Chengdu lineup is they're actually running Nisha on the Mercy with the fire. Now, typically in this meta and in Overwatch 2, you don't often see the Mercy with the fire anymore. You would normally actually probably more see like a Zen or a Brig to just heal the fire from long range. But they are very committed to getting as much done as far as possible.
They are, and Fitz just left out the dry in the back lines. The reinforcements cannot arrive fast enough. Gaga, however, does give his life for that pickoff. This also means that Jinmu is that much safer up in the skies. You can see Stalker trying to climb up on top of the buildings, apply some pressure, get those shurikens through, but it's not enough to try to take him down. The boop comes through, knocks Smurf out into the open, the barrage comes in. Jinmu not going to be able to find the elimination, but they also cannot get rid of this Pharah, so he is still out in the fight. Layering in these rockets continuously. Gaga manages to jump forward, plays off the back of that one, finds Stalker. And that's the cleanup once more coming through for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. They hold the point.
And they're pretty far ahead, 60% as well, looking towards some more ultimates coming on through. Nano will be online, that will go towards Gaga. And Gaga's, I think, job is the most difficult here across the 5 members because Winston gets shredded by the Junker Queen. And you kind of have to play close range as well, so you're very likely going to be run over. Has to be very careful with how he manages his cooldowns, especially that shift to get away. Bob is available here as well.
Getting tagged low. Fitz just trying to line up that headshot, get the punish, and at least, at the very least, burn the res. Stalker, in the meantime, is going to be the one that falls, and Leave gets the better of Fitz as well. So 2 quick kills picked up for him. Yeah, does receive the nano, and it is paying off dividends for them. Jinmu as well going to be able to find 2. Setting some shots over towards Vindheim, who is very much on the opposite
might be
side of the
over.
map from where he should be. Now he's been found, and that is going to be your delay. Smurf just now swaps over onto the Doomfist. Looks like Stalker does manage to get the touch, so the blade at the ready. The bomb there for Fitz as well, but this needs to be big. Barrage comes down. They're looking to just zone Smurf off the point for now. They take him low. They haven't been able to finish the job quite just yet. Stalker now as well playing forward. Dashes up into the air. Chengdu with a quick punch manages to take him down. The blade finds absolutely no value. Half a second with it in his hands, and then it's taken away. The OT bleeds away, and they change up the meta a bit here. Well, quite a bit. And the Chengdu Hunters take the first round of Ilios 100-0. Yeah,
Seoul Dynasty look a little bit confused, and I think everybody looks a bit confused because this is out of left field. Even for Chengdu, I mean, this is crazy. They have the history of being a team that likes to run other things, and here we go. They are certainly going to be that team. Seoul kind of flabbergasted. We saw even an earlier fight where Vindheim used a sound barrier onto just 3 people. I mean, they were desperate. They were looking for anything. Stalker having his blade shut down by Jinmu, a quick melee for a quick kill. Question will be, can Chengdu continue this? And I'm not just talking about this map. Okay, Ilios, you keep running this Nano, Winston, Farah, Ashe kind of look. But once we start to move into other maps, you know, how much further can this go? Does this have the gas and attack to take them to a series win? Stalker's going to come out on the Genji again. Okay, a couple players being sped back. Soul's going to make some changes. I really do need to see the Echo here.
Okay. So change-ups are there, but it's not what you anticipated. It's not going to be the Echo. It's actually going to be Stalker moving over to the Tracer. And
the D.Va deals with the fire in some ways, which I respect, but I think you're just playing the worst tank. I think now Gaga's got a free game. Gaga's got a much easier game now because he doesn't have to deal with the Jungle Queen.
Well, already. I mean, Leaf just does a double take, says, oh, you're in the corner right there. Taps him in the head, hits him in the chest. That Stalker out of the fight. Fitz does manage to find Jinmu. The res, of course, going to be available from Nisha, but now with Leaf getting dropped as well, he's got to take his choice of DPS to try to bring back into the fight. And right now, it seems like they're just not in a good enough position to make it happen. Nisha narrowly avoids getting taken down, retreats back over into the sauna with the rest of the squad. And the first lockdown will be there for the side of the Dynasty this time, able to get some percentage on the board. But for how long? We'll have to just wait and see.
Swap to Genji. So they've actually given up the fire here. Don't want to deal with the D.Va or the Ashe combination. I think this needs to be a bit of impetus for some of the Seoul members to think about swaps as well. But you've kind of baited Smurf onto the D.Va now. And now you look at the Chengdu comp and you'd say on paper it looks like a stronger comp overall. Nisha towards the Brig as well, so they don't need the Mercy anymore. Working towards that first Nano. Seoul do have the cap percentage to work with so far, so Chengdu to get the move on.
What they do, you can see pressure being applied into the back line. Wow. Profit being taken so very low here on this Ana. Good anti out into the dynamite from Leaf. Takes him low, but Fitz still manages to turn around, take out Gaga. Will be the break on the mechs. He's suited. Now into the pilot form. Vindheim gets antied. Killed off by Monk. Seems like the Chengdu Hunters just off the back of this pick alone may just have enough space now to open up the point. Smurf finally going to be taken down. So don't have that annoying little pilot to try to keep things contested. But Stalker is looking to make sure that they hold on to this. Pulse bomb in. Does get one. Dive back over to the point. Gaga staying alive. Drop down Stalker. Nanoed up. Just trying to escape. Trying to stay in the fight. Still trying to offer up some damage. But with Leaf gone, seems like he should have a good window of opportunity to go ahead and pound away. Gaga not going to be able to escape. But no, it's going to be the hold coming through. Yet they managed to keep this in their grasp.
Yep, and late kills coming through as well. Profit onto Jinmu. By the way, this is our first time ever seeing Profit on an Ana. Worldwide global premiere, by the way. We know, okay, he's got a bit of experience in the
That I can think of, yeah.
Totally uncharted territory. And so far, seems to have done okay. Get the Nan onto Stalker, keeps him alive, keeps him in the fight. That Stalker to get some kills. The final shot onto Jinmu is good. Speaking of Jinmu, we'll need to pull the blade here.
Second, I thought Fitz is going to be sending himself off the side of the map. He does manage to stay grounded there. Now it's going to be the Primal Rage coming through. Jinmu cuts across, finds Profit, and they don't. All right, it's my turn to leave.
Gaga tried, but
Goodbye.
you can just see he got there too late. So this is now going to be a no caster broadcast. Zero cast.
We are
just only gameplay.
We are so deep in the Chengdu zone right now. It's unbelievable. Like, we are hitting new depths. We've gone to the bottom of the Mariana Trench that is the Chengdu Hunter Zone, and we've found that there is another passage that goes even further down into the crust of the earth. Okay, a thing that just happened, but here we go. Some stability found for the side of the Dynasty, And looks like finally the Chengdu Hunters say, okay, enough of the shenanigans. We're going back to the meta. We're just going to be playing the Junker Queen.
Yeah, I mean, that's my question, right? Is how long can you keep up the fire? How long can you keep up the cheese coming through from the, not quite composition, not quite meta that the Chengdu was playing? And a map and a half is the answer to that, because they didn't even fully play through the last round. Straight away opening, Gaga's on half HP.
There he is. Standing up for just a moment, but then gets chunked out yet again. Smurf right now playing a little bit safer, but Leaf opens things up, finds a nice headshot. Profit going down as well, so man advantage going to be there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Nisha going to be lost, but Hunters occupy the point. We'll go ahead and get that first lockdown. Now it's going to be the Dynasty who have to step to them, try to take this back into their grasp.
Just real shot at looking at how Hunters can play the actual Junker Queen comp as well. See what they can do in these neutrals. And doing reasonably well in the neutral.
It's got a massive punish. It's the bring out of the fight. Monk, I mean, he's already well past double the percentage charge. It's trying desperately to get over to Mega Pack. It's not going to be allowed to do so. Who strikes him down? Punches Stalker as well, playing around the same spot. Jinmu very much looking alive and well on the Genji.
Gotta be careful here not to overstep. Talks about the respawn. You're heading into Seoul HQ in terms of their spawn point. You can't get punished in that position. Jinmu ahead of Stalker for the time being. Monk, you've already said, monstrously ahead of Profit here. So a tempo rally here should secure a fight. Look at Smurf though. Rampage coming up.
Alien has it, the rally a little bit early. Just go ahead as they push forward. They want to push them all the way back into the spawn and really shut them down. They take some nasty tag of damage. Stalker as well. Receiving very much the same. Beat has been invested. Nisha about to have his at just 5%. Dash up over the top. The blade's still going to be held by Jinmu. He's waiting for his moment. The moment is now. Pulls it out. Looks for a target. Spots the Lucio there for just a brief little moment. Finally, will manage to get a kill in onto Smurf. Prime target, the Rampage, now going to be delayed even further as we get closer to one-fight territory here for the side of the Dynasty. Yet to really even set foot on the point itself. Rally now still going to be used. Profit looking to escort them forward. They know that they're going to need to contest this rather soon. Offers up that green HP to everybody that he possibly can.
Rampage and Blade coming in through this fight for sure. We're about to hit the last fight territory. Smurf's just going to line it up. A lot of members in front of him. This could be the moment now. Nation has to be ready to block.
Oh, the beat comes in, but Monk's already going to fall. So that's going to be one of the supports out of the fight. The shielding going to be expiring, taken away on the majority of the members of the Chengdu Hunters now. Gaga struck down. Won't be able to use the Rampage to try to turn the tides of the fight. Maybe that's going to be a blessing in disguise, as they do have time on their hands. Cleanup is going to be there. The Dynasty finally gaining control of the point, but it's a long road to the top if they want to be able to win this map.
Yeah, losing Monk then means that you don't have the 5 alive, and I think if they had 5 alive, Smurf would have been pressured to use that Rampage, but given the fact that Soul bladed, they got Monk down, sound barrier's about to dissipate, they're thinking the 5v4 works for us. We have the extra Rampage as a, insurance policy in case we do lose the fight, but they'll be the same for the next. So importantly now both teams have the same ults.
Okay, Rampage just gets used, finds Monk, finds Gaga. Gaga's still continuing to just play forward. Because of the Jagged Blade, won't be able to get too much for that, though. Ends up going down and will just hold on to his ultimate at the end of it all. And it's going to be the Dynasty holding on to the point.
Okay, and now as we come through, I mean, Gaga would love to use this Rampage, but as Vindem gets closer to the sound barrier, it's most likely going to get countered. So there was a moment, that was a very important fight for the Chengdu Hunters. I think when you look at both teams on equal ults, we talked about the Rampage exchanges between the two Queen players in previous, games. It really just comes down to who gets to pull the trigger early, and the other team, if they don't get to, if they get hit by a Rampage and they start feeling pressured, they often don't use that Rampage and they lose the fight instead.
Gaga again, just getting pressured so low every time he tried to approach. Trying to set up for the Rampage. He's going to go for it now.
The brute force, but no! He absolutely doesn't get anything in. The brute was absolutely critical. Pushes him to the side. Profit going to be going off the side of the map. Not quite sure what happened there, but still going to be Stalker coming up with an elimination. Jinmu, however, looks to turn the tide of the fight back into their favor. Pulls the blade, only finds one. Stalker gets another kill off screen as Leaf gets dropped. They're on the point for now, keeping it contested, but it's the Dynasty still in control, still picking up. And Smurf currently hovering around half HP. He's got that commanding shout ready to go should he need it, but it looks like he's going to be just fine. Takes down Nisha with the axe. Dynasty, they now hold this. 10% left to go.
This is going to be dire straits for the Chengdu Hunters. Missing that Rampage, at least Jinmu tries to save it. The cap is still in the control of the Soul Dynasty. A bit low HP for both the Queen plays, but the support ultimates are coming online. If Profit gets rally, Soul can survive.
Oh, it's narrow margins, but yeah, they will both fall. Smurf and Gaga now going to be taken out of the fight. It's going to come down to the DPS and the supports to see who can come out on top. And so far, Stalker, again, in these moments, on Ruins, starts looking clutch, comes up with one. Everybody's getting involved. He builds up for the blade, and there's just not a damn thing that Jinmu can do. He's got to kite all the way back just to avoid death, which inevitably does find him. And the Dynasty will manage to take the first map. Ilios is theirs, 2-1, but they certainly had to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, even on that last round, right, we go towards Ruins. It's a 99% claim by the Chengdu Hunters. It's just an unfortunate case where they couldn't quite close it out. They, had a couple of different fights that went awry for them, where, they had the Lee versus Smurf exchange on the Rampage versus the Overclock, where not enough kills came through from Leave. Gaga held Rampage in that particular fight as well, then flubbed it the next one. Monk dying in a fight where Sound Barrier was available for Nisha, which then didn't pressure out Smurf's Rampage early. So just compounding effects, just small things, fight after fight after fight, that add up to a pretty reasonable Seoul Dynasty advantage. They hit the 0-99 comeback, and, Prophet lives, he gets to use his rally, Stalker gets to play the end, and it's over.
Yeah. I mean, I get it in the end, but it's one of those blades that you look back on if you're Jinmu and say, if I had just held that for the last fight, we'd have the rally, could move forward, and maybe that turns the tide of it. We can get that cap and be able to take this first map. It's hindsight is 20/20, unfortunate, but he made the call in the moment, still managed to find a kill, but unfortunately that was about it. Dynasty, though, looking like it might just be struggling a bit against the Chengdu Hunters, as they often do. Chengdu Hunters typically do take these series to be pretty darn close. We'll see if they can answer back, tie it up as we get ready to move into Hybrid, or if the Dynasty will once more be looking for a 3-0 victory. The action's going to continue in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. And we are back. The Dynasty currently leading 1-0, but it was a very close fight there on the side of Ilios for them to be able to get the victory. Chengdu Hunters putting up a fight, showing us some new looks for sure. I mean, rather showing us some old looks as far as what their, the meta they were running in those first 2 rounds. But inevitably, they succumb to the Junker Queen composition. They run it, and they fall just shy of the mark. Great boop there, of course, at the very end, denying that Rampage from coming through. Still don't know what happened to Prophet, but ultimately, I guess it didn't really matter that he went off the side of the map. Just Prophet thinks, doesn't, he could still die. The team still got him there to clutch it out. So they have the lead now as we get ready to move into hybrid. We'll see if the Chengdu Hunters, if they're going to be experimenting a little bit more. Something tells me they'll probably just be running the Joes from the get-go. And then we'll see if they can tie it up as we move into one of our newer maps.
That's the thing, right? Because I look at this Chengdu kind of experimentation on some of the heroes they're deciding to run. And the question was, well, how long can you do this for? How far does this take you? Okay, you can win with it on well, looks good on well. Dynasty is surprised by it. You want to cannon rush a player that will work for 1 game out of the 7-map series. But how many times can you do that in a row? And, can you win a whole series with it? And it doesn't end up going too far because we get to Lighthouse. Jinmu runs a fire for like half of that round, and as we go deeper in the series with a brand new map, Paraiso, coming up in Rio, Chengdu Hunters, to be fair, this map is new enough that it's not entirely worked out, so you could run some interesting things. Now, Stalker coming through on the Echo, first and foremost, as I'll kind of allude to here, is I've seen a number of teams try this, outside of Overwatch League as well. So this first A-point defense, that initial bridge that you see Vindame on here, is extremely defendable because there is no way for the attacking squad to rotate up to that bridge except underneath the bridge and then towards the left up the stairs where Stalker just came from. So very hard to attack.
We'll see how they manage
flanks.
it. Well, as for now, just going to be sticking with it. Looks like Leave's going to go for the opening shot with the Widow. Try his luck, see if he can get somebody caught off guard. Up over the top. Does get the body tag there onto Vinhames. It seems like they weren't quite expecting it. But just going to go ahead, match on the Echo as well.
It's Echo Genji, so that's really interesting. It allows them to now have, I guess, two players that can take that high ground quickly, and they're just going to rush into it straight away.
Already a good amount of pressure being applied there to Fitz. Hasn't really shifted off that position. Now joins in with the rest of the squad, just moving across the opposite bridge. Gaga caught there. Oh, it's Lonesome does end up falling as the beam comes through. They're looking to take down the Leaf, but just not enough preset damage there for Stalker to be able to get the execute. And instead, he's going to fall down. Leaf, great little answer back with those stickies. Does find that kill. But now Monk and Leaf going to be cleaned up as Fitz finds 2. So it seems like the initial hold still going to be going well for the side of the Dynasty. We did see them take some forward aggressive positions that did get punished yesterday versus the side of the Sparks. We'll see if they do that again or if they're going to be playing this a bit more patiently.
I think it's smart that Leaf can go towards the Echo. Last year, I felt like he was the best Echo in the league, next to guys like Pelican. So the fact that Chengdu have this option available is a bit of a boon towards them. It's how they now move around this map to get into the Seoul Dynasty, who are continually moving backwards. So Seoul actually winning in these 2 little upstairs apartments just in the previous fight, but now Chengdu have that covered. Seoul are in the open.
That they are. Stalker, a bit of an awkward spot. He's going to go right back outside, joins in with the rest of the team. The call comes in. They say, yeah, we've got Gaga in a corner. They want to get that kill, and they manage to make it happen as well. Rally built up very swiftly here for the side of Prophet. Pop that one just about instantly. It's helping them to win out the fight. Jinmu picking up 1 for his troubles, but that's about as good as it's going to get. Now Nisha goes down to the back end. They look for a little bit more for some additional staggers, but the Jagged Blade won't be able to connect. Leave in the meantime, it's just got nowhere to go. Ends up falling. So an initial tick does get snatched up here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but that's about it.
I mean, the good news is, the silver lining for the Hunters is that every single push they seem to be pushing the Seoul Dynasty a little bit further back this time, far enough back that they can secure the tick as mentioned. Thing I'm noticing about this comp from Chengdu that is a bit lacking is because you don't have the Sojin, that instant burst damage that you would normally have from a rail isn't there. Whether it's a headshot or not, even if you just land a body shot, that allows the Genji play then dash on and get an execute. Here, that's just not really available, so no one's really doing enough burst to get through this double AoE healing.
They're going to look to contest here up on the high ground. Rally escorting them forward. The overclock is popped by Fitz. Got everybody basically lined up, but he's not going to be able to get any kills, nor any collapse. Soundberry gets dropped in from Vinhames, shields up everybody. Go ahead, they pull away. The second tick is going to be conceded over to the side of the Hunters, or the side of the Seoul Dynasty now. They need to push out of this position, try to recontest, because they are continuing to get this cap. Now, Rampage out. Smurf finding 4. The sound barrier's there to try to keep everybody safe. Jump forward, Stalker occupying the point for now, does have that copy out, just putting another Junker Queen into the mix. It seems like the recontest is going to be clean enough for them to be able to hold this at least for a little bit longer. The Rampage gets built up. It's not going to be able to find the ante, but the follow-up is there from the rest of the team to find the additional picks. The Staggers come in. They get up to 97.6%, but now with 50 seconds left to go, the Chengdu Hunters still do not have a .8 cap to show for it.
And that's just the difference maker when you have Vindame able to survive a blade via the sound barrier. Smurf pop does initially get blocked by Nisha, but how do you deal with the Stalker? Junker Queen copying 2 JQs on field. Difficult to deal with. Now, 30 seconds remaining, final fight. They only need 1 tick. Leaf does have his own copy. You can potentially see 2 Rampages out of the Chengdu Hunters. Let's see if they can get that done, because Gaga has struggled. Leaf's on 1 HP.
Leaf?
He's dead!
Leaf's just dead. He didn't get any healing. He was already so very low. He doesn't go for the duplicate either to get those high frames. Instead, just absolutely gets annihilated. You can see that slows up everything here from the side of the Hunters. The Jagged Blade into the wall. Not going to be finding any value there from Gaga. Not going to be able to help isolate somebody. He does still hold on to the Rampage. He's going to try to use it. Dashes across. Only clips on the Prophet. And Prophet, he's sitting there with the rally rolling. Gaga going to be cleaned up. Monk going to be taken low. Leaf does go for the dupe. Copies out onto the Junker Queen as well. Can he have a performance like we just saw from Stalker so far? The answer is going to be no. He actually gets broken out of it. The Axe Slash there from Smurf, not going to find a connection, but Fitz absolutely does. They clean them up, and they're looking for the full hold. Jinmu in desperation pulls out the blade, dies in midair, and the sound barrier shielding was there to boot. A full hold here at the side of the Dynasty, looking strong.
Wow, that is an unfortunate way for Chengdu Hunters to end their attack. Yeah, leave on 1 HP, didn't receive a lick of healing. I have no idea what happened there. 2 supports. Maybe the LOS wasn't there. It's really hard to say what happened in that situation. I think there was enough time for them just to slow down, take the breather, get Leaf back up, because you need him alive. You need that copy to get you through the fight. And Chengdu Hunters, you know, even beyond that, they try and go in. Gaga goes for the Rampage. It's a solo onto Prophet. You have to credit the Seoul Dynasty for being so good at their positioning on that last fight as well, because they know there's a Rampage up for Gaga. So, you know, their spacing is pretty wide to make sure they're not going to get massively caught out by them. They can play wide spacing, being the defending team, get the concave going. Chengdu have to come through from main. There's not really flanking positions on this opening attack. Chengdu Hunters come through pretty much one way. Seoul Dynasty just wait and receive them. Prophet, super tanky, shielded up, rallied up. And here's the other opening as well. If Leaf didn't die at that exact moment, Chengdu healed them up and they went in, Prophet doesn't have a rally. He was on 84, 85 or something like that. So because they had to wait, Prophet got a rally. And that was a difference maker as well.
Wow. Now needing the fuller hold if they want to be walking away victorious. Otherwise, Dynasty very well may be able to deliver us a very swift 2-0, much like we saw from them just yesterday. Fitz similarly looking for the jump shot. Seems like Chengdu Hunters are privy to this, and he's actually going to swap over, going for the Tracer.
And I can speak to this. The Tracer is a pressure unit to specifically go for this point. So you can play some extremities, you can start harassing the actual checkpoint as well. Because of how difficult it is to get past these opening chokes with the different bridges, a Tracer does allow them to have a bit more flexibility. You can see that Fitz is already getting ready to pressure the point.
All right, dashing around the backside. Fitz going on a bit of a journey. Waiting to spot out some members, make a call. Try to orchestrate a dive, see if it comes to fruition. Stalker already getting in on top of them. That's going to be commanding shout out from Gaga. Does answer back. Max Slash taking down Vindame, finding a quick little kill. Stalker trying to get Jinmu with help Prophet. They will manage to make it happen. Stalker as well, staying alive. Now just continuing to farm up. Dashes in, gets behind Leaf. And with the help of Fitz, they will find the kill. And that could just be the undoing here of the Chengdu Hunters. Still though, space not being occupied too much here on the point. They finally will start inching forward as they look to just continue to pressure out Gaga. We'll find some stability in this HP bar. Drops down the match. First tick going to be taken over. 40% now accrued here for the side of the Dynasty, and they're more than happy to just poke and prod, take this one step at a time.
Yeah, they don't want to overstep here for sure, because we have another situation where it's low ground versus high ground, so they're going to try and take these upper apartments here to see if they can maybe work their way on to these battlements, these sort of high ground ledges, waiting for that pulse bomb as well, but it's still hard for a Tracer to work in meta. Leaf can't leave.
I mean, Yeah, he just has nowhere to go. Ends up getting just taken down by the explosion, which the follow-up is immense from the side of the Dynasty.
That'll be
3
the cap.
more quick kills on the back end. Jinmu going to die. That is the ace. That is going to be the cleanup and the cap. With just taking out, half of the time bank here, the Dynasty managed to make it happen. Now they find themselves with yet another 2-0 lead.
And this one was far cleaner as well. Full hold into not quite one attempt, but, into a cap, into a pretty reasonable cap. They play the long game there. Again, they play for the Tracer, which has its risks. I did criticize the fact that, okay, Chengdu didn't run the Sojin on their attack. The lack of the burst damage seemed to hurt them a little bit. Seoul Dynasty, where you don't have fits on that Sojin, similar things can occur where you are lacking that burst. So you need this Tracer to give you enough pressure on the point to pull the Chengdu Hunters back, allow Seoul to get some actual good rotations in, and then collapse on not quite a dive, but some sort of just general team fight where Seoul Dynasty walk up the stairs, Fitz comes from behind and harasses from the other angle, and if he has a pulse bomb, ideally blows somebody up. He gets leave, and after leave goes down, the rest of the dominoes start falling.
Well, seems like maybe most of the gas that was in the tank might have been exhausted on that first map. We'll see, though. Chengdu Hunters now in a position where they need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to be walking away victorious in their first little debut in the Junker Queen meta. Otherwise, the Dynasty will just continue to reign supreme here in the APAC region and net themselves yet another 3-0 win. We'll see what happens. We have Dorado coming up next for our escort map. See whether or not that's going to be the final map in this series, or if the Hunters can extend it when we come back from the break. And we're back. The Dynasty right now looking to take a rather long evening of matches and make it a little bit shorter for us, as they currently lead 2-0 after a win there on Paraiso. What a victory for them. A full hold into a very quick take. Only needed to burn half the time bank in order to get it done. And we can see just the thought process there of the Dynasty, willing to just take things one step at a time, poke and prod at the Chengdu Hunters, wait for openings, wait for the Hunters to put themselves in disadvantageous positions, and then capitalize on it and be able to take the win. Now the Hunters need to answer back, try to get a reverse sweep, starting with Dorado.
Yeah, so we're going to have to wait till another match to discover more Rio de Janeiro here. We only got to see the first point. On future maps, though, a lot more familiar territory. Let's talk about the substitutions first. Daisy coming in for Gaga. Man, that's an interesting one. To be fair, I think Gaga has at least somewhat struggled so far on the Junker Queen matchup versus Smurf. Now, I don't know if that's just him struggling, or maybe it's a specific matchup versus Smurf where it is Smurf, after all.
Yeah.
Can be pretty rough. So, what's Daisy going to play? The same thing? Is he going to be playing anything beyond the Junker Queen? Because he does. But that's the thing, right? Like, everything beyond the Junker Queen is, in this particular meta, kind of just worse. So, I'd have to imagine this is kind of like a confidence call where it's, okay, we're down 0-2. Gaga's he's not able to do much against Smurf. We might as well try something else. We just got blown out in Paraiso. Like, why not just try something else here? We don't have any roster depth, but what we do have is the ability to at least sub one player in.
All right, well, we'll see what happens and whether or not it's going to be a difference maker. And, if Daisy is going to be playing that Junker Queen, I mean, I think we kind of have to expect that he's going to, because the Zarya at this point that we were primarily seeing from him is just so far outside of the meta that it would be just, I think, a little bit too wild. But you never know. It's the Chengdu Hunters.
The only other hero on this map is like a Sigma, but that's probably even worse than Zarya in this particular meta. Like, I wouldn't recommend it at all. You would, for this map, if it was Gaga still in, there's a possibility that you could see a Winston or a Wrecking Ball. It's not impossible, although I would say technically still worse than the JQ. With Daisy in, that's just off the table, because you're not playing any of those main tanks. You're probably not going to play the Zarya or the Sigma here. And remember, by the way, Zarya is traditionally not very good on Dorado, even historically speaking. So
yes, that's the other facet to this.
There's just not a lot here to work with, and so yeah, it'll be the Daisy Junker Queen, and cross your fingers, hope for the best.
All right, well, we'll see how it looks as we do get ready to jump into this. Escort could be the last little map here in our first series of the day. Seoul Dynasty still looking incredibly strong. And I think you can tell that initial composition change up here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters very much did offset them on Ilios, but when it came down to it, when it came down to that mirror on Ruins at the very end, they managed to just outplay them. Some great boops in there to deny the rampages, etc., and otherwise they just piloted the comp a little bit cleaner. Were able to take the W. So now they found their footing, and they're looking to run away with this.
It's what I'm saying, though, right? Like, you can't rely on, off-meta picks forever. Like, it'll get you a surprise win on the first round of Ilios, and beyond that, even if you take all of Ilios, I don't think it's enough to win you the whole series, because for it to win you the whole series, you would have to prove that it's not just off meta, it's actually viable to beat Junker Queen. And so far from what I gathered, across scrims, across contenders, across 2 regions of the Overwatch League, across all regions of contenders actually, nothing beats Junker Queen. So here we go, Daisy is indeed going to play that hero.
Oh, Jinmu.
Boot from Prophet does a lot of damage.
Jinmu's still under fire, and eventually he dies. Smurf seemingly finding him down on the low ground. It's already a very early pick, and a good amount of the damage, good amount of that poking and prodding that the Chengdu Hunters can do, taken out early.
Look how casual this is.
So now,
just taking a car ride.
Just another day at the office.
Bit of a Sunday drive through the streets of Dorado.
It's like cruising home after work and you're just talking to your coworkers. Like, oh, what do you just want to stop at McDonald's on the way back?
Smurf had his hands off the keyboard, I mean.
Pretty much. Well, Daisy getting batted around. Axe not going to find any connections there. Jinmu again dead.
Oh
Prophet finishing him off with a whip shot. Jinmu's just unable to play the game. Daisy as well going to fall. Stalker dashes into the back lines, cleans up 2 quick kills. He's looking for a third, but seems like he will show some level of mercy. He says, yeah, he's just like, okay, Nisha, I will let you go. Tell warning to your comrades that we are coming and that they should not put up a fight. Do not resist or we will, quell your uprising.
Did you see that smile on
five
Prophet's face?
and a half
It's too
minutes.
easy. It's too easy. They just walked up. Jinmu's dead twice in a row. Daisy gets chunked out. Seoul walk forward.
Oh,
Chengdu
okay.
walk backwards. That is the first kill that Chengdu have had all map, by the way. So finally they're on the board, courtesy of Lee.
They get one, and that allows them to occupy the high ground. I was going to say, they might have a rough time trying to take this, but of course Fitz is really the only one that can get up there aside from Stalker, so not having the Winstons, this should be very much priority positioning for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but Fitz gets some revenge. Finds leaves, gets Jinmu, 2 quick kills, and he is just going to be sat on the cart. He's like, yep, I've done my part. I got my kills. Everybody else, you go push forward, see what you can get done. And it's a hell of a lot as it turns out. Prophet again going to be fighting another kills. The whip shot will take down Daisy, and the cart will just continue to glide. It has not been contested a single time so far.
You know what this is? This is Smurf is actually playing support currently because he's the guy providing some green HP to the team, getting some bleed damage in there. Prophet's one of the DPSs. It's crazy that solid 3 DPSs in right now. Prophet is leading on final blows. Is that bomb now? That will be unanswered.
Figured out how to break the meta even further. It turns out all you need is a Prophet on Brigitte. Blade now going to be pulled out. Nisha taken down by Mayhem. The bomb will even get involved. The coach gun to take out Jinmu, and it is such a swift cleanup. Rally, Blade, fight, win, cap on B. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining for the final stretch of Dorado. Chengdu Hunters, can you do anything to stop this cart?
Did you see a sound barrier? Because I didn't. I think that was an Ajax from Nisha, sadly.
I think he got Ajax.
Yep, Monk as well, lost his rally,
By
so it's double
Vindame.
support ultimates cancelled. Yes, I think he did that as well to Lee Jae-gon, didn't he? Vindame did that in a match versus Shanghai on Midtown.
I think he may have.
So yeah, he's
right
Ajax.
in
other
front of point
supports.
B.
Yep,
Sounds
that's the
correct.
one.
Yep, the memories are coming out. Those moments, they stick in your brain, no matter how much Overwatch you cast. Oh, overclock on the high ground, looking for Prophet. Will take him low. It's not going to be enough for the elimination. Now they haven't found the headshot, and that is going to be a 3-man ante off the back of the Rampage. Jinmu, Daisy, Monk, all in dire straits. Stalker as well will get zoned back, but rotates around, grabs the cart as it continues to push forward. 4.5 minutes still remaining for them. As can we get stats and start pulling up? Like, what is the fastest? Yeah, what is the fastest completion we have on Dorado? Because this is looking like it right now. Jinmu, can he do anything with the blade? He's gonna pull it. Sound barrier's there. Jinmu immediately is tucked down, and they cannot touch the card. 4 minutes and 17 seconds. They don't contest it.
There wasn't even a fight.
Pretty much.
There wasn't even a fight.
Like even a single time. Did they stop the cart from moving at all? Because I don't know.
Couldn't tell you. I don't think so.
I genuinely don't think there was a single moment, aside from when Jinmu died initially to Smurf at the very beginning of the round, because he dropped down off the top of the building and was next to the cart. I think that was the only period of time which the Chengdu Hunters contested.
Oh, what a boost!
And what the hell was that? Mayhem booping him further up into the air and then dragging down that. Can we?
Damn, dude. Play of the week.
Can we just?
That's.
Can we just give him the trophy?
Just they win the season. It's over. We don't need to play out the rest of it.
I don't care anymore. Vindame is the rookie of the year. All right.
My God.
Oh, that was pretty damn cool. Like that and the Ajax he got against Lee Jae-gon, ridiculous. That I think the clip is still out there. The clip on Midtown B versus Lee Jae-gon, where he Ajax Lee Jae-gon mid B, and then here as well where he specifically just dunked on Nisha. That's that Venom picture of dunking on Spider. That's that. Vindame is the Venom to Nisha Spider-Man in that dunking picture. I mean, this is great. That was an insane play.
This is just incredible. What I'm seeing. All right. Well, contestant of the high ground, Prophet, gonna have to retreat quickly.
Surely this is a world
See how
record.
this fares. If it's not, I'm amazed, and I need to go back and watch the tape on what the hell actually happened to get the record. Coach Gunn just keep a little bit of distance there against Jinmu. Even offers up another body shot to really make him think twice about contesting Fitz in that position. Stalker just continues to poke and prod from the high ground. Jinmu still not receiving any healing yet. Just now get it as I say that. Stalker, he drops down, he dashes through. He's taking this aggressively. And the call, it comes in. Everybody piles in from the side of the Dynasty, and they manage to come up with huge picks. Both supports now out of the fight. Everybody else retreating back into the spawn room. Oh, you cannot die here, Daisy. You cannot die here, Daisy!
I think at this stage, Chengdu have checked out. The bags are packed. There's not even 10:30 a.m. yet. They're waiting at the at the counter. They're like, I'm checking out early this morning. We're good. We're good. At least they moved the payload. I would have liked to have seen this be like a Justice London 2020 situation where I think the payload didn't move out of spawn for like half the game.
Well, I mean, given the pace right now that's being set, it might not move much further than this right here. Dicey just getting juggled around. Mayhem drops down, I believe, boops him forward, stops him from retreating. They managed to find the punish. Cart locked in place, half the time bank nearly drained away. Bob now at the ready. Blade still on the way. Jinmu at least is leading Stalker in that regard, but as I say it, Stalker catches up instantly. 3 quick kills. Just off the back of the rally here from Prophet. Will continue to win out the fights. Smurf is just like, come on, show a little bit. Let me get that Jagged Blade into you.
Yeah, they're like literally at the spawn doors. They're like within the spawn. If Smurf could go further than the spawn, he would. They're so deep at the moment. This is an incredible team diff of epic biblical margins.
Yeah. Okay,
where's the bomb?
The back,
The bomb's
trying to cut
spawn.
off. He's trying to cut off their retreat options here. They have to play over towards coast side. There's a rampage for Smurf. Anti-App onto 3. Nisha trying to save him with the barrier, but 2 members already cleaned up, and it's just going to be, one ult used, fight victory. Time and time again, the Blade is still held. Their own sound barrier is there. So there's 2 ults for the Bob, but
Can I impart a fun fact for you? I would like to impart a fun fact on you in the audience here.
I need something fun, because right now this is depressing.
You remember that leave a rail headshot on B on the defense? That still remains the only kill that Chengdu have had this map. That's still the only.
Oh my god! Are you?
No, I'm serious.
You're kidding, right?
Serious.
Okay. Sound barrier goes out. Jinmu pulled the blade. He's already dead. Vindheim cuts him down. Stalker finds Monk. Nisha narrowly tries to retreat, but now Vindheim is there, of course. Okay, Leaf will find his second elimination. They get 2. They have doubled their kill count, ladies and gentlemen. It only took the overclock and about 3 minutes of game time on the attack to make it happen. 47 seconds. The card is almost rolled. The card doesn't even have that much space to roll back into.
It's never gone
past
past
that. It can only reverse so much.
It's never even gotten onto that straight before the archway. Now it has. So, but Leave is now 100% deadlifting his team on 2 final blows. That is a 100% deadlift from Leave.
That's
incredible.
Oh my god.
Shades of Rio on Route 66.
Yeah, I just don't even have words right now. Dicey is pressured out. Prophet again gets the rally, pops it instantly. They go charging forward. I mean, Chengdu Hunters, can they touch the cart this time? Are they going to be able to? Because even if they do, it's not going to. Yeah, okay. I think that's it. Put a fork in it. Somebody's got to touch it. I don't think they can make it happen. 4 seconds, bleeding away. Jinmu can't get to the cart in time, and there you go. A 3-0. One of the fastest series that I have ever commentated in my life. At the hands of the Dynasty.
The only reason it's not faster is because Seoul had to attack first.
Because they had to attack first!
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
I mean, if we
get to see... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, in the play of the match that the audience can't see, we just got to see the Ajax again from another angle, from Fitz's angle. But, what an ending. What an ending. Our second ever 100% deadlift with only 2 final blows. We had one on day 1, Charge versus Valiant. Rio collected that on Route 66. And now, the legendary Dorado moment for Chengdu Hunters with Lee's 100% deadlift of only 2 final blows.
I'm
celebrate solo.
Yeah, I mean, jeez. I mean, what else is there to say other than just sounds of admiration and astonishment at the hands of this whole dynasty here? It's just impeccable play from them across the board. This was another tough one. We were talking about it after the last map. Who the hell do you even give the player of the match to? Because this was very much a shared effort and just collectively stomping the ever-loving crap out of the Chengdu Hunters in this game. Yeah. But we decided to leave it in the hands of the statisticians, and they have landed on Stalker. So we're going to be giving yet another player of the match over to Stalker twice in a row now for him, back-to-back. And yeah, I mean, I think, again, this could have gone pretty much any way. Vindheim could have got it. Prophet could have got it. Like, literally any one of this team would have been totally fine to receive this award.
Yeah, I believe he got something like 40 final blows over the course of the 3 maps with, and I'm counting at the moment, 8 deaths. So let me just double check that. 18 plus 12. Wait, that's 30, I think. Sorry, I'm gathering.
That's 30.
No, yeah. So 30 to 8 deaths. That's his literal KD on final blows to deaths. I dominated again. To be fair, this time was a much closer margin. Yesterday, I think he dominated way harder. So it's not like he stat padded. You'll look at these stats, you're like, hey, only 14,000 damage, only 22 final blows. That's, well, when I calculated final blows, I was counting the other heroes he played. This is only on Genji, so I included a bunch of the other heroes that he brought to the table today.
Sure.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a lot, right? But when you consider the series ended so fast, you never had time to stat pad and farm up your stats. Because the game just ended. Right? Paraiso, we saw one cap. On Dorado, it was... Chengdu spent most of the game in spawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's much more to say. They just kind of crushed them. I mean, we have to come back, and we'll talk a little bit, I guess, about this. But, you know, because we have our game break, but we'll probably mostly be setting up for the side of the Hangzhou Spark and the Shanghai Dragons. There's nothing else really to talk about, so we're going to go to a break, and we'll see you guys again in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, and everything that I'm supposed to say. My mind is exploded. Goodbye.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Spitfire, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Encore to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they feed him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. We're back for another day of Overwatch League action, and this day we have none other than Jaws joining us. Woo! Yeah! Let's go! Not a special guest, but I guess nonetheless we're glad to have you here in our Watchpoint.
Not special
truck.
enough for you? I drove all the way here.
Okay,
We all
but
tried.
okay, so here.
It doesn't make you special.
Like, if I call you a special guest, and then one day we have like Michael Jordan in the studio, I'm like,
Michael Jordan!
you
that would
both
be
can't be
crazy.
like special guests.
That's true.
You know, like
we need to stem
Michael
expectations.
Jordan's special. Like, I'm like, whoa, but
Well, you don't like Wolf. I don't like
No, you're so special.
an honorary guest. An honorary guest?
Honorary guest.
yeah.
A welcome guest. We got a welcome guest in Jaws today. Thank you for driving down here and joining us.
Thank you, Johnny.
We really
it's a
appreciate
pleasure to be here.
There you go. We're starting off really well here in
Nice.
Watchpoint pre-show. Of course, there was tons of action happening in the Eastern region throughout the night, and we're here to recap it all. Now, it did go relatively quickly until the LA Valiant and the Philadelphia Fusion got into the mix. But to recap the first couple of matches, Danny, we saw a map speed record in our very first match, and we haven't seen these in like ages, since
Yeah.
like Goats met up.
Yeah, it was Seoul versus Chengdu Hunters. It was on Dorado. Seoul attack. They finished. They went all the way, and then I think it was 4 minutes with 4 minutes and 17 seconds left.
There you go.
So that was Dorado.
Nailed
But
it.
I mean, this match, honestly, this was my favorite match so far in the stage, because as you're seeing right now, Chengdu Hunters, they're welcoming us back into the Chengdu zone with Winston, Pharah, Mercy, and that worked pretty well in the first point. And then we go into Ruins, and then I think it was Lighthouse, where Seoul Dynasty came out with the D.Va to counter the Pharah. And then, yeah, that was sort of it for the Chengdu zone. And Seoul just sort of said like, all right, let's get this over with. And you know, Stalker had an amazing performance. Everyone on, I think, even Van Dyne on the Lucio, he has some great beats throughout the whole match. Very exciting times for the Seoul Dynasty. Chengdu always doing the Chengdu things, but I think they still need some, you know, they have some work to do.
I mean, I think sometimes we see players get subbed in and subbed out interchangeably while playing the same hero, and like, why does this happen? But I feel like the peak of that is subbing out your Junker Queen tank player for another Junker Queen tank player. And I believe that's exactly what the Chengdu Hunters did when Dicey came into play the very first
Yeah, but
match.
that was, yeah.
Sorry? What's going on?
Dicey, I think, was on Dorado. That's when he came in, but honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen much of Dicey's Junker Queen because it was
so fast.
Seoul Dynasty finished with 4 minutes and 17 seconds. I don't think they literally just didn't. The cart didn't stop once. I think they just like just sped through the whole map. Yeah, so I think Chengdu Hunters definitely have some work to do. Would love to see more improvements from Chengdu.
Okay, Danny, would you like to see them play more Pharah? Obviously, Dorado.
Oh yes, 100%.
100%.
No, because I think
full
even
send?
on Ruins, I think they should have played Pharah.
So just keep playing Pharah.
I think they because Shimon Pharah.
Okay, you know, here's why I agree with him. You know, back in 2019, Chengdu Hunters, they didn't play
Exactly.
Goats either. They didn't play Goats.
Exactly.
They didn't succeed. You know, they just got to accept that they're not a Goats franchise or a Jotes franchise and just full send Pharah.
It's not,
100%.
it's not even the same team, though.
That's fine. Well, Jinmu's there still.
Jinmu's there, yeah, sure.
And he is the
Amon?
heart and soul of the team.
Amon, Junker Queen?
Who's that?
We need him back. The Chengdu Hunters, they need him back to restore
Nah. Jinmu, Farah. That's all I know.
Okay, all right. Well, Dicey, you're going to have to do your best Damon impression. Another match that took place was, of course, the Shanghai Dragons taking on the Hangzhou Spark. And it's not been the best kickoff week for the Hangzhou Spark in this brand new meta. I will fully admit that I predicted Hangzhou Spark to win both matches. But instead, Jack, it's ended in 0-6 disappointment for the Hangzhou Spark.
APAC's been a little wild. It's been a little crazy. I mean, I don't know how these teams are finishing like so quickly. Like 2-3-0 to start off the Junker Queen meta in APAC is a little bit ridiculous, but to the point where some of these teams are like record pace setting some of these maps. Like also, I was expecting Shy to just come out the gate and absolutely destroy, but Lip and Who Are You just got the better of both Architect and Shy in this series, which is insane. We've also seen some crazy performances from a lot of Lucios across the board, which has also been nice, but I don't think anybody really expected the Spark to lose in such a like a quick and dominant fashion. You kind of expect it in a way because, okay, it's the Dragons, they're always going to do well, and this is actually something I said on the podcast the other day, but damn, a 3-0? Like, really?
Here's the question though, Johnny. Let's fill the Spark fans with copium. Okay, here. When Alpha Year comes back into the lineup and is able to play again, are they going to rise from the ashes?
Absolutely. I mean, look, they've only lost to the Seoul Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons.
They are a great team. Yeah.
And they might lose to the worst teams, but no. Hopium.
Hopium. Oh yeah,
They're not going to. I couldn't tell you why, but they're not going to.
I have a feeling Hangzhou's gonna lose to Chengdu Hunters.
There's
no shot, Daddy.
No shot.
Jinmu Farah. I guarantee.
I can't
Guarantee. There has been too many ridiculous guarantees, although Matt has been very correct.
We need to keep track. We need to keep track of the Danny guarantees. All right, get us some of those stick-it notes.
Yeah.
Notes.
I do guarantee though. Shanghai Dragons are looking very.
You said they were going to win. That was one of the guarantees. You said they're going to win.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
Good.
All right, Danny's promised it. Shanghai Dragons are going to be your Eastern Region champions of the Summer Showdown. I mean, I don't know why we play out all matches. It's already set in stone. It's already done.
Everyone should forfeit.
Yeah.
We'll see.
There you go.
Soon enough.
We've spoiled the movie already.
Yeah.
Costa, one more match to round us out over the night. And this one was not 3-0. This one went the distance. And No Hill, I don't know, he's onto something. What's he doing?
I think we should check on Overly because the Philadelphia Fusion, they were really high off of that, mid-season madness tournament, and everyone's like, oh, maybe Philly's really gonna be. No, they're back. They're back in full force. This one went
back
to their normally scheduled contact. Yeah, I know. And that's the crazy thing is like Philadelphia Fusion went to map 5 last round against a Dia Junker Queen tank, Sashin on the brig. Just everything was chaos. No, I don't know what No Hill is on right now, but he's looked into the crystal ball and found this composition, and it actually looks really competent. I think Dia did a really good job on the Junker Queen. Avril was a stan immediately. We actually had Becky having a great individual performance as well on the Genji, just having those big moments. And the Philadelphia Fusion, the woes continue whenever they have to play these team coordination compositions because yes, they have that individual pop-off from Zest. Yes, they have those moments from Carpe and even a little bit from MN3. But as a whole, it just didn't look that cohesive. They were relying on those individual performance moments and not really around good ultimate usage. So, Philly squeaks this one out. Maybe they can work on things moving forward. But the Los Angeles Valiant, I think they are a team that a lot of teams are going to have to be worried about because you wouldn't think you have to fear the Dia Junker Queen, but you should because it was actually quite good. So I'm curious to see how both of these teams stack up because we're starting to get at that point of the APAC region of like, well, Shanghai and Seoul Dynasty are the best. What's the middle of the pack? Because Chengdu's at the bottom. I think we can all agree with that. But then where does Valiant really sit in the grand scheme of things, especially with how much the Spark is struggling?
Well, we can tell you. We can just bring up the Eastern standings and
That's
just take
not
a look.
how it works.
Take a look right there. Yeah, and we can determine where things are. So yesterday, of course, I told you the top 3 in the season standings. They're directly qualified for playoffs. 4, 5, and 6. They will be competing for the play-in spots. You can see that Fusion, with that win, they're 1 league point closer to competing for that direct playoff spot that Hangzhou Spark currently hold. But you mentioned LA Valiant, 3 points. Chengdu Hunters, 5 points. They're still battling it out. Taking a look at the Summer Showdown standings, Shanghai Dragons, they start off the Summer Showdown qualifiers 2-0. Seoul Dynasty 2-0 as well. Hangzhou Spark, 0-2, -6. The best team, so.
This feels like a classic Spark moment, though. You know, like last year, they went crazy in one of the tournament qualifiers, and then they kind of got rolled in the tournament. Yeah. And then, dude, it's happening all over again. Yeah. Spark had a crazy run-up in the qualifiers earlier this year, and now, well, Spark are again.
I do think that the Eastern region, considering it's a round robin, like everyone plays everyone, it is going to have a ton of impact on those play-in spots and playoff spots I referenced earlier, and especially when the league points come into play that you get from competing in the stage if you happen to qualify for the Summer Showdown stage. So tons of stuff on the line. Just incredible amounts of league points and prize money, so much money. You wouldn't believe it. That's going to be our recap for the Eastern regions this time around, but keep in mind there's more matches coming your way tonight as well, so we'll be recapping those later on tomorrow. But moving on, we're going to chat about the Western regions and some of the teams coming up later on today. And usually we talk about some of the best teams. Sometimes we try to fix the worst teams. This time around, we're going to talk about some dark horses, some middle-of-the-pack kind of teams, and their prospects in this Jungle Queen meta. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back to discuss some of your favorite teams in the Overwatch League. With the meta shaken up, it's prime time for some of the middle-of-the-pack teams to make a run for the final playoff spots here in the Western region. As we take a look at the standings so far this stage, we can see that it hasn't really been your typical match results. Whereas you usually see San Francisco Shock and the LA Gladiators in the top, well, Vancouver Titans joined them at number 3, Toronto Defiant at 4, Washington Justice at 5. And I mean, we don't really know what's going on here. It's madness. Atlanta Reign at 12.
Gladiators at 11?
It's a bit all over the place.
Disgusting standings right now. What's happening?
What's happening? That's what we're about to figure out right here. As mentioned, prime time for some of the middle-of-the-pack teams to perhaps pounce on the opportunity to secure some extra league points that could help them later on this season. Now, we're going to be talking about some of our favorite middle-of-the-pack teams and their prospects for moving forward. So to kick things off, I've elected to speak about the Houston Outlaws. I believe it's finally time for this team to move on from their Houstonable struggles into greener grass. It's either green.
Well, you really took an easy one out.
Yeah,
it's a bit of stretch. Come on now. Come on now. They're about to farm their teams. See, hey, greener grass farm. Anyway, London Spitfire, Vancouver Titans, Atlanta Reign, and the Washington Justice are their 4 upcoming matches this stage. And well, with Atlanta Reign going 0-2 in the first week, you gotta think that they could go 5-1 this stage. 5-1 for the Houston Outlaws.
That's
I
crazy.
gotta say, they've looked so crisp. Merit here on the Sojourn, Pelican on the Genji, playing some of the best Overwatch they've done to this date. I mean, Merit at this point, he started off as like a respectable rookie in the league. And now, he's just like, oh my god, Merit is he a Rookie of the Year candidate? Dante as well has picked up this Junker Queen very nicely, which we kind of expected him to do. I mean, he is a very mechanical player, of course, usually your damage player, but with the Doomfist this year as well, with some of the Junker Queen mechanical skill, including the shotgun. You know, it's a hero that really seems to work for him. Merit with that clutch against the LA Gladiators made them secure that Map 5 win. So the Houston Outlaws, guys, I gotta say, one of my favorite teams to keep an eye out for this stage. And they might be cursing them a little bit, but, you know, I really do believe this time around.
They were lucky to not Houstonable that last match against the Gladiators.
They were the better team.
If they didn't have Merit and Merit didn't go absolutely crazy.
They were the better team because
they
Remember, results never lie.
Okay, whatever you say, Johnny.
I need someone.
Alright, whatever you say.
Outlaws fans, I tried, okay? I believe in you guys. Don't listen to Costa, he's being mean, all right?
That's true. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Danny,
Yes.
what is a team you're keeping your eyes on to make a run this Summer Showdown stage?
For the Summer Showdown, I believe the Vancouver Titans
Yes.
has a really nice chance of making it in. Most importantly, because Mr. Matt Morello said that he would guarantee a spot for the Vancouver Titans in the Summer Showdown. So that's a given fact. They're already in. But from what I'm seeing, schedule. What Washington Justice? I think for now, right now, where Vancouver Titans stand, winnable. Houston Outlaws. It could be a good fight.
Little stretch. Come on now.
No, come on now. Boston Uprising.
I see that.
Like, because, of course, Toronto Defiant, they lost to Toronto Defiant, but it was a really close match. I think that was like an eye-opener for a lot of people where, oh, Vancouver at this stage, they're looking pretty good. And then they won both of the matches, the next 2 matches. Aspire's a great soldier. All the players on their team right now, they are feeling themselves. I feel like they are like sort of on a roll. I talked to Mir yesterday in the interview, and he said that, you know, they really want to just, you know, win more matches, you know, just take one step at a time. And you can really see sort of their confidence showing in their plays. So I think Vancouver Titans are really in a nice spot right now, and I honestly believe that they're going to do great for the Summer Showdown.
This is one of the biggest glow-ups this year we've had. From 0 wins to now collecting 2 Ws and then maybe making a tournament.
Yeah.
That's a streak, baby. That's easy.
Let's go.
Don't make it. It's fine. It's all of Matt Morello anyways.
That's true.
That's true. Okay, well, real question. How good of a hit scan do you think Aspire is? Do you think he's starting to, especially on that Sojourn, is he in the top 5 list right now in the league? I think he's put up those
Top 5 hit scan in the league.
In this tournament right now, I think that's not even a hot take to say he's top 5. I think you could even argue that he's been top 3. He has been lights out on that Sojourn. In this tournament, you go back and watch some of their earlier games, he has been going absolutely crazy. First pick after first pick. Team Whites, I stand by that.
I wouldn't say top 3, but top 5, yeah, definitely. Okay. He's definitely one of them, like a standout for the Titans. If you didn't have him in the Titans roster right now, they wouldn't have had those wins.
Yeah.
Like,
who has Aspire played again?
Solo
Paris, New York, Toronto.
Yeah, but he's still taking down like people like
He took down the top 3 flex DPS in Yaki.
True and real.
You said it, not me.
No, I would like it to be stated that that's what a boss thinks and not what I think.
You heard it here first.
Damn, bro.
You heard it there first. Anyway, we got to move on. Jaws.
Yes.
We've selected so far, we got the Houston Outlaws, Vancouver Titans. What is a team that stands out to you?
Yeah, you softballed yourself there. You got a team.
I was
that's,
setting up the
pretty
segment. It was
hype.
an example.
Yeah.
easiest one.
All talk, easiest schedule. Look, Toronto Defiant. They're gonna make it. Sorry, Toronto.
Toronto.
Look, I'm using the Queen's English here, but Toronto. I will say it correctly. They are gonna make their own tournament. The Summer Showdown. That's it. Look, the Glads, where are they right now? They're on bottom. Where are the Spitfire? On the bottom. Where are the Boston Uprising? On the bottom. This is winnable. Like, look, they've taken down the Atlanta Reign. They had a semi-decent game against the Fuel. Look, it's still the Fuel. They're still incredibly good. But individually, this team collecting checks, bro. They're collecting bags, they're collecting checks, and they're collecting a ticket to the homestand, to the tournament in Toronto. I just don't see this team losing the next 3 games. I just don't think it's possible. I'm not going to say that's a Matt Morello guarantee or anything, but like their backline, Chorong and Twilight, have been just so incredible. Like Chorong coming into this season as a rookie, you're like, okay, rookie main support too, and his Lucio play has lived up to some of the greats that we've had in the league for quite some time, honestly.
And Hopper on that Junker Queen, kind of nasty with it.
Looking.
Here's the thing. I feel like it's still Toronto or Bull. I'm gonna add another one.
No. We gotta stop
okay, here's the thing.
Definable?
Definable. You know, they're not gonna defy the odds. Here's what's gonna happen, Jack. They're gonna qualify for their own land, and then they're gonna struggle in the tournament like they always do. And they never have broken that mold. So I agree with you that they're gonna make it. But I'm not sold.
Field advantage, baby.
Oh, yeah,
Toronto,
sure.
let's go, Defiant. I'm just saying, look, Twilight's going to show up and he's just going to body slam everybody on that stage. You're going to smack him.
They first have to make it in.
Yeah.
They will.
Toronto sends Jack a care package of clothes, and all of a sudden he's biased towards his team. It's crazy how that works.
Fuel gave me a hoodie in there. Yeah,
I'm not arguing with you. London Spitfire sent me a jersey, and for that reason, I think the London Spitfire are going to make the tournament as well.
Houston, please.
The London Spitfire, they are 1-1 right now. They beat the Boston Uprising in a pretty convincing fashion. They did lose to Florida Mayhem in their first one, though. But they look like an interesting team. We know how good they are at the rush, these coordinated team play. And they've put their own little spin on it. So far, they've been willing to put Backbone over to that May. They've played some chatty Reinhardt every now and then with mixed success, I'll put it that way. And most importantly, they pulled out the wheels mode. Look at this. How can you not cheer for the London Spitfire with the team that they have right now? They did just sign Khan as well from the Paris Eternal, so someone who will bolster that roster a little bit if he is required. So I think there is all the tools for London Spitfire to sort of get over to that next step. The question isn't, for me, are they going to qualify for the tournament? I want to see them perform better when they get to the playoffs, because they did kind of fizzle out. They didn't really win any matches in the mid-season madness, so I want to see them really hit that peak and keep making those steps, because this is a team that none of us expected to be in this situation right now in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if there was a winner of this segment, it probably would be Danny, because I picked the 4th place team, you picked the 5th place team, and Jack picked the 6th place team. So the best middle of the pack teams, whereas Danny picked Vancouver. So good job, Danny. Good job. You're brave, Danny.
I was like, who's on the top? Vancouver? Yeah, I'll talk about it. Oh, Matt already said he guaranteed. Okay, I'll take that one.
Easiest W alive.
Don't forget to submit your pick'ems for today's matches, of course. Download the Overwatch League app. And submit your pick'ems right now in your mobile phone, as well as on the website. You know, if you don't want to pull up your phone, maybe it's charging somewhere, you know, go to the website yourself. Submit your pick'ems for today's matches. We got some really exciting pick'ems later on today as well. You could make some pretty interesting picks there, so stay tuned and you'll see ours as well. But that's going to be it for, you know, some of the middle of the pack teams. Next up, we got the elite teams, the best of the best. It's going to be the LA Gladiators taking on the San Francisco Shock. We'll discuss that match and more in just a little bit. Stay tuned. We're in for one hell of a rematch later on today as the two best mid-season madness teams, the San Francisco Shock and the LA Gladiators, face each other once more, head-to-head. And while usually this would be like an epic matchup, you'd be like, oh, these are some of the two best teams in the league. This one has additional stakes on the line. No, it's not funny.
What is it?
But it's the best regular season win streak. The San Francisco Shock so far, they're gone 18-0 in their last 18 regular season matches, of course, including 3 of those from last year when they ended the season on a strong note. They're 15-0 so far this season. And the Vancouver Titans, they sit strong at number 1 with 19 wins in a row from their famous 2019 season. You know, Huxtall, Brigg, Bumper, Reinhardt. Good times, good times.
Nothing to me.
Good times.
Nothing to you? All right. Well, he was enjoying that one from the bench. The San Francisco
played
Shock.
that game.
The San Francisco Shock. You went 0-7 in one stage. That was really good. The San Francisco Shock so far, of course, 15-0, looking really good across all different metas. And I mean, going up against the LA Gladiators as well. It feels like in the regular season they have been better. They reverse swept them, of course, earlier in stage 1. So an interesting matchup here on our hands. Star players all over the place, whether it's the tank players, the damage players, the support players. Who are we keeping our eyes on in this Jotes meta, Costa?
For me, it has to be the rookie tanks from both of these teams. They've been popping off in their own little ways so far throughout this season. They've both really shown their flexibility so far, and I'm excited to see both of these teams play Junker Queen, but most importantly, I'm excited to see this rivalry, this bromance flourish a little bit more, because I'm going to show you a different head-to-head right now, because this is when they got really up close and personal. Reiner contemplating everything he was going before they got real close, and this is what happens.
Literal head-to-head.
This is when the Chad mates, the Jotes of the league, come up and go toe-to-toe, and you know, Reiner got the best of them in one of the matches. Kaluj got the better in the other match. So this is really the best of 3 finale between these two teams. Oh yeah, look at this. This is what you should expect today.
Stare down.
Oh yeah, big stare down. But in a serious note, they are going to play Junker Queen as well. And we've seen, honestly, for the caliber of both of their players, they haven't really lived up to the high expectations from either of them. If we look at their stats, so Reiner has him beat in damage, but everything else, Kaluj has him in spades. So the most important thing to remember is the Shock are 3-0 so far in this stage, while the Gladiators are 0-2. So that's always going to skew the numbers just a little bit. But can Kaluj keep that streak going and the San Francisco Shock to break a record?
Yeah, the LA Gladiators hit scan situation so far, it hasn't really been the cleanest in the Summer Showdown. But as far as Genji play comes, Danny, there is one reliable rock on the LA Gladiators.
Kevster, yes. And I think, I think the Junker Queen head-to-head is very, very interesting. But I think, yeah, of course, Genji, because he's so important in this meta right now. And, both of these teams have great Genji players. We got Kevster on the LA Gladiators, and we got, yes, Proper! Is it time for us to talk about Proper again?
It's that time of the day.
Yes, Proper on the Genji is amazing as well. And like Costa said, because San Francisco Shock has one more game, so that is why I think Proper has better looking stats. But I don't have any doubt that Kevster is also an amazing Genji player. Both of them are super talented. They have always shown their prowess in any match that they play. Kevster on Gladiators, I think even in a mid-season madness tournament, he was popping up. Proper, we saw him yesterday getting that 5K again. And I think for the Genji head-to-head or Genji matchup, it is definitely going to be interesting to see both of these players.
Absolutely. Now, I think you'd be a bit of a fool to just simply assume that every role is as important in every single meta. But in this Jotes meta, I truly believe that the supports matters as much as the tank and damage draw. So take us home here. When it comes to the supports, which matchup stands out to you?
I want you to. I wish we actually captured the rehearsals for this, because all Johnny did was just bad
Blame
mouth
supports
support.
from
The support players sitting over here, and all Johnny was doing was
chirping about Junker Queen. Oh, the supports don't matter.
The tanks are great.
I leave a good tip for my Anas who are just simply existing.
No, you don't.
No,
I
played with you. All I hear is
every
complaints
role.
about the lack of healing. It's
It's preposterous.
It's not. It happened. Trust us.
Talk about the
Supports
Lucios.
against tanks.
Come on. I'm ordering you to talk about the Lucios.
bring it home.
Lucios, can we bring that up? That would be great. We have 2 of the best Lucios in the league.
Well, okay, Violet, you just said Violet.
No. Don't talk to me.
Woo!
Don't do it. Mr. Hathaway on the right. Mr. Park on the left. Violet and Funny Astro. Violet has been a surprisingly good Lucio this season. Obviously, it was a little bit of a meme before, but
look at the final blows.
Like, a lot of Lucios are getting a lot of value just like individually in this meta, which is kind of crazy. Support, I think, is a little bit overlooked, Johnny. And it's something that it's worth keeping in mind. The amount of damage that Astro specifically outputs too is insane. Like, a lot of people talk about Astro's mechanics as the Lucio, but firing those Cheerios and actually getting good aim and value with that is ridiculous. These two both have like incredible aim with the left click, but also they're like, especially Astro, like a history as a Lucio player is just so important in this meta. You can tell when a flex support or a main support that's not too familiar with the Lucio pick steps into the server versus someone like Astro and Violet in this case as well. It's just not a night and day difference, and it's one of the reasons why Violet and Astro are doing well. They shouldn't be ignored ever. Don't listen to Johnny.
No,
supports. We need.
You gotta stop this narrative. Anyway, we'll have to battle it down with the predictions later on today, and maybe we can decide who actually is the smartest out of all of us. 3 exciting matchups coming your way. The San Francisco Shock against the LA Gladiators. I feel like that one could go either way. I mean, the Gladiators struggle a bit so far, but they are the mid-season madness champions, of course. Boom. We all predict the Houston Outlaws. Oh, everyone predicts the Shock.
Bam! Boring.
All right, it's boring, but we haven't been that great at predictions so far this stage. So, you know, if you're a viewer, just like don't assume that they're all going to win, because what do we know, okay? What do we know? We're just here to entertain.
We're at like 2 and 5.
It was not great. Someone who probably has better predictions than us here at the desk is, of course, going to be Mitch, who we welcome back from a little sojourn. Yes, that's right. Sojourn is an actual word. It's not just a name. Welcome back, Mitch. And we're very happy that you... What are you guys looking at me like that?
Danny's like, what?
What's the sojourn mean?
Where's my dictionary?
I'll show you later. We're very happy that Mitch is, of course, back to shackle Matt in place. No other talent member on the team can, you know...
It was hard to wrangle him yesterday, I'll tell you that.
It's hard to wrangle Matt indeed. So, yeah, welcome back, Mitch. We're glad to have you here.
Yeah, thank you very much, gents. Good to be here. Bit of a, not really my choice to take that sojourn, which, a sojourn, Danny, is a quick a break. You know what I mean? Like a little bit of like a sabbatical. You know what a sabbatical is? It's like that. That's what I did.
Yeah. You went on a vacation. That's what he's trying to say. Went on a vacation.
I understand.
Look at this array. What is this, like a failed NSYNC cover band
like
here in the truck? Like,
I gotta say as well.
We're bringing it back right now.
Nobody picked the Spitfire
we look
today.
Great.
Nobody picked the Spitfire today.
Would you pick the
Matt,
Spitfire
you picking
today,
the Spitfire?
Matt? Okay, I'm taking the Spitfire today, and I'm gonna tell you why. Today is gonna be a big day for the UK. It's gonna be August 20th. Is essentially gonna be what it is.
Big up, massive.
It's gonna be what August 14th is for Canada. Anthony Joshua against Usyk 2. Joshua, the UK fighter, lost the first one, gonna win the second one. Leon Edwards against Kamaru Usman. Leon Edwards, British fighter, lost the first one. Gonna win the second one.
Who are any of these people?
The Outlaws beat London the first time, and London in the other way that the other UK sports people are going to win their rematches. London's going to win today.
Okay, Grandpa. All right, you've had your... Okay, I am going to save the desk from you. I'm going to allow them to escape.
We love you, Mitch.
We can move on and talk about the video games.
I'm surprised nobody took London.
For you. All right. Well, okay. Can we talk about that briefly? Because London did try a couple of different things. We also saw some teams in APAC, last couple of days try to not be forced into jotes with some really
that doesn't really
questionable
work, but sure. Yeah. I mean,
so okay, but why? Can we talk a little bit about the Spitfire? Because there are actually a couple points that speak in your favor. I just want to see if you've done your homework or if you just make it up.
Well, look, I mean, we kind of look at the Houston Outlaws as a whole right now, right? We were talking a little bit, like you were asking, like, did Doge play? How's Lep? Like, we've seen Doge and Dante both play the Junker Queen. Right. They almost got reverse swept. I think people thought that New York maybe was like a bit better than what they were, especially after like yesterday's game. They were like pretty tragic. So I think they're kind of like hard to gauge. I think the biggest thing for this is like, has London leveled up their Junker Queen kind of goats play within the last like week or so?
Because they tried to mix in the Rhine and the May a little bit at times, and obviously that had some limited success. So I think this team may be definitely working on a couple of things. They're probably on the back burner for the time being. But there are definitely some things to look forward to in this particular matchup. Obviously, this is it's Admiral's time to hit the field once more. Obviously, I think looking at the Sojourn head-to-head, or at least the sort of hit scan DPS head-to-head is big, because we talk so much about Merit, we will in a moment, but Sparker actually outdoes Merit in final blows, railgun kills, accuracy, and lower depths. We spent so much time talking about Merit Sojourn, but Sparker really quite frightening on that pick for the same reason. We got to see that as well in the previous tournament stage.
Yeah, they also signed Khan. Don't know if we'll see him here today. Not in the starting lineup, but I would say that fills up a hole, right, where you were worried about their Zenyatta play. They had to put Backbone in the support line. Yeah, whatever you want to call him. It was Backbone. They had to put him there.
Wow, the veil's been removed on this whole thing. I never look at it the same way.
Hopefully nobody was being tricked, same person. But this meta, they don't have to play that, right? They don't have to play the Zenyatta. Like, the Zenyatta's
unless you're Florida or New York. Because they did try
true.
that a little bit, right? Especially on like Gibraltar defensive setups, but probably not something this team wants to go for.
I like the Khan signing, though, for like later in the season, right? Like, if you're going to have like a Zenyatta meta kind of sneak up yet again. Take a look at the Outlaws starting lineup today. It'll be Dante in to kick things off. In the tank role, I think probably still figuring out how you kind of work around, both. It's kind of weird to say like Dante is like a tank now, like, but effectively like this year he really kind of has been just a tank.
Right.
How you fit, work around who's going to play what in terms of the tank role, right? Who's going to play where and whatnot. And you have Lep and Lastro there as support line.
Yeah, look, I've been really impressed with Lastro so far on the Brigitte, right? I mean, this is a player we knew as being a main supporter, Lucio player. We were first impressed by his move over towards some of those more what we consider flex supports, right? Showing, really great play on the Zen specifically, and now on the Brigitte, he's topping healing and uptime for Inspire after that first week. Now, in fairness, that 5 mapper against the Gladiators, a lot of head-to-head fighting. Lastros had a lot of uptime in general, just fighting amongst the pack here, but it's a good sign so far for a player who's been called on to step into multiple support roles, and that's what you need for the Outlaws here. You have a rock-solid core to rely on, and again, they're looking to bounce back after look, I would say unexpected loss for them up against New York, especially after New York just got fed to the Titans. So Outlaws expected to continue to look strong here, as we still wonder what the Spitfire have been working on.
I would also say something to keep an eye on. Yesterday, we saw the Dallas Fuel and the Defiant, right? Where the Defiant ran the Ash, like a lot of the maps, like pretty much the entire time. And with some of the maps, it definitely gave the Dallas Fuel some trouble. If you see the Ash start to creep in on some of these maps that have maybe like a little bit longer sight lines, and how that impacts some of these teams if they're going to try and run it as well.
Yeah, well, obviously the Dynamite creates a lot of extra heal pressure, right? In competitions where you don't have a lot of burst available to you, but between the Lucio and the Brig, and you don't want to pop the shout for, just incidental healing. You need to be involved there. So
it's just a one-shot
capability. Consistently connect those. Yeah, obviously that has an impact as well. If like your healers aren't ready.
Sojourn,
Yeah, it is that railgun that can be a difference maker, and it's why a lot of people maybe prefer to see the Sojourn outside of like high ground defensive scenarios. Both have zoning tools, right? It's more that once you hit with the Dynamite, you can't just walk out of some radius. You are going to be ticking with that healing, which is really annoying for like non-Ana or non-Moira, non-Baptiste healers to deal with, because it's just consistent tick damage. Here we go, though.
I also find this to be like a little bit of a prove-it stage for the London Spitfire, right? We know they can do it in that Reinhardt matchups. They can force that on teams when the meta seems a little bit more open. But you kind of get into a meta like this, where barring some shenanigans in APAC, right? Everybody's pretty much playing the same thing. Can you win in this like head-to-head matchups against some of these teams? I think it really kind of solidifies if London's going to be the real deal for the rest of the season or not.
No doubt about it. Shard already comes out here early now as the Outlaws posture in towards the middle of the map a little more. Merit, he gets chased down. He takes a big hit, and Spark is actually able to finish the job with that railgun here. A great opening for the London Spitfire, and now they can play with a little bit more aggression. Dante's not getting out alive here. Shout for him, but it's going to be a Wilhelm scream as he heads back to spawn.
And you think the London Spitfire should be good at a composition like this, right? That wants to play a little bit more closer together, wants to kind of brawl it out. Obviously just a little bit different than like the Reinhardt-based compositions. I feel like the fights here go a little bit more extended than that, just with the amount of like healing and just AoE healing in general. But it'll be the London Spitfire. They take that first fight. This one, obviously, a very difficult point to take back. Should be able to get a lot of percentage here.
Yeah, this Merit versus Sparker matchup should be, for any sort of well-read DPS fan, should be fascinating to see how it plays out here. And peel there from Admiral. Landon, though, a little bit low. His backbone's also forced to peel off to that right-hand side now. Shout from the Outlaws as they want to engage, but it's going to be the sound barrier in for Admiral. Elastro's already fallen here. Everyone pushing up. Out towards the side, you can see that Merit was hoping for a bit of an angle by the roadside, but he finds nothing. Only gets Sparker in the end. It's not nearly enough.
And it's so interesting because Hottie goes over to the side up on that staircase, right? And the Outlaws think they have him separated, and they basically use everything imaginable to try and get to Hottie. And they just sound barrier on the other side of the London Spitfire. Keep him alive, and then everybody now has their back turned to everybody else kind of flooding in there from London. They're able to take that fight as they've looked good. I was, you know, joking around, but I was actually really surprised that everybody went with the Outlaws in this series. Thought it was going to be way closer coming in.
Well, Backbone pulls a blade there, and he gets the response he wanted. The sound barrier comes out from Lep, he acquiesces, and now Pelican look to try and pressure his way in on the left-hand side. Sparker doing much the same here with that overclock. Here comes the shout, rallies from both sides now as the Outlaws want to come forward here. The Spitfire are still ticking up in that capture progress. And Pelican's able to get a bit of a health pack now, so he'll deflect, stay around that left-hand side, but it's Pelican to fall first there with a deflect bird. It looks like the Spitfire are ready to engage. And now a 97%. They're really just happy to sit back. It's the Outlaws that have to make the play and have to do it undermanned. Here's Hardy, Rampage comes through, but Hardy was already anti-healed before he dived in. Still a huge connection on the Outlaws, though, and Sparker and Backbone finding 3 between them.
Yeah, I mean, Hardy connects with, I think, 3 or 4 players there. With his Rampage is a dominant performance there from the London Spitfire in our first round. The Outlaws never really got anything going. And something we've been talking about a little bit, Mitch, since you're hanging out at the beach and whatnot. Like when you get 2 of these teams, I remember like GOATs where if you got a team that was just way better on the day or just way better in general, like a lot of those matches were like blowouts, right? Like yesterday, I think we had like in the West, like 2 3-0s and a 3-1. Like the series was light.
Skill differentials tend to blow out a lot more in a battle like this. Yeah. Absolutely. I've got to say, the credit Hardy, he actually gets rampaged first by Dante, and despite the fact that he's anti-healed, he still goes for it, and he gets like 4 people with it, just setting up the rest of his team.
So we get a May here for the London Spitfire.
Yep.
I think if you're London, they've kind of messed around with like saying like they're gonna like try and play some Reinhardt stuff. Like, I think Queen is just so strong that if you can't like make it work, like playing the exact comp that the Outlaws are, you have to just try and play maybe variations of it, right? Where like May has always like even been like historically pretty good on this point. Can you run the May in combination with this and make it work? Thus far, everyone just going off here on the May in close quarters, make it difficult for anything to go on. Is maybe the Spitfire point again.
I think it's important to point out that the idea of May walling people off and creating that spacing, creating that isolation is a very meta-agnostic concept, right? It doesn't really matter if there's a Junker Queen in the mix or not. If you can catch a Genji like he did there and just throw a wall up, slow him up, a player advantage in this metagame is worth so much more.
And you think how we talk about how these fights are just so long with like the sustain that goes on. Now you throw a May in the mix, right? Who's got a ice block, a large HP pool, where that'll be Merit who takes out Admiral first. This is the first time that the Outlaws have started off a fight with that first kill.
Sparker really trying to hope to create a pick there while they were a player down, but it wasn't forthcoming here. So the Outlaws will steamroll through pretty comfortably here. It's worthwhile pointing out there won't be a particular sound barrier advantage for either side. That's what really hurt the Outlaws in that previous round there, losing. Thinking that they had Hardy, when in reality, Admiral turned the tables.
And I think you're going to need to see that from Merit pretty consistently if the Outlaws are going to win this series, right? Getting those first picks on the Sojourn is so impactful, especially, I know, if the Spitfire are going to play like this, right? Go for something that's really investing in that brawl, right? Like, not a lot of fast kill potential, not like, the Genji dashing through everybody, whatnot. Is Dante in a tough spot here.
No way he's getting away. The wall is perfect. Lastro can't line of sight to get any heal packs. So the Junker Queen, even with her own shout, she has to shout for only herself and she still gets brought down, which basically ends the fight.
Also think about the Junker Queen like hitbox, right? And now Backbone is in the Junker Queen's face, right? With his own Junker Queen, slowing her down, and then Sparker is just firing bullets in and then just has to hit a rail to a slow tank who has like a pretty large hitbox. So makes it really difficult for Dante, as it'll be support ultimates for both sides online there. Just the Blizzard invested from the Spitfire.
All right, here's the rally straight away. Soundberry gets used at the same time. So both teams going to go for all of those ultimates here. So going to be a little while before we see any eliminations here. Lastro's seen better days, though. He's caught inside that close quarters area, and Hardy is going to chop them up.
So there was no May wall in place there, right? Because Backbone had used the May wall at the choke, but when they went in and fought towards that side area there with the 2 exit ways, he actually just ice blocks in the middle of one of the doorways and just body blocks for that extended period of time, and they can't get out. That's how the Lastro and Dante got stuck in there. Really nice play. I mean, you can't break the ice block, right? The ice block's impenetrable.
Spark is back to the point. Points out Dante, of course, who's getting close to that rampage. Hardy has one of his own, and you'll notice the Spitfire want to play around the main and inside that right-hand side room for the time being. Oh, there it is. Astro was a sitting duck. Dante now sheepishly going to try and get away, and sure, the Outlaws might be able to back away for a time. Hardy wanted to chase, though, when he got what he came for, running down Dante. After that rampage came through, and Spark now keeps shooting as Lep will want to try and keep the point going. That'll be tough for him to stay alive, and he gets eliminated pretty much as soon as his feet touch the ground.
I mean, outside of that one fight, the Outlaws end up winning. It is all London Spitfire. And I tell you what, Mitch, after that rant I went on, we were talking to the desk, somebody tweeted me. They were like, if all those predictions come through, I will get a tattoo of X on my back. You better start booking that appointment now. London Spitfire looking good here, kicking things off.
Which rant was it? Was it about the sports players that we did?
Yeah, I think I'd have to get everything right. Which, to be honest, a few of those are unlikely. The London Spitfire are probably the most likely out of all of them.
This is just a classic Matt Morello multi. Yep, yeah, we've seen that plenty. Okay, the London Spitfire starts strong. The little May tweak there from Backbone looks to be impactful. And the Outlaws are sluggish out the gates, to be sure. The Overwatch League is coming to Toronto. The Defiant are hosting Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament. They might actually be there, by the way. Presented by Bell at Mattamy Athletic Centre, September 8th to 11th. Experience Esports live and come join the party, featuring a fan activation zone, Overwatch 2 free play, and your boy! He's gonna be there! Probably, unless I get deported, because anyone rolled my visa, but after 3 weeks, you'd think that would be fun. All right, I'm good. All right, we're back. Okay. Anyway, come check us out in Toronto. It's gonna be good times. Matthew, look, a little bit of a tweak there for the London Spitfire, bringing the Mayhem, but Hardy was, oh man, he was hot to try in that round.
Yeah, Hardy was on point. Didn't have to put him on the Reinhardt today. I think the Reinhardt just plays really poorly into these types of comms. So if he can start to really master this Junker Queen, could be another good tournament for the London Spitfire. I also gotta say, I'm super excited for Toronto. I love going to Toronto. I've been a few times, done some Call of Duty stuff up there. Always super fun.
It will be my first time.
Really?
Actually, so.
You're missing out. I love Toronto.
You said, actually, I remember it previously in that round, you're sort of mentioning how important sort of those first picks from Sparker would be, and there were actually quite a few of them.
Yeah.
But the May, look, a bit of a variation, and the reason why we're going to spend some time on this is because a lot of teams are not really deviating from their standard Jote setup here, but look, it wasn't like reinventing the wheel. The May play was just really solid, and the maps really catered to that May wall usage there in that last round.
The map did, yes. I think that is like the success of that is entirely map dependent. Like right there, that's a great opportunity to pull it out. Now, as we go into the next map with a lot of high ground, probably not the right opportunity to bring that one out. You look at Dorado, right? Dorado, lots of high ground.
Yeah.
You can't really run it there, right? I think you're going to see probably, the Genji v Genji set up for at least the next two maps.
Yeah, Paraiso obviously a little bit harder to make use of these small corridors. Obviously a good point there, but the London Spitfire also shown to be pretty resilient when it comes to that standard GOAT setup. I've got to say, Admiral had a fantastic reactive sound barrier in that sort of city center fight on Oasis to protect Hardy, and the Outlaws were essentially shut out of the round then. So even on the fundamental level, the Spitfire are looking good, and like you said, Matt, you're a little shocked that no one on the desk really sort of picked London to take this, especially how, weird the Outlaws looked against New York here, but you start to see a little bit of a shift in the balance of power here.
Yeah, I think this would be interesting from the Outlaws, and not the Pelican Widowmaker. I don't think Widow we've seen we've seen a little bit, but not really run to great effect. I think the Ashe could be interesting here, right? A little bit longer sightline, some high ground. I would actually say it makes more sense a little bit on defense, right? I don't really think it makes that much sense on the attack, but maybe we see the Ashe come out from merit, whether it's offense or defense. Right now, still hovering. It'll be Sparker on the Sojourn on D.
So Widow's,
it's probably just a shot and then a swap, yeah.
You can punish Sojourn trying to go for a cute little sort of slide in and jump with Widow. But
they're on the Ashe on offense
here.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think there are some maps where the Ashe plays maybe a bit better than the Sojourn, and some longer sight lines here. It's a possibility.
I think Merit's hoping to punish a drop down for the Spitfire because his angle's really sharp. You see where he's playing here on this low ground. Maybe you want to try and punish the high ground, that left side room with some dynamite, but Merit is actually... See where he's trying to get that dynamite off here. Now Dante's managed to wrap around. This is going to have to provoke a response from the Spitfire, and Sparker's not able to connect that first rail. He is aware of Pelican trying to make a flank here, but essentially, Sparker been out of the fight for the start of it here.
It's really odd, though, that the Outlaws have kind of backed themselves into this corner. They backed themselves into the corner, so you do get a trade. The Genji's fall for both sides is the Outlaws kind of playing from position of power on the point.
Yeah, Spark at least able to take some high ground here and throw that disruptor shot into the backhand corner. Yeah, the Outlaws are also so durable. It's going to take a lot of effort to shift them off here. So Spitfire eventually, that's what we're looking for. Some burst damage, a burst elimination, one that can't be healed up or covered over with that overshield. Now we start to see the Spitfire play a little bit more aggressively. Sparker slides forward and we get the cleanup. It's 45% for the Outlaws on that point 8.
Yeah, Lasher from the top rope just came flying around the corner. It looked like maybe he had that's kind of what it looks like if Hottie actually connects a knife and grips him out towards. So maybe he actually had the knife in him and kind of went around the corner real quick and then gripped him out. But sets up a nice shot there for Sparker to land. I think as well the overclock, obviously you have to nail the shots here, but probably a little bit more impactful than the Bob. Although you could send Bob straight to the point. There's a lot of open sight lines there.
A lot of chip damage on Outlaws here. Forces the shout from Dante early on, which is fine. But Admiral and Landon both have those support ultimates online here. So if the Outlaws try and engage hard in the next 30 seconds, it'll go against them. Here they go anyway. Left pretty low. Lastro gets the rally online. He won't use it. That's maybe the correct decision. There will be a shout from Dante, but Backbone's already managed to
They use the Bob in their spawn too. So like how I was talking about, the Bob maybe like makes a difference on the point. They almost like use Bob defensively and get absolutely nothing. You would think, right? I mean, I think the Sojourn just is able to get through that choke a bit easier, right? With the the slide and then the jump, a little bit more speed, but looks like we're going to stay on the Ashe for now, as it'll be double support ults for the Outlaws coming in, right? So a slight advantage, but everything available here pretty much else for the London Spitfire.
It's hard for an attacking Sojourn to get rail charge, I think, is maybe half the problem. Maybe why you want to play the Ashe. Good sound barrier timing there. That comes in response to Backbone's blade being drawn. Admiral still has one up his sleeve. Here it is. That's got to be 5 players caught. The Rampage now. A sound barrier to follow it up here for the London Spitfire, and they've got everything they need. Merit gets run down, and the Spitfire get the perfect little combo for Pelican. That's so nasty. A huge easy heal came through there, and Pelican dashes up. He's found 3. Blade drawn here. Hardy already gone down, and Pelican for 4 in the fight. What a turnaround for the Outlaws.
I mean, that looked like it was going to swing heavily in favor of London until Pelican decided to extend this game, as pulls out the blade, swings through about 4 players there.
That. You get 5 players. Look at the anti-heal from Dante's Rampage. That's what sets this up. Look how
just one dash and maybe he didn't even need the blade, right? With how topped up the teammates are after that, but man, that dash through connects at 3. That's nasty.
One of the most unlikely turnarounds based on sort of the game state after Hardy charges in. 5 players anti-heal and you're ready to go. It's a great response. And it had a sound barrier as well. Maybe Admiral used it too early.
Possibly. This is where I think the Ashe on defense would be interesting, right? Where you have all of this high ground. Like, look at the top of the buildings, right? Being able to control some of this. Like, Ashe is quite devastating when you can get some of that high ground control.
I'm going to be honest, better looks here for the Outlaws. At least that last fight.
Yeah, for sure.
Reactive play now. It's going to see left getting close to the next sound barrier. Overclock on deck here for Sparker. The Spitfire do give a little bit of progress to the Outlaws, but Merit's very low, and Sparker has the perfect vantage point. He connects both of those ultimate shots on Merit, crucially. Now the Outlaws now sent packing. Very healthy Spitfire, more than happy to keep the pressure on.
A nice boop there by left. Knocking Sparker out of the way. Maybe he gets around the corner, hits a rail shot there. You can see more collapse coming in from London, but allows Houston to regroup a bit here. Minute 38 on the clock. Maybe you go fast here if you're London with the rally, right? Try and close this gap.
We're walking into a sound barrier is the issue. Bob will also be up, which is crucial. Blade coming out from Backbone now. Who's he looking for? He's found Merit pretty early on, but it's going to be a 4v4 as Sparker had fallen already. And yeah, that sound barrier from left is what the Spitfire were at great risk of running into. They're still going to go for it though. Here's the rally just in time to keep Lep standing. It's going to be a shout from Dante. A timely one at that. As Backbone was still threatening, but the Spitfire will be bounced back once more.
But can you fight this again, though? Backbone gets out. Admiral's going to be coming back. You're going to be so close towards a sound barrier.
It'll be close.
Can you make a last stand here? Worst case, you get some other ultimates out of the Outlaws. Yep, the cart goes right towards the finish line.
Dante has Rampage available. Sound barrier had to be used for the Spitfire to have a chance even in this fight, and that's mostly expired now. Pelican lines him up. Blade finds 2 here, and despite Backbone and Landon's best efforts, it's going to be another Outlaws win. And now maybe you don't feel bad about London challenging that man if they don't sort of open with the sound barrier, but they definitely felt like they could have won there.
I still feel like it's a little bit of a win, though. Like, because you trade your sound barrier for what? Blade, Bob, and their beat on the other side, right? Really, you kind of trade like 1 ult for 2, 3. You still feel like that's a pretty good spot there for the London Spitfire, but it seems like Pelican's starting to come online, right? Like every time we see him use these blades, at least here in the first half, it's been really good.
Well, he's timing the blade pretty well against the sound barrier of Admiral. He's waiting sort of like 2 to 3 seconds after beat before even pulling the blade, generally. So he's actually managing to time. The Spitfire had to start the fight with a beat. They couldn't use it reactively because of blade, and that's what puts them at a disadvantage against the Genji and on the state there.
Hardy
Rampage is ready.
Rampage here, yeah.
Yep. Shout already come out from the Outlaws. Oh, here we go. 2 connected with Dante and Merit. Crucially going to be hit harder. The only one going to suffer the crackback, but it's enough for Sparker to follow up. Merit's going to be removed. It's going to be the Spitfire able to hold up here on defense. And again, a pretty underwhelming rampage from Dante, only finding Hardy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot, right? You have to kind of try and fight around this corner. You know that you're playing against the clock at this point. You've depleted some ultimates in that previous fight just to get the cart going. And, you know, the backstop of the map completion there, London's not in any type of urgency to use tons of other ults, right? So, have to make something out of these situations if you're the Outlaws.
But it puts us at support ult parity now, whereas Lep and Admiral previously were out of phase in those sound barriers. Now they're basically ready at the same time. Okay, starting with the blade here. Backbone forces. Lep's going to barrier late. That's actually really nice timing. Backbone can't do anything there. He's going to get boots by Lastro. And the Outlaws have a chance to make something happen here with 11 seconds left in the round. Late beat from Admiral after they already lost Backbone, rather. And Leonard's able to find Dante, crucially. Still, the Outlaws have no choice but to go here. Pelican looking for purchase. They're going to be on the cart here, but from the high ground is going to come that overclock. Sparker has the perfect vantage point now, and he opts to give it up in favor of getting close and personal here with Lep. He'll eventually find the finish, but Bob's now going to be on the scene. Sparker having to play left around that corner to avoid that pressure. But it's decent for the Outlaws. It allows them to approach. Now without Bob, though, there has to be a plan B. And so far that involves Lastro having to shield bash through and disrupt the shot. But again, Admiral, Mirror with a key pick-off here. Lastro eventually goes down, but he was going to be sacrificed to keep the round going anyway. And Pelicans found Sparker. That's a huge pick-off here. Dante can survive. It'll be crucial, but no, eventually it's going to be too much for him to hold up through. And the London Spitfire will be the last one standing here.
And it was a bit concerning when you saw London. You were like, oh, why would they use the sound barrier up there on the high ground? They had Dante low. Maybe Dante thought that there was going to be no sound barrier used there and you were going to be able to fight it for a little bit longer. There was no sense of urgency, right, where the sound barrier was going to come in. He was going to be in big trouble and get ran down. But they end up popping the sound barrier up there, taking him out. And that kind of, like, kills are just being traded pretty much for the rest of the game at that point. But that one was huge there to give London Spitfire their hold. Thought Pelican played really good there in the first half for the Outlaws. You saw Merit. It's interesting. You saw, like, towards the end, like, one of that final fights, he gets that first, like, he gets a kill in it. And then you can see it from the POV. I don't know who you were watching from the first person, but it's like 3 players from London just get in his face and run him down. I think he actually ended up, like, dying to his own, whether it's, like, dynamite, tick damage or something, like, probably dropping it. They probably dropped the dynamite at his feet, knowing he was going to die, and just shot it to kill people coming on in. Yeah, let's take a look here. How does that actually happen? Yeah, it is the dynamite at his feet. Yeah.
The brick shield there. And he does end up shooting it.
And he does some ticking damage, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's in a tough spot either way. I think Merit can make better use of the Ashe here on defense. This is where I thought you would see more of the Ashe play.
Yeah. Like I said before, I think the only reason maybe why he prefers not to take Sojourn on the attack there is because the attackers aren't really standing out in the open. They play, you know, they peek the corner on that high ground and don't give you consistent rail charge. It's probably a little frustrating as Sojourn, and then you're forced to play aggressive to get damage. You know, probably not a great situation, so. Ashe here, both sides from Merit, one of our most prolific Sojourn players from the previous tournament. So if he's making the switch, makes you wonder. Okay. Nicely done from Backbone there. Not normally the one called up to take that role, but again, it'll grapple up on the Widow, and that's a great start.
Now, will that result in anything? We'll find out. But it just takes a while for the offense to get through this choke that you probably have Merit back. Oh, okay, here we go.
Now we're cooking with gas, Matthew. Pelican taken down, Dante with no support remaining, and the swing of the axe not connecting. What a great opener. And again, Merit doesn't really have a lot of mobility outside of Coach Gun, so it's a long walk back from spawn after getting picked.
You almost couldn't, like, you couldn't write a better start there for the London Spitfire with Backbone, who, I mean, how many times have we seen Backbone play Widowmaker throughout the season? Like, that may be it, like a few seconds here and there. Just with a headshot, right? Merit drapes right into his crosshairs, and you've unlocked that payload now with 5 minutes plus. You got Merit again here.
Oh, man, what a punish. Just one shot's all you need, and that's why so many teams preferring the Sojourn in that slot. Cart's going to be on the move here, Hardy with a shout. The Outlaws probably a little bit unsure about how to proceed here, lacking their key damage dealer. Merit switched over to Sojourn here, man. Oh, nasty. That's a problem.
These staggers have been insane too, like,
yeah, it's environmental kill city right there.
Well, the Outlaws haven't given them, like, So on offense, when we saw kind of like the head-to-head fights, the Outlaws they were obviously hanging in there like a good team would. On this round though, they haven't given themselves an opportunity, right? You lose Merit, then as he's coming back, you lose Lep, then you lose the fight, then you lose Merit at the start of the next fight, then you have some environmental kills as he's coming back. Like, they haven't given themselves an opportunity to fight well here.
Have no ults. That's going to hurt them here when the blade comes calling. Backbone hunting. Lep might have been the target. It looks like forcing him back was going to be more than enough for Backbone. Here's the sound barrier coming a little bit later, and Dante's already been felled. It's a 5v4 in a Spitfire. Are looking so good, so much better in fact. Merit forced to his knees here after he finds that one elimination, but that's really all she wrote for the Outlaws. A very, very slow showing from Houston today.
5 minutes and 30 seconds here for the final part of the map. You don't even need the completion. Is really London kind of working with everything here. Also, Merit, right, the new DPS passive in where you kind of keep that 30% or whatnot.
Yeah.
It's not even really a factor here because he didn't even build up any ultimate on the Ashe. Backbone actually goes over to the main. Oh, it's another first pick.
That can't be happening. That cannot. I mean, like Jack mentioned, the Cheerios flying across the map there. Lep just perhaps positioning himself a little too aggressively here. Great disruptor shot. Lastro.
They force out that he had to use that. Yeah, he had to end up using that.
Big rampage. Lastro already taken down. Hardy getting in there. Now it's Dante's turn. Hardy and Landon going to be anti-healed here, and Landon going to be punished by Pelican if he can catch him, and so he does. The maze going to be a problem for Pelican, though he quickly heads upstairs. What's nothing to do with the endothermic blaster here. And the Outlaws finally get a defensive hold.
They had to use a lot to do it, though. I thought Lastro was as good as dead up there on the high ground, but he ends up with the rally, playing it perfectly around the corners, able to build up some health, allows Lep to come back into the fight as well. Gives the Outlaws a chance as now we see Merit with that overclock. This is his first ult of the second half, right? You have Backbone. Backbone's working towards his second. You have Sparker as well. Like, this has got to be impactful. And you think here, if you can force this fight in the open here, if you're London, you have this Blizzard. Like, that is and they have no support ults. That's a GG there.
Pelican has to dash there, no choice. Taken down by Sparker, though. The railgun caught him on the way up. That's huge. And yeah, maybe Backbone just lines that up for Sparker as the slowed Genji is suspended in midair a little longer than he otherwise would have been. And Merit's overclock gets nothing. You've waited an entire round for your ultimate and get absolutely Fanny Adams from it. Not good at all. Lastra going to be brought down, and there's the blue box of victory now as Dante just gets bounced around the backline. London playing with their food right now, but their time is about up for the Outlaws. Stunning stuff here, and Houston look completely listless. A nice little 2-0 start for the Spitfire.
They had like 3 minutes and 30 they finished this with as well.
This is speed running.
Bank. So, man, a brutal start for the Houston Outlaws, but if you were wondering, like, hey, can the London Spitfire play these types of compositions and play it against some of the upper echelon teams here in the West, at least here against the Outlaws, it definitely looks so.
The Outlaws' woes continue here after a bit of a shaky last game. This one looks much, much worse. The Spitfire has shown us it's not just that standard London comp that they can find success on. Map number 3 is coming up real soon, and the Outlaws had better come up with something post-haste.
Let's freaking go, dude. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh!
슛 디펜스로 나와.
You?
I want to see chat.
Me too.
When you're on DPS.
Yeah. I'm saying now Korean chat, you know.
Oh yeah.
딜량 1등은 뭐냐 DPS?
김동준 끊임없이 보고 있는 우마표이를. 와 진짜 내가 이거 보여줘야 돼. 내가 봤을 때 옆팀에서
누가 보여준다고?
여기서 내가 리그에서 보여줬는데 내가 여기서 펜딱 찍은 거 이거를 그대로 보여줘야 돼. 내가 봤을 때.
이번에 POTG 겐지들이 다 먹었어. 전 경기랑 전전 경기.
그만큼 겐지가 임팩트 있잖아.
그거 영향도 먹어야겠다.
아 잠깐 겁 무거워. 무슨 소린지 알지? 겁 무거워. 잠깐.
I'm a little nervous though. Hacking 10 can tell me it's all gonna be okay.
Deep breaths. Don't scream too loud, Chris. I don't want to hear you screaming.
Stop nervous.
If I hear like mid map, I'm gonna be angry.
She joined.
Hey, don't make me nervous, okay? Just play, okay?
Yeah. I'm used to 4v5.
Just
Don't
play.
worry.
Don't yell, don't loud, Rainer.
Sure.
Specialist you, Rainer, okay?
Yeah, please don't loud.
Wait, I think I found the pocket pick. I'm gonna be real.
Can you shut up and just use blade?
Don't tell me it's a blade.
Alright, let's do a mic check. Violet. Finn. Kalush. Hilo. Popper.
Popper no mouse.
They're coming near me. Stop. Hacking, stop.
If I allowed to punch you guys, I want to punch you guys. Alright, it's gonna get rolled.
One doesn't he?
Let's go. I can still talk, guys. I'm undercover.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna ask for pause so we can mute you, bro.
Okay, it's day one. Please. Already a pause. Come on, man.
I want to hit this random.
Mid-round, we just heard the fan go off.
Wait,
What's going on?
Alright.
Our coach can talk. I can still speak tapping, but I don't think that's allowed.
Can we get him out of here?
Yeah, I got you.
Look at us, we're such good boys. We even pause the game for him. Alright.
No, I don't want to hear the fan. That's the only reason. Guys, it's really hot. It has to be on max. So I can't do anything.
Alright, let's get him.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clown. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Your Houston Outlaws, getting a 3-2 win against, the Gladiators of all people in a bit of a strange meta. Have had a very odd start in this stage, right? Up and down stuff. The New York matchup was, well, it was a bit confusing, and still everybody had such faith in this 10-4 roster coming into this match that everyone except you, Matt Multi, expected the Outlaws to be pretty comfortable here, but it's been Spitfire from day one in this series.
Yeah, and it's got to be tough for Houston, right? You kind of see
tough
like
it is for Hugo right now, but still tough.
I mean,
let me guess. Someone use the elevator.
Yeah, it's too hot out, so you can't take him out on walks. So he's always on edge, and anybody moves outside the apartment, it's on site with Hugo.
Yeah, that guy. Oh, man. Well, listen, I wouldn't mind if the Outlaws showed a little bit of the energy that your canine friend is demonstrating.
Yeah, the Outlaws got to, when they see the London Spitfire on the map, it's got to be on site. They got to go.
again, I think they've struggled a little bit, especially, and we've from the very beginning, I actually used Merit as someone to watch. The matchup against Sparker being really crucial, but he's been on the receiving end of some more, substandard situations, right? Getting picked by the Backbone Widow, the fabled Backbone Widow at the start of Paraiso. That defense side, not a great look, and that sort of snowballed out of control. So it's got to be on Dorado, where the Outlaws make some semblance of a comeback.
I think the Outlaws are a bit stunned by this as well. Like when we do like the player cam shots, right? You're gonna have like the lineups, like the 5 and the 5. London, everybody is all smiles, joking around. Like the Outlaws, like they look in a tough spot today. Clearly, I think just kind of thrown off a little bit by how the first 2 maps have gone. And I don't even think it's like losing the first 2 maps per se. I think it's like in the fashion you lose those first 2 maps, right? Need a little bit of like a confidence pick-me-up here, right? Like on Dorado, like can you get off to a hot start? Can you kind of come out of a little bit of an extended break and maybe get something going here at the beginning of this map to get some confidence rolling, right?
A good start here will make a big difference, no doubt about it. But the Outlaws, I'm pretty curious to see how they try and make use of Ash, if that's going to be what they come out of the gates with. We kind of discussed maybe what the theory is behind that. Look, in a meta that's been pretty homogenized, it's the only really point of difference that teams are demonstrating that gives us something to sort of base our discussion around. So that'll continue to be the case.
Ihisu ran it in map 1 yesterday against the Fuel on Busan. It is not good. They ran it in map number 2. And they ended up being able to take that one. It was Midtown, right, with some more high ground. And then on Gibraltar, actually kind of like forced them to switch to it, where Edison actually matched it, but then the Dallas Fuel started playing it way better. Where here, the London Spitfire have not had to like concede to like even match, right? They've just been able to play their game the entire time.
I mean, that fight was so telegraphed from Houston, they may as well have set a written invitation ahead of time. I think the Spitfire had a decent amount of time to prepare for it, but after having sort of given up the high ground, I guess they make much more juicy targets of themselves there for the Outlaws to sort of pick and choose their way to engage. So, not a great start for the Outlaws, but that second fight they win much more comfortably. And still stands them in good stead here as they move through this first phase.
Yeah, they're going to need at least one more fight, though, here to be able to take this point, as London marching back, no compositional changes. See Pelican getting up on the high ground. That's what you like to see, though. Yeah, the dynamite there. That's perfect.
Merit, great pressure here, and Admiral doesn't get a chance to touch the ground here. This is what the Outlaws were looking for, ladies and gentlemen. First checkpoint snapped up pretty comfortably, and now they're well and truly on the way. The ultimate advantage are pretty significant when you look at the Dante and Hardy head-to-head. Only 30% for the entire round for Hardy.
And this is a type of map where, I know I kind of go back to the series yesterday, like Gibraltar, right? It was really a difference maker, the Ash, like lots of high ground. I think here on defense, you're going to see that, like, hey, maybe this is something that London eventually thinks about running or switches to. So they're going to take this high ground control here at the start.
The Outlaws don't really care if it's defense or offense. They'll play it either way. Nowhere near the same kind of one-shot potential, but there's a lot of chip damage that happens in this kind of metagame, enough that Ash can still capitalize on that to find a final blow. You see Backbone chip damage just like that, right? Ash follows up quickly enough, and that Genji is dead. Can't moving though. London a little unsure about how to engage. The Outlaws trying to outmaneuver here.
And I think the Outlaws are trying to like bait them down because they have the rally and some other ultimates here to use. That'd be a blade off the rip, and ends up not working out in the Outlaws' favor. They're going to lose Lastro straight away.
And he was the only support with an ultimate, crucially. Now the Outlaws in a pretty compromising situation. They're caught inside this courthouse.
He doesn't have to use the rally, though, right? So Houston will be able to come back and have all 5 ultimates here. Hottie, like you mentioned, not really close to the Rampage, where maybe Pelican can go huge with this blade yet again.
I don't really care that the Outlaws don't use support ults there, because London only used a blade. You know what I mean? Like, you win a fight so cheaply there, I think you take that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, London
so
probably...
the Outlaws have a bit to work.
It's like kind of like reasonably decent for both teams, right? Like, London needs to stop the bleeding, but then also the Outlaws, they made great progress and they hold on to their support ults.
Oh, okay. Rallier. Shout comes out in response, maybe because Sparker just hitting that rail provokes the Outlaws into making that decision. Bob really creates a lot of space here. Said unironically, I guarantee you. There's Backbone caught in the middle. Rampage catches 2. Soundbear's going to have to come out as a response there from Admiral Landon, already having used the rally. It's going to be overclock here for Sparker. But Pelican's Blade, he can't get purchased. Backbone sends him packing, and the London Spitfire shut the Outlaws down. And you praise their ult economy, Matt. You praise the fact that they saved them, but now they've blown them all.
Yeah, now we're going to be about even here on both sides, as Dante will drop a little bit later, so will Lep, but won't be the biggest difference. So you're looking at the clock now, right? 2:30 at the top. You got Hottie going to have this Rampage. You think that's good enough to win a fight, right? With no support ults on the other side. That should be a fast fight win. You can then maybe generate a Blade off of this if you don't really give them an opportunity to generate ultimates. Like, you get a win off that Blade. Like, you're in a spot where you're looking at the Outlaws. You're just kind of like staring down the barrel. 2 lost fights here. And then you're looking at the clock. You may not have another great opportunity, yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. I don't think you have the freedom to have 2 lost fights here at all. Hardy, Rampage. Oh, it's on to 4. I don't know how he managed to find a purchase on so many Outlaws players in an open part of the map like this, and yet there we have it. Backbone dropping him down, as you know, only he can. And that's that first of those 2 predicted lost fights.
That's exactly what I was talking about too, right? Where the fight happens so quick and it's so one-sided that the Outlaws, you know, they're not building up substantial ultimate charge there. So now you come back, what do? You can't really force anything here. You know that there's going to be a Blade on the other side. And then Landon's probably going to end up getting his rally off of this, and he may end up with an overclock. So you're in a fantastic spot if you're the London Spitfire at this time.
Here's that Blade. Backbone was hoping to make a feint of it. Oh, Lep! He was caught way too far away from the rest of his team, but it doesn't look like there was any defensive utility available to the Outlaws anyway, which, again, was something, Matt, you pointed out and predicted. So there's those 2 lost fights, and we know now that that rings to the tune of a minute of lost time for the attackers.
And I think it's okay to lose fights. Like, it kind of happens, obviously, a lot. The teams. This is a little bit far up, but sure.
They get last right here. No, you can't be serious! Oh, Gracie flies forward and Lep is felled. Lastro was already low. We knew that after the axe swing came in, but you can't be letting this happen. That's 3 now in a row.
For me, it's the fashion in which you lose those 2 fights that is the real backbreaker, right? Because you lose them in such dominant fashion that it doesn't really give you an opportunity to build up like large chunks of ultimates on players to come back in those next fights. Now you have the overclock, you have Rally and Sound Barrier here. Lastro's got to use Rally to just get them out of the spawn. And you're not even forced to use anything on the Spitfire side.
I mean, you should perhaps. I guess London are just spawn camping here, so if they lose the fight, it's fine.
The cart's
with both those support.
Somebody's on the cart now. So somebody's actually getting the cart moving. You're going to have another fight, though, here for the London Spitfire, right? With how far the cart's moved back. You're going to have a...
Houston.
Yeah.
This Blade timing is actually really important. I want to see how long Pelican holds onto this. You probably should open with the rally here if you can. Save the beat, if possible. Here it is, Rampage on the 4. You've got to beat now. Yeah, you can't just go for the rally instead. So Pelican gets the hold of the Blade a little longer, but they've lost Lastro. Sparker strikes first here. Pelican's Blade comes out at the right time. He works around the sound barrier very well, but he's only found the 1 elimination here. There's going to have to be more than that. They're passing to give it a bit of space now. There's no one really for the Outlaws to step up because Dante was down and... Yeah, look, it's a little bit of a Charles, but frankly, the Outlaws were not in a position to contest that realistically.
The difference ends up being, though, is Lastro has to use the rally to get them out of the spawn in the first place.
Yeah.
And then in that last fight, right, you have a nice Rampage from Dante, the sound barrier comes in, and then you think, oh, well, Pelican's got Blade, here we go. But they have the rally rolling as well, right? Where there's just so much sustain with those 2 big support ultimates plus Shout going. That Pelican's Blade, I think, gets 1 there. Like, probably best case scenario you could do.
Well, yes, it is best case, because if he gets 0, I guarantee you, if the Spitfire can open with Rally and then beat, he gets 0 from that Blade.
Yeah, potentially.
And I think that gets forced out. That big gets forced out because Dante hits a fat Rampage. But, you know, losing Dante so early in the fight, you can see Lep was trying to contest, but you can't seriously contest without your JQ in this matter. So, fair enough. London there, I mean, the spawn camp was huge. I mean, Matt, winning that 3rd fight, the one where Hardy, you know, it looked like he got caught out, and then both the Outlaw supports just got blown up. That's really where that round was kind of, quote-unquote, lost for Houston.
Yeah, we'll see if the Outlaws can kind of bounce back here on D. So they don't even have to get... I mean, they pretty much have to get 2nd checkpoint, right? It's, like, really close here for the London Spitfire to take this series in a 3-0 fashion. Like, that is
I mean, that's
This is a real good win for London if they're able to get it that type of way. Yeah. So let's see. Are we going to see a TP up to the high ground yet?
Again. The Outlaws forced back here.
So now Sparker on the Ashe. Interesting.
Yeah,
maybe
again.
just like dynamite from the backside in the spawn, right? Yeah, you see a few players got hit with it.
Yes. Hardy, though, making sure work. Dante Lastro down as well. This is very good. I think the Outlaws really hoping to do something we saw with those Winston comps, right? Play really close, go for something at spawn campy, but never mind. Too much losing a fight there. Still think that, this conversation about whether or not you want the Ashe is still developing, because Spark has obviously sort of made that switch, right, to Sojourn here.
Well, he just threw a dynamite out of the spawn because players are playing on the cart with their back to the Spitfire spawn.
I'm telling you, the heal pressure from that dynamite is actually insane against Lucio Bree. It's so good.
It's just so tough to not just get run down.
You can't pack
There's
fight.
just so much speed.
You know?
Yeah.
Lastro down. Hardy managed to catch him with the axe swing there. Hardy's looked incredible today on this Junker Queen. Houston, they have 2 Junker Queen options, but looks like neither of them are enough here. Great knife connection there, and oh my, this is, okay, look, Houston, it's one thing to lose that first fight. It's almost, allowable. This second one, though, no.
Yeah, see, though, it's hard probably to play this type of setup with the Ashe in this situation where, like, London is doing such a good job of being aggressive, right? And Sparker's always in the mix with, like, the Genji and the Queen in these fights, right? You can play a little bit, like, up close at the Sojourn.
It's closer range than the Ashe.
Yeah, like, her like, primary fires, like, kind of like this weird, like, 76, like, SMG type of thing with, like, the railgun. Yeah. That you can kind of, like, battle a little bit close range and then get these one-shot finishes right there. Backbone going for the kill onto Merritt gets taken out.
Yeah, that
but look at this, you've given up the high ground. Like, the high ground is what you would want, I think, ideally with the Ashe, right?
Yeah, so how did the Spitfire convert their high ground control now into can't progress is the real question, because they need to win a fight outright to do so. Now, Backbone is back with a blade in his pocket. And there's no key support ultimates up for the Outlaws. That's where they're really going to get hurt, especially playing on the low ground now. They expose their whole formation to the Spitfire. They've swapped places. Here's the Bob. It doesn't disrupt the blade, but Backbone's happy to spend that ultimate on getting rid of the Staunch Sentinel for the time being. Sparker finds a finish off there. It's going to be a sound barrier now. Admiral let both go for it at the same time. Backbone's taken down by Pelican's blade here, but he's in a little bit of danger. Has to fold away a little bit. Chase from Hardy, looking to try and finish off the Genji, but wasn't expecting Pelican to be healed up as much as he was. And the Outlaws are going to get a huge, huge fight win here. I can't overstate how important that is for momentum here for defenders to win that fight.
Yeah, crucial there. As Backbone switched to the Widow there for a quick second, maybe just trying to pick one off. As now the spawn camp is going to be online here for the Outlaws as they got a rampage.
All right, again, they want to force the Spitfire into this small room.
Sparker is now on the Ashe, so he's moving away from that Sojourn too.
Well, maybe expecting another spawn camp attempt, so having the dynamite available, realizing that the Outlaws were backing off so they can switch back. Yeah, I'd love to get the players and discuss sort of that balance between those two DPS.
It's interesting because the Spitfire seem to like use the Ashe, obviously like in a defensive manner, right? To be able to like throw the dynamite, like back teams up. As they try and play like a little bit more death ball-y, but then want to really actually just play the Sojourn in death balls, so to speak, themselves.
Backbone again at risk of getting picked off early there. Here's the shout. The Rampage catches 2. It's Landon will be the target. And Dante makes short work of him there, but an unexpected pick from Sparker. Felling Merritt is a good start in this fight here for the London Spitfire. And it may have implications further down the line. Another elimination here, and the Outlaws now just have to throw themselves into this fight. They've lost 2, so they better make this count.
Can you play as close? Because you just have one, like, it looks like Pelican, Dante, and Lep there. You may have to back up.
There's no way.
Yeah, this might actually be pretty good for the London Spitfire where they actually break this corner, because the Outlaws were looking really good with that aggressive spawn count.
We're going to have dual sound barriers coming up here, so get ready for some nonsense. Hardy taking a ton of chip damage here, as is Dante. But that cart's moving, that's the important part. A minute 57 on the clock here, here it is, Shout, Blade. Pressure on Lana, but the sound barrier comes out in a timely fashion from Admiral. Pelican here just trying to get whatever damage he possibly can. Admiral under a lot of pressure, but it's Backbone to fall first without having a chance to pull the blade at all. Sparker again, trading from a short-handed position. He gets rid of Dante. No Junker Queen here for Houston. That could be a problem. Bob, though, takes his pound of flesh, and Spark is out of the picture. Pelican wants to stave off the Spitfire once more.
Yeah, it's interesting. They end up having to use the beat the Outlaws there a little bit earlier. They don't use the rally, but when the Rampage comes through, they actually use the Bob there to maybe stop some of the follow-up damage coming through. Lasher looks like he's split off to the side. They're going to try and focus him down.
Super out of position, and Pelican tried to help him, I suspect. And that one also goes extremely awry. Just when the Outlaws look like they might be able to solidify this hold, it slips through their fingers.
And it's not great, Mitch, because you're going to have the overclock, and you're going to have a blade here for the finish, potentially, for the London Spitfire. Where Lastro, he's going to have the rally, but he's going to get focused down so fast.
Lastro, arguably #1 brick from week 1 of the Summer Showdown, is going to be up against it here. Pops that rally straight away. Sparker looks to try and close the gap a little bit, seeding the high ground, even though he had the long-range ultimate available. Good chip damage. Dante going low, but who's Backbone looking for? It's left targeted. He's going to be able to boot the man back, but it's all about card presence right now with Lastro and Dante out of the picture. It's the Outlaws on their last legs before they too are cut out from under them by an imperious-looking London Spitfire. What a bounce back for them here in the Summer Showdown, and the Outlaws absolutely chokeslammed out of this game.
That was dominant. As dominant, is this a gritty?
That's the gritty, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna throw a little gritty after it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that just took the sail out of my wins for the deep thing for the London.
Yeah, you can't even speak properly.
I was so excited for London, and then
hit the gritty, baby.
So, we got to get like the Sparker Hottie gritty lined up with the players in the spawn room on Circuit Royale playing the piano. We got to get that lined up for a video, but this is a great win for London. In all seriousness, they need to bounce back, being able to play this type of composition against one of the better teams in the West, and not just play it, but like really dominate on it. I think they really had a great understanding of like how to cycle through their ultimates, always to have something up, at the right time, and I never felt like they were at a disadvantage in terms of like ultimate charge or kind of like what they had to do within fights. It seems like they came into like just about every fight in the perfect position to execute and had the upper hand. Where the Outlaws, it's a tough series, a little bit of a wake-up call, maybe a little bit of a reality check.
Yeah, I mean, despite their victory, obviously, against the Glads, they are remain to look a little bit rudderless in this current metagame. And the London Spitfire have been able to show that they can really iterate on this and find success. It's smooth sailing for them so far. Let's have a look at our player of the match here for the Spitfire map. A couple of candidates over this particular series, but as was pointed out by the Fuel and the comms check, a lot of Genji's getting player of the match right now because of that impact, and Backbone definitely providing that in spades, Matthew.
And Backbone probably after the series just went over and gave Khan a big hug, like, I do not have to play Zenyatta anymore, thank you very much. So you can now go back really focusing on this, right? Where you saw, his Genji I thought was really strong throughout the series, the ability to flex over to the Mei, right? The Mei made an impact on certain points in certain maps where London was able to get really good value out of it. I thought Backbone had a great series. I think sometimes he goes a little bit under the radar, right? We joke around like he's out there playing support, and that's fantastic. But after kind of the week 1-2 part of the season, he's been really good, whether it's on the Genji or Mei or some of these other picks. And I know Hottie's had a great year, and same with Sparker, but I think Backbone has really had a fantastic season overall.
I think what's great about the Spitfire, Matt, is they're in a position now where they can transpose some of the things that actually gave them success in previous metas and still make it work here. Now, I'm not saying they're forcing Reinhardt in like a Junker Queen situation, but when the map calls for it, they can identify that Mei really works for them there. And that's going to throw a lot of teams off who are maybe just trying to practice this sort of jokes, this composition. They're not ready for stuff to be thrown in like that. Either way, it's been a great meta for those underdog teams that start to rise up, and the Spitfire look to be foremost of those. Let's see how they finish out this Summer Showdown qualifier, though. It's all for us for the time being. We're going to throw back, of course, to the crew in the truck to preview the rest of our matches going forward and take a fond look back over that very short stint between the Spitfire and the Outlaws.
Lost the Queen.
Yeah,
headshot. One, blade, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, get in all the way. Get in. Break on point.
Big one. Yeah, short. Yellow fight.
Focus point.
So.
Genji low. Genji.
Nice.
Let's go, guys.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by the player of the match, Backbone from London Spitfire. Backbone, congratulations on the win. I think a lot of people predicted Houston Outlaws to win, but I mean, that wasn't the case. You guys completely dominated them. 3-0 victory for the London Spitfire. What gave you guys the edge against the Houston Outlaws today?
I don't know. We kind of just came in today saying that we're gonna have fun. I feel like we played Houston all year and they're really good. Like, we scrim them quite a lot. We usually lose to them in scrims too. They're a really good team, and it's like you gotta come into games against people like that with like a bit of a different mentality. That you can't start getting mad if it goes wrong. So we came in with thinking we'll have some fun, and then we kept winning, which is pretty fun as well. So it just kind of snowballed.
So would you say that, like, I mean, you just said that even in scrims, like, Houston's a really good team and you guys sort of struggled a lot, but was it the mentality just going in, like, thinking that you guys, like, you know, we are going to win? That winning mentality helped you guys a lot today against Houston Outlaws. Is that like was that the deciding factor for your win today?
I mean, I think the deciding factor today was just that we played better than them, to be honest. I don't know if they played that well today compared to how they normally would. Mindset's a big thing, but yeah, if you're hitting the shots and they're not, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And I mean, I do also have to talk about your Genji today. I think you looked phenomenal on that Genji. Like, your Mei has been really good, but for me personally, I think your Genji, compared to like your previous matches when you played Genji, today you look completely different. Like, so were there any changes that you made coming into the second week? Were there anything that you specifically practiced on that Genji to look better?
Not particularly. I think the problem I had with Genji before is that sometimes I just get in my own head about it. So I'm just focusing on not doing that, I guess. And when I don't do that, I'm actually good at the hero. So, you know, we win games. It's basically that simple.
Yeah. I think I think it definitely showed as well. And finally, my last question. Not really a question, I just want to say, because back when we talked, I had an interview with you last time you guys won, and you promised me that London Spitfire will use Reinhardt at least once inside a match, and that didn't happen. You broke my promise. You broke our promise. So what happened? Yeah. Why no Reinhardt today?
I mean, we were just winning on the normal comp. No need to pull it out. No need to show the secret weapon if they're not playing well enough to bring it out. You know, there's no need for it.
Right, so there was no need to pull out the secret Reinhardt weapon.
No need.
All right. Hopefully, I'll get to see that Reinhardt soon from you guys.
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely,
I mean, yeah.
definitely.
Again, big congratulations. Definitely. All right. Well, I'll be on the lookout for that. Backbone, thank you so much for the interview, and again, big congratulations on the win, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I told you not to trust our Preds.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We actually suck. Like, just straight up.
Got him.
And so does the Pick'ems.
And so does the
We're in
Houston
this
Outlaws,
together,
apparently.
fans. We gotta figure it out.
It does feel nice, actually, being on this end of being so wrong. Yeah, it's definitely a change from actual casting, I will say.
Right.
It's a nice, new, fresh experience. It's great.
Yeah. Costa, you did hype up London going into this series, but you couldn't have possibly imagined like a 3-0 win.
I thought that it was in the wheelhouse that London Spitfire could win this match. So it wasn't a crazy thought. They have been playing better, but they seem to have leveled up again. They're playing with that same level of confidence that I talked about the Vancouver Titans with. And Houston Outlaws just didn't show up to play today. You know, Backbone even said in his interview, that is not the Houston Outlaws that we practice against. That's not the team we scrim against. Something along the line has caused an issue, and they had no real coordination or synergy with their ultimates. They were really just relying on like individual brilliance. And Jack, you actually said this when you were watching it, like it feels like they're playing as individuals and not really playing as a team and a coordination, in complete opposite to the London Spitfire, who are just working so well together. And when you have great individual performances like that from Backbone on the Genji, you have to start questioning how far the London Spitfire can go, because that was my question when I hyped them up in the pre-show of like, I believe that they're going to pretty easily sail into this Toronto event. The question is, are they going to be able to exceed their expectations and start getting those playoff wins?
Yeah, absolutely. Jack?
Yeah, that was crazy. Just
You kind of sound like Matt right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, well, if I sound like Merce, sound like this, like yeah. New York, I'm from New York. Yeah, hard that summer. Yeah. I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, like another win for a British lad. That's what I'm excited for today. You know, we've already had one, me on the desk, and now Backbone 2. Maybe Funny Astro claims it for the Glads later on. But yeah, this is a very strange look for the Outlaws currently. I mean, yeah, Piggy's not on the roster anymore. They weren't playing him a whole bunch. They were playing mainly Dante on the Junker Queen. But man, I don't know, like, this was like a different team. Like Backbone said, it just didn't feel like them at all. And it was those individual brilliances. We saw Pelican pop off with the blade a couple of times. That triple dash was actually really cool on the new map, but there was just, the puzzle pieces did not fit together today at all. It did feel rather strange. And whether that's something to do with the shot calling or something, it's just, I hope Outlaws can fix it or like sort it out, because we're very close to the actual tournament. Like, we're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. I mean, we're about halfway through the qualifier matches. That was Houston's 3rd out of 6 qualifier matches.
Yeah.
I do want to get back to the mental aspect of playing this kind of meta, though. It was obviously something you talked to Backbone a lot about, and Backbone mentioned, like, usually Houston Outlaws, they're a bit better. We came in with confidence, and he even referenced his own Genji play. I try to not overthink my Genji, because that's when I, make poor decisions. So, talking about this meta specifically, and Houston Outlaws not showing up today, Costa, as someone who played in the GOATs meta, I'm not saying this is GOAT, but it's a team synergy kind of meta. Did you, when you even practiced in the GOATs meta with these big team synergy kind of abilities, did you mention that your own performance fluctuates more because you have on days and off days and
I'd actually say it wouldn't be as much on days and off days. I would say if the Houston Outlaws are playing this poorly, I would say they probably had a bad week of scrimming. And that can really affect you in these team synergy, because what happens is you lose confidence in the own way that you're playing as a team. So everyone starts questioning how they can do more as an individual, and you're always just trying to change things around. So it felt like they just lost their identity that we saw from them last week. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was more of a consistent theme from them, and they weren't confident heading into this match, in comparison to the complete opposite of London Spitfire, where Backbone and the entire team was having a good time. You saw them sitting in that lobby, they're getting ready, they're all laughing, they're having fun. That does translate into the lobby. Everyone has faith in each other. We just saw the Houston Outlaws go through some pretty significant roster moves, and the players speak out about that. For all we know, that can have some issue with them as a teamwork, and that synergy that shows up in the lobby.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? But you don't want to leave all doors open and see why the Houston Outlaws underperformed like this. I'll say another one is that in a typical meta, it's pretty straightforward. Like, hey, our Winston's not creating enough space, or maybe took too much damage. We missed an ultimate. In this meta, it's hard to figure out specifically what goes wrong, because there are so many fluctual abilities, stuff like that, and maybe you're trying to do too much as a player, which leads to a ripple effect where you underperform as a team. Well, interesting to follow London Spitfire and Houston Outlaws moving forward. Coming up next, it's the biggest one of the day, arguably. It's going to be the San Francisco Shock against the LA Gladiators. Shock, we just can't speak about it enough, because honestly, it is a major milestone. One win away from tying Vancouver Titans' regular season win streak record of 19 wins in the 2019 season. The LA Gladiators, they struggled a bit so far in the Summer Showdown. Do you believe this to be a genuine 50-50 matchup, or do you think Shock should be the hands-on favorite going into this one?
I think, for now, Shock is definitely the favorites right now, because it's regular season, they haven't lost a single match, and also Gladiators right now, from what we've seen, they seem to be struggling a little bit. Of course, I do think acquiring Happy might come in to sort of
interesting
improve
to see if we see him.
Yeah, if we do see him, I think it could definitely help out the Gladiators. But for now, I think San Francisco Shock in the regular season, I think it's just too big.
Yeah, they're pretty large. Yeah.
Pretty large.
I think it's pretty tough, because speaking about mental blocks, Gladiators have not had a good time over the last couple of weeks. And then you go against the Shock, who is still undefeated in the regular season. That is a massive hurdle to climb over. They definitely have the backroom staff to kind of handle that situation, but I don't know, man. The Glads just, they're shocking me. You're saying this is the best of the day, and it very well could go to a map 5, but if the Shock just continue to play the way they've been playing, the Overwatch?
My counterpoint and the hopium that I want to give to the Gladiators fans is that I think individually they were making mistakes. Funny Astro and Skew just did not have good series in their opening weekend. That's what led them to them going 0-2. They don't have to lean on the Shujin anymore. I think that happy diff might be seen instantly, and for all we know, they can have that honeymoon period when you add a player that sort of fills a hole, everyone else sort of levels up and steps up from that point. So this could be the resurgence of the Gladiators. It'll be really interesting to see how they perform after such a short turnaround of a player.
Yeah, and if nothing else, we all predicted the San Francisco Shock, so that could be a bit of a clue as to where we're going next result-wise. Anyway, that's going to do it for the preview of this upcoming match. Next, let's throw it over to our casters. Lemon keeping a leg day. I gotta apologize for my pronunciation of quadriceps. Not the best last week. So I'll simply ask you guys, what do you prefer to be called? Because I can't do all this silly name calling from now on.
I don't know, leg day. What are you thinking? I know people call us a lemon day, but I'm not gonna repeat what we call each other either, because this is not friendly for broadcast. So.
Oh, now I have to know. Now you have to.
Now I think that on my contract, my official name is British Caster number 2.
Oh, so. Not Jaws. Yeah, the not Jaws nickname you got. So great. Yeah, we'll say we're PP Gang because both our last names end with P. So if people can't tell us apart, then that's just what we are. So, yeah.
Can I make a case for the Gladiators while we're here? While I've got all of these shock predators. We last week, Gladiators played 10 maps and 4 of them were control. They lost every single one. That's 66% of their maps that they lost, but all control. And I think that means that if they figured out how to use the double speed boost in the intervening time, that we might see a much more competitive Gladiators because they're not just automatically losing 2 maps off the bat. So I think that this might be a little bit closer if we see less bad control performance from Glads to open up.
Just use speed boost. Just crazy.
They don't believe
That's crazy. Never thought of that.
Well, you say that, but Funny Asher is always in the back line,
crazy.
so maybe he wasn't speed boosting his team.
Yeah,
maybe,
it's just himself. Yeah, just go for solo
speed
plays.
boosting himself.
How's he got those good stats?
Yeah.
Speeding into the back line himself.
All right, there you go. We're gonna.
I'm
wrap it up
sorry
on the
for
desk, but
him.
We're looking forward to this match. So.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll take him away now. We'll go into the match and see if the desk will be 0-2 or today because they're all pretting the shock, and look how well that started off today. I honestly don't know what I would pred for this one.
I mean, it's been a bad tournament for Pick'ems, let's be real. Like, last week was a dumpster fire when it comes to Preds. This week has not fared much better to begin with. Lemon, we've got to look at the starting roster, of course, because we have ourselves 2 star-studded rosters, and we're opening up with the San Francisco Shock. And, of course, when you talk about the Shock, you got to talk about the star rookie on this roster. Proper game into this week with some amazing Genji stats, and only reinforced them in their previous match where Proper was getting ace after ace, and that led to a lot of little happy dances.
Of course, yeah, I like the happy throw too. But that's the other team. But when it comes to the Proper versus Genji, I mean, this is the matchup I'm looking forward to. At number 1, though, is Kevster when it comes to being at the top of the rankings in hero damage. But right behind him, barely a gap of 200 damage on average, is Proper's Genji. Both having almost the same amount of time. Maybe in previous metas, Proper would lean a little bit more into the Tracer. But really, both of these players are vying for their individual awards. Whether Rookie of the Year, MVP, whatever it may be. This is going to be the most exciting series of the day.
Indeed it will be, Lemon. Let's have a look at the 0-2, but 2-0 when it comes to titles gained in Overwatch League this season, LA Gladiators. And of course, he's so fresh out of the oven, but we don't even have a Gladiators picture of him yet, Lemon. Happy is in.
At least not a picture not in purple. Yep, he's been picked up and found a new home. And I was asking if Reiner was gonna have another upper deck to put on his face today. Last time it was Jake, and now he's got a new one. But yeah, when kind of talking to Gladiators, like, why Happy? Aren't they already stacked as it is? But Happy brings a whole new level of Sojourn play, especially with Patapan having his wrist injury. Gladiators were looking for someone to truly dominate and be as aggressive as the rest of the team is on Sojourn, and Happy is just that. And he gets to debut in the very first match, so no warm-up time, Happy's in.
I mean, it might be a little bit of a nothing burger, but this is also Happy's second match in this meta against the San Francisco Shock. He previously played it with the Washington Justice, and that was alarmingly close. Admittedly, last week, San Francisco Shock still had a couple of holes in their plans that really needed to be tightened up, and it seems from their previous match this week that San Francisco Shock have had some very productive scrims. On the other side, though, definitely looking over towards Reiner and Skewed. To play more as a unit this week, I think that they were fairly easily exploitable, and we saw pretty high deaths from Reiner from these two splitting up now and then.
And just looking at, qualifying for the Summer Showdown, which we usually never question if these two teams will make it. But yeah, it's Gladiators are 0-2. They don't even know if they're gonna make it yet. Even the desk kind of predicted that you have to get at least like 3 wins. And after this match, if Gladiators don't win, they only have 3 matches left, and it's against Paris, Atlanta, and Toronto. So do you really want a chance having to guarantee a flawless win against all of those teams? Gladiators really need a win today, while Shock are undefeated.
Yeah, of course, this is a standalone tournament, our Summer Showdown, going down in Toronto. Tickets now available, smile. And that means for Los Angeles Gladiators, their previous record, it means nothing when it comes to qualifying for this tournament. Speaking of records, San Francisco Shock are on the precipice of having, or at least equaling, the longest ever season record for wins, previously set by the Vancouver Titans in 2019. Los Angeles Gladiators want to stand between this iteration of the San Francisco Shock and glory. And for me in particular, I'm watching to see how Gladiators manage their shouts here, in particular because movement is so important in the first point of control, and getting that better positioning to try and force out resources from your opponent.
Yeah, and when it comes to this point of Busan Sanctuary, it's so open. You have these 4 pillars you can kind of dance around, including the central drum, which kind of acts as your half of the ice if we're playing hockey here. And you can already see that Shock have been taking control of the mini-pack side on the opposite. Still a very open area where they can set up Kilo. On top of the drum throw is Proper, who's taking some damage, but left alone was Kilo, who found a charged up shot into Funny Astro. Without that speed, Gladiators are not left with a great engage tool besides the shout from Reiner, who might want to save that for a disengage, but as Proper approach to deal with Reiner without the speed, he gets axed on, and Shock are down 2, Gladiators without a tank. But Shock still managed to get the cap out through all of that.
Yeah, Funny Astro has returned. Kalush has to expend the shout here for the additional health, and now it's going to be a quick disengage for additional movement speed. San Francisco Shark are coming back, but just as quickly, Lemon, Kalush is sent to the graveyard.
And Kilo's already have to use a shift jump, and that was in response to Kevster starting his dive. And that's what Kevster wants to do, is just either harass Proper or Kilo, or coalesce onto the tanks and supports when Gladiators make that call. There's so many choices, and it's all about coordination. Speaking of which, everyone rallying behind Skewed and this ult, give them a bit of extra overhealth, and Kevster is dangerously low. That is a win condition Gladiators are hoping for. Soundbearing engage, though, from Shock to finish off this fight, as there was only 3 or maybe 4 members of the Gladiators even left, which might mean a huge play for Kevster in the next fight.
I can't believe it, but that was legitimately a Lucio survival diff against Funny Astro, who's only 70% of the way to ultimate right now, because he's been picked twice by Kilo. That's such an important pick to get as well, because for a second that your team loses for Lucio, you no longer have control of these engagements, because you're trying to save your commanding shout to save your team when they get rushed on. But San Francisco Shock, they have 2 speed boosts that are up at all those moments. Now Gladiators, can they extract value from this blade? Because Violet's uses barrier.
Well, Happy's using overclock, so as soon as Kevster gets people low or vice versa, they can work together to just shred the Shock apart, which, I mean, Gladiators are doing just that. Now, Kilo overclocked himself, but that only takes care of Kevster, and he kills Happy too, but no matter how much deadlifting Kilo is doing, he doesn't have any friends to even go to the point.
Kilo having a series though, Lemon, that is, that's a scary proposition for the LA Gladiators, because when San Francisco Shock have both of their DPS in carry mode, it's incredibly hard to try and go even with them. That's why you've brought in someone like Happy, who's a world-renowned hit scan talent. Funny Astro, he has an advantage on the sound barrier, but the question is, does he want to get aggressive and tempo rush into San Francisco Shock, or wait to try and deal with a threat Kaluj is going to present with the Rampage?
Yeah, it kind of depends how good your ult tracking is. If Kaluj is very close, I would definitely want to keep the sound barrier for that. But because how open this map is, you can try to position away from it. And that's what Shock try to do. They all spread apart so that Reiner's Rampage only hits Kaluj and Kilo. And they're playing and Shock are playing hyper passive to just heal back up so that Rampage didn't buy anything. As Gladiators use the sound barrier on top and have only netted themselves 1 pick, but this is a big knife pull on the Kaluj, and that's a 5-on-3 for Glad. As with this fight win, should be able to even things up.
I like that Reiner's being pretty patient with his knife pulls as well, not instantly using them the second that they get embedded, giving a moment for Kalush to start disengaging so that that momentum can be stopped by the pull afterwards, and potentially a better angle when Reiner starts to move around that target Junker Queen. Now, though, coming into this fight, San Francisco Shock have a Rampage, and that's a huge advantage. So Gladiators, they aren't in a great position to win this fight. What they need to do, though, is not get this point capped away from them too early.
Oh, there's the speed, the Rampage right into the Gladiators. It only hits Funny Astro and Happy. Skewed's rally was still into effect, but Funny Astro just got finished off by Proper, and that's how quick he is with these executions. Now you got a queen-on-queen action on the point, and Reiner is gone, so Glads won't be able to hold on to the point.
But critically there, Gladiators didn't lose the point too early. Now they're going to be able to go into the next fight with a couple of tools, namely the Blade from Kevster, but it is going to be answerable by Violet. The question here is, can Los Angeles Gladiators move fast enough onto Violet, who's likely going to be playing closer towards the backline, to try and force an Ajax beat?
Oh, there is the shout and the immediate collapse on the Reiner with the barrier engaged from Violet, and Proper is cutting off the ankles of everyone from Glads who are running past him. Funny Astro still got the touch. Here's Kevster with the blade, but he's got no one else around him. And that is the end of that. What a first round, though. 100-94 for the Shock.
I love that Shock there realized that the only way they don't really win that fight is if Violet somehow doesn't get the sound barrier off. So they actually make a really early engage, using that commanding shout to give an extra buffer of health to Violet while he's casting the sound barrier to make sure he can't be killed during that cast. Then it's simply washing over LA Gladiators like a wave, and Gladiators don't really have too much room to start disengaging there because they're starting to hit walls. They are starting to be moved into their own territory where you're going back to spawn one way or the other. San Francisco Shock, they've done a really good job in these opening fights of hunting down Funny Astro and exploiting his more aggressive playstyle. And maybe Funny Astro here needs to be much more mindful about peeking Kilo.
We'll see now on Mecha Base, it's the battle for the high ground. Skewed playing pretty far forward. Usually Brigidas want to be as passive as they can. You go for the whip shot, use the shield bash to only really disengage. Never go for the Junker Queen, especially without the stun in Overwatch 2. Proper's already dashed up in the back, has found Happy, and the shift jump not even being baited out. But as the Gladiators went back to peel for Happy, Reiner just took way too much pressure. And without that tank, there's just free damage into the back line. A Shock want to farm for more ult charge, and with that, we'll get the point cap first.
At the start of the match, I was talking about how I wanted Reiner and Skewed to be far more in sync than they were last week, and that's a huge example of a desynced Brig and Junker Queen duo. Skewed, like you said, moving back, having to peel for Happy after Proper gets super aggressive, and that isolates Reiner. Proper's creating mental space by distracting Skewed.
Let's see if Glads can even make it through this choke. Kevster does. He might still have the dash, but he's getting booped to Narnia, and I think that boop just guaranteed Proper the kill. And with this 5-on-4, Shock are just not going to let go of this choke, and so much so that Proper is dashed into this room, which is super dangerous, and he's even got a blade. I mean, Shock could have just held the choke and got free time, but this blade is not going to get much when Gladiators are this close to spawn.
Reiner resetting off the edge. I might have actually made him die more slowly than if he had just taken the blade. Of course, dying to blade damage doesn't grant ult charge, so Reiner's just like, you'll never take me alive kind of energy. Happy almost has the overclock here, and admittedly is far outpacing Kilo, but still will have to try and carve through Finn, who has the rally available. And Finn here can take a tempo rally because he's outpacing Skewed significantly.
Shock let go of the choke, so Gladiators almost made it through the bridge, and Proper is just only focusing down Kevster, but that means free space for Happy and the overclock. But Shock hit on the high ground, so not the greatest of LOS for Happy to get actually any kills with. So Gladiators have the high ground. Shock disengaged to the point, 70%, and without Finn, Shock have to make a decision. Do they want to use the barrier to conserve their control? But the decision is made too late, and not at all, as Gladiators will finish off the fight and get their first few percentage points of the round.
That kind of dive from Happy is very much a veteran versus rookie kind of dichotomy, where the veteran's like, I've been playing Overwatch League for like 4 years now. I don't choke in these scenarios. I'm going to try and intimidate this rookie player. And admittedly, Kilo doesn't hit the shots right there, but it is a 2 versus 1. I love the plays for intimidation though from Happy, as Kilo's actually hiding out on this off angle, ready to crunch in afterwards. But Shocker having a little bit of time to figure out how they want their rotation to work at the moment, maybe contemplating what ultimates Gladiators have to try and engage this fight, such as the blade in the hands of Kevster. Violet's going to have to beat that.
So Glads think everyone from Shock is through when the sound barrier from Violet hits, but not before the Kevster blade has already struck 2. And Shock, meanwhile, didn't even have Kilo in this fight because Kilo was trying to take an off angle or at least come out of the door late, even just sit in the doorway to get picks. So Kilo not being in that fight made a huge difference in the damage levels, as Glads will continue to hold the choke.
And Gladiators there, they did lose Kevster, but that's the risk they ran when they take a blade without any support ultimate behind it, because Funny Astro saving his own barrier, knowing that it needs to be used to deal with Kaluj and the Rampage, which is going to be the main offensive tool.
Off angle from Kilo on the bridge with the overclock, but again, it's so tough to hit on this high ground with those 2 barriers there. And besides the 1 kill, Shock can still work with this though. 5-on-4, they'll get the quick flip on the point, meaning 80% plus is coming down to last fight that Shock need to win, and they have Rampage.
This is a huge take. Oh, Proper falls early though. Skewed, the whip shot. Demon gets rid of him, and now it's Rampage versus Rampage.
And Reiner's trying to dodge the one that just came his way from Kaluj, and that's 3 hit from Glads. Funny Astro keeps the barrier up. Meanwhile, Gladiators conserve their rampage, and they got the point back, which means this choke push is going to be difficult for the Shock against that ult.
Okay, great restraint there from Reiner to not use the Rampage when it was going to be last fight. San Francisco Shock are now down on a major tool, and they're going to have to try and break into Gladiators' own territory with no tools to do it. The Rampage could take us to a 3rd and final stage of Busan.
Oh, this has to be big, and it does. Finn and Kaluj. Violet finished off by the happy overclock, and all damage is raining down on the Shock as the Gladiators have a flawless team kill, and with this fight win, will be sending us into round 3.
All right, the full touch on the spawn doors. Los Angeles Gladiators, we talked about on the Watchpoint desk, after that interview with Backbone, customers talking about how important it is to have a team that are all there having a laugh, because that happiness and that merriment, that mirth, it transfers to the lobby, and Los Angeles Gladiators doing that team push onto the spawn doors. I think it gives us a little bit of an insight that they've got the Hunter in them, you know? They got that Hunter in their spirits. Los Angeles Gladiators now, once again, going to look to replicate this performance for San Francisco Shock. I believe they've won every first fight so far. Opening picks was first on Funny Astro. Afterwards, it was on Reiner because Skewed got pulled back by Proper's aggression. I'd love to see Kevster do more to kind of mark Proper in a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, we'll keep track of just what are the Genji's prioritizations, because there's so many different missions that they can take. Kevster's on the high ground, which means he can access just someone like Finn, or if he wants to just dive and execute Proper, but Happy finds the shot first, and it's an all-out brawl where Reiner and Kevster are so low, but if Glads get the finish on Finn, Shock won't have the healing to really thrive. But Shock have already picked off Reiner and Kevster, so unless Happy is just going to get picks on picks while sitting in main, this could be turnable from Glads, but we're left with 3 sitting in the middle of the map for Glads versus 3 from Shock that head to point, so it will be a point cap first from Shock.
Yeah, Reiner falling really hurts. It takes so long for him to get back and doesn't want to run out of spawn using that shout. Now Kaluj in immediate danger. There's a peel coming through.
Kevster just had the dive onto Finn, but Violet got the boop away, and Finn was able to live, and Kevster got punished in the process, so Shock are going to see if they can farm even more. Reiner's already at half health, calling for help by his team, but Skewed was too far away, and Funny Astro tried to peel for him, but it's too late. Shock of 1 second fight.
Shock are doing a really good job here of making sure they put down a peeling disruptor field on top of Kaluj when Reiner feels like he's in an aggressive position, to make sure that Reiner can't really make good on the shouts that he used to get on top of Kaluj afterwards. And that gives more time for Proper to try and find these openings elsewhere. Now Funny Astro and Kevster, they might work as a duo here as a hit squad to try and get rid of Finn early, but Violet's he's outpacing so hard on the barrier.
The barrier engage, that is big, and Shock, can they do more? I mean, even if this doesn't work out, they'll have the rally up soon from Finn. Violet has to be careful of how just the entirety of the Shock are going to enter Mega Pack room. Finn and Skewed both use the rally, but the disruptor shot from Gladiators behind the Shock slowed them enough to get that pick on the Violet. But as Gladiators approach, they just are getting run over by Kaluj, who got like 2 or 3 kills that fight. So Shock are on their way to a flawless downtown hold.
I thought that maybe Reiner getting that mega health back control might have been the turnaround that Gladiators needed. Yes, Violet falls down, but San Francisco Shock, they're already in an engagement position. They don't need the additional speed. They have the shout to move on forward. Now Proper has himself a blade. This can force out Astro's barrier, and Kaluj afterwards can put this map to bed.
Gladiators also have to think about touching, which means just naturally playing on the low ground. Proper dashes into the backline, but a well-timed barrier from Astro might have just saved Happy's life, and he needs the time to pull off this overclock, but Proper gets the last laugh. It came down to the final slash versus the overclock, but it doesn't matter. The Shock just took too much damage in that fight, and the Gladiators are still alive.
Still alive. Barely breathing though, Lemon. 1 fight is all that San Francisco Shock need. Now the question is, do they take a trash fight here? Do they take a fight with no ultimates to try and draw something out of Gladiators and risk Gladiators getting closer to support ultimates that could counter Kaluj's Rampage, which is their main tool?
Now the shout's already been used from Shock. That means an open blade from Kevster, and the speed is called from Astro as Gladiators surge forward and shred every 3 minutes of meat left of the Shock, and the Gladiators still have tons of work yet to go if they want to take the map.
Good macro fight economics there, though. From the San Francisco Shock, don't use anything. Kevster uses the blade, and Violet is getting ever closer towards this sound barrier, which will mean that Kaluj will be basically invincible when he uses his Rampage, but of course Reiner is going to be able to strike first.
Oh, trigger pulled first by Kaluj, a 3-man Rampage. How do the Gladiators respond? They just disengage and try to use the Inspire healing to heal back up, but during this moment where Gladiators were in Mega Pack, Shock flipped the point. Now the weight is on the Gladiators' shoulders. They have to play on this point for the overtime, but Shock give it up, and now the flip is back over. But as Kevster tried to make the most after the fight turned their way, he gets punished by Kilo. Rampage finally from Reiner takes care of the supports of the Shock. Now all damage from the Gladiators is permanent, and Kilo can do everything he wants, but the Gladiators still have more members. And it's up to the final fight of round 3 to decide our Busan winners.
As if it's I think at San Francisco Shock there, they're a little bit too happy to go for an early Rampage when Gladiators still had all of their cooldowns to try and deal with it, like the Roar and the Speed Boost disengage as well. Now it's going to come down to one final fight. Yes, Lemon Violet almost has the sound barrier, but Skewed can answer this with the rally, which has a lot more sustain for a tightly packed team fighting on an objective.
Oh, funny, Astro thought about the boop too. It's kind of dangerous to go off that coast side for Shock, and the barrier first from Violet against the rally of Skewed. Gladiators have to play because its healing generates slowly, but Gladiator can benefit from it in time. They don't have healers and they barely have a tank left over. Proper is doing work and he doesn't even need the blade, but he whips it out just to ego check the Gladiators because this is a San Francisco Shock map.
C9's in the chat from Kaluj and Violet. However, I think that in the end, it all comes down to the good peel we saw from Kaluj keeping Kilo alive and the peel that Kaluj has for these beat casts. Violet was in danger of not getting that beat cast off. Out comes the shout. The additional health makes it a very safe ultimate. And because of that, Violet doesn't have to worry about healing straight over to the speed and rushing over the Gladiators. The target focus simply could not get through the over health. And of course, when you try and disengage, your formation starts to spread, and that mitigates the overall effectiveness of Skewed's rally.
And every series that the Shock and Glads have played have gone to a minimum of 5 maps. Will it be the case still in this one? Qualification for Summer Showdown is on the line, and we'll see you after the break.
said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalu says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straight the backline, insta-killing.
Oh, Mikey.
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
I'm so excited for this series. This is the rematch of a lifetime. Last time these two teams met was at the mid-season Madness Grand Final, where Gladiators won 4-2. And Gladiators not getting the last laugh though, because they're 0-1 in the series and also 0-2 in the qualifiers in general. So Gladiators still have to do some climbing back.
Couple sullen faces and not many moving mouths on the LA Gladiators cameras at the moment, so I've got to assume that the coaches are in there trying to figure out where things are going wrong. And at the moment, if I had to identify 2 pain points, is that Kevster isn't getting as much value as Proper when it comes to either the Blades or the neutral play, and Funny Astro seems to be dialing a lot more than Violet, and that's meant that he's consistently behind on generation of the sound barriers, which is, it almost feels like it's a blaspheme to say. I think I'm in the multiverse of madness right now, where Violet, the flex from the legendaries in Yata, seems to be playing a better Lucio for this particular meta, for this particular playstyle than Funny Astro, where it feels like aggressive Lucios in this meta don't get rewarded for early aggression. It's about the mid-fight aggression, once you've made sure that your team haven't been early picked, where you can really start gaining some value from this hero.
And that's something that even the coaches are looking forward to. When I spoke to 9K from the Shock, he said Violet Proper versus Kevster and Funny Astro was gonna be the matchup to watch this series. And that's why I think Shock have such a large gap at the start of the control maps, was because they weren't afraid to invest the sound barrier from Violet just to have a better initiation of their fights. But that also gave Gladiators a chance to fight back with Kevster's Blades. So they're always within an inch of Shock. As we go to the new map with Gladiators attacking first, we'll see the Kevster Widow shot, but wondering if he's gonna still want the Sojourn or the Ashe after that. That's the question.
Sitting pretty on Paraiso. Welcome to the new map as of Beta 2. Just a body shot there onto Kalud, which is nice because look, the ult charge carries over as of this beta. And Kevs is going to be able to hold on to that. Oh, a second shot. That's interesting. We have Happy Gift for a second one as well. We've seen these kind of set plays before where they hope that San Francisco Shock, after that first grapple up, are going to sort of like become a little bit less disciplined. Like, yes, the Widow has finished. We can go back into our peaking places. And then they take a head off afterwards.
Yeah, just Kevster just immediately to the bridge, while the rest of the Gladiators use that distraction for Kevster to go to the right staircase, and Proper's been found. Kevster gets the dash reset too. Shocker gonna take shelter on this right side. Violet could be a little bit late to that party. No, he does manage to escape. I don't know why he's popping his head back out. Glads get an insane punish and never actually lose anyone throughout this fight, so that is big for Glads.
It could be that Proper just doesn't have the, 100% map awareness yet, because it is a new map and might have accidentally, dashed into that corner. But I'm willing to say that maybe Skewed got a good whip shot there that made sure Proper was not in the correct position to get the dash out that he wanted. Either way, the dash hits the wall. Proper no longer has a disengage, and that's punished very quickly by Gladiators, because this is a team that even if they are having some meta woes, they're not going to let you get away with mistakes like that for free. San Francisco Shock now getting aggressive. They want to take the fight as soon as possible.
I like the poke that's going into Kevster, so you're not letting him kind of go into these off-angle positions and looking for anything onto Finn or Violet. So Kevster returns to his team. Shout starts first from Glads, mirrored by Shock, and as the two collide, Reiner falls over, and without that front line, it's all up to the poke of Happy and the rest of the Gladiators at this point, and Kevster's made his way into the back line. So despite not having that tank around, Glad still managed to pull out a fight.
Yeah, sometimes Reiner dying doesn't matter. It's just about getting your team there. It's not inting, it's feeding with style, Lemon. And Reiner might be a little bit behind now. on the generation of the Rampage, and that could have some long-term repercussions, but this has allowed for Kevster to be well ahead on the blade from getting so much damage in that previous fight. If he uses it soon as well, he could even cut through Finn.
Oh, and there it is. There's a ton of ults. Rally v rally, but only one blade standing out. Kevster, who's just using it to live and even just try to bulldoze Glads to a point B cap. I like kind of this gatekeeping from Kevster, not letting Kilo get this angle as big to deny that dynamite damage, and Kevster wins the one-on-one. Will get packed by Skewed, and the fight continues in favor of the Gladiators, who get the point B cap without really sacrificing anyone, which means they could even momentum push here and see what else they can get.
A 5-minute time back now. This is horrendously large for the LA Gladiators. Still, San Francisco Shock are trying to build up towards an ultimate they can use. Finn had to reactively use the rally in that previous fight when Kevster brought out the blade. But Kevster simply wanted to elicit that reaction so Skewed could get the better rally afterwards and then disengage to further afield targets like Kilo and isolated a 1v1. Now San Francisco, yes, they can control the high ground, but what can they do with it when Kevster continually harries their backline?
I think Shock are okay with just generating ults. They're very close to it. Dynamite away from a Bob. Proper has the blade, but it's Gladiators that initiate first with the Sound Bear. Violet doing it second. Overclock from Happy. He has the space to work, and Violet wanted to harass him, but he gets executed instead. Now all of the Shock have to reset quickly so that they can buy themselves another fight at the end of C. Now Gladiators moving on. 4 minutes left. Rampage at the ready. We'll see how this will go. Shock.
Ryan's got the Rampage.
Oh yeah, there is Bob ready for Kilo. Okay, looks like Legday's back. I was getting a little concerned.
Yeah, it might be.
Reiner has a Rampage, and as soon as you can just take up a kind of take this fight as late as you can to have push Shock against the wall at the Rampage, but Shock are vying for high ground.
Yeah, Violet doesn't have anything to answer this Rampage either, so this is far more dangerous for the San Francisco Shock, who don't have a fight to give. Los Angeles Gladiators, they are going to strike first. Reiner into the back.
Two-man Rampage and the swing to end it all. Collusion's down, no Rampage, and the proper blade goes down immediately, but Kilo's Bob on the high ground while Glads were engaging in there. Got Shock probably the amount of kills they needed just to stabilize enough with the 3 members they have left.
I really like the Bob as a counter to the Rampage here, because the Rampage inherently demands Los Angeles Gladiators go deep after Reiner so that he doesn't get isolated and so that they can try and follow up after those antis. But Bob does best when you can't disengage from him, and that's exactly what the Rampage forces. So huge brain power there from Kilo, and now Happy's going to mirror.
Rampage 4 hit by the Glads. They're barely living through this rally of Skewed, and the Kevster blade, I think, shifts all of the Shock's attention to him. He converts 2 kills. Not before Proper gets the same 2-kill trade. Kevster gets the last laugh. We look back on the card, and there's only like 1 or 2 members of the Shock remaining. These fights have really come down to the wire.
Yeah, they do come down to the wire, Lemon, but San Francisco Shock, they have their advantage when it comes to the spawns, so as long as they are the last team standing, Los Angeles Gladiators, their progress gets stalled. Their once hearty 5-minute time bank has been cut in half to only 2.5, and also those resources are missing. Finn can very much tempo control this next fight with an early rally, but of course doesn't want to use that before Los Angeles Gladiators are committed to this fight.
Just about punishing mistakes here. That is a big dynamite. Happy's just 1 or 2 away from a Bob, and Shock know that Glads don't have any ults, so they search for it off of the rally as soon as they earn it. They get the kill on the Happy. They return to the car to make sure Shock aren't getting any, or Glads aren't getting any free push. And Gladiators are now just trying to hide and find any shelter they can, and every stagger here matters, but Glads did enough work to get themselves a huge time bank for C, so they can keep trying.
Well, that was far from a coherent team fight from the Gladiators. They did manage to get a little bit of a cheeky push on the cart, which might come to be quite important if they don't actually get the full cap here on Paraiso C. Violet with the sound barrier, but what is the stimulus that he wants to answer? Ideally the blade or Reiner's Rampage, but neither of them are up yet. So Funny Astro could try and force this out of Violet early by using his own beat, but it's likely going to be in response to Proper's blade.
So Glad's immediately dropping the high ground, and now they get run over by the Kilo Bob. Glad's took shelter in this room to try to avoid the damage, but now they're trapped. The barrier from Funny Astro just didn't help, and Proper waits for the perfect moment to use the blade. Glads are still getting some push out of this, so although there's only a minute left, they only have a few more meters to go, but somehow Glads are getting random kills. It's only Reiner and Funny Astro left versus the 3 of the Shock, and the defense have respawn advantage, so it just gets so close every time, but Glads can't finish off the fights.
San Francisco Shock there, they did a really good job of shepherding Gladiators into this central underground area because Kilo's bomb actually had very limited sightlines. It was stuck in the underground with them, and so they had to make sure that Los Angeles Gladiators were continuously in engagement range of that bomb. Violet still has this sound barrier, which is going to be a major advantage. That's a lot more burst survivability than Skewed can provide with the rally, where he can so easily be focused down because it doesn't give armor anymore. It only gives overhealth. It's going to be a fight on the cart here, Lemon.
And Glads just went underground, or I guess through the room, to have less poke into them as they went to the cart. They used the rally to get the extra overhealth. Now Kevster with the shout can use the blade and see what he can do with the resources he has. The barrier from Violent, the Kaluge Rampage was enough to weaken the Glads, but not kill them yet, as Happy at 1 HP is still getting kills, and Kevster's getting resets into the back line. Finn is no longer alive and not even there to touch Proper either, and Glads will finish in overtime.
A critical misread from Kaluge. A 0-person rampage heads up the stairs, but nobody's home from the Los Angeles Gladiators. All avoid the Purple Wrath because they are Purple Wrath itself, and there it is, Kaluge in the chat. Beefed. I have to agree, bud. The 0-man rampage is not ideal for one of the most powerful ultimates in the game. However, San Francisco Shock, they can be proud of their 3rd-point defense. They whittled a gargantuan 5-minute time bank down to overtime.
Yeah, and both of our stars are shining bright when it comes to Kevster and Proper, but Kevster's 23-3. He's only died 3 times. So you really know when this guy goes in, he's measured, he's calculated, and he only goes in with the resources that he needs. So just either the rally or the shout, and Gladiators are so good at supporting Kevster when he dives in because he just almost always converts. It did take 5 minutes for Gladiators to get this done, and I think, you know, there was some rotations where Gladiators are all over the place trying to run away from the Shock. It really does get super chaotic, but Kevster is diffing when it comes to both damage and final blows when it comes to Proper.
Yeah, Kevster's certainly recaptured his magic from Busan, where it definitely felt like Proper was far more in control, even though it was such a close map. Now we'll have to see if Los Angeles Gladiators have any ideas as to the defense here. It seems like this is a map where either you get hard held on first point, or it's going to be all about C. We don't see as many holds on B for this particular map unless it's right at the end. For now, though, San Francisco Shock playing a little bit slower, maybe looking for a big dynamite from Kilo that Proper can follow up on.
Yeah, no dynamite yet, but the shout first from Shock. They make it through under the bridge as Kilo, as he was trying to travel to help be with the team. Glads collapse on him and him only. Usually if you're kind of the hit scan, especially the Ashe, you're so vulnerable. You don't have as much kind of escapability as a Sojourn has. So Kilo has to be very sure that when he crosses, the Genji is not in sight.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Lemon. Kilo playing that off angle there is so dangerous, and not just because of a lack of escapability, but also that Los Angeles Gladiators, they technically control the high ground right above Kilo. So they don't have to invest any movement cooldowns to actually get on top of him and can follow up after Kilo uses that coach gun to blast away from any assailants. Look at Kevster's ult generation. He's 72%, he's owning.
Yeah, for now, that's what kind of the defense having free poke gets you, but Shock trying to get back control of the high ground. I love that boot from Violent. You just always want to dislodge Gladiators from where they're comfortable, but Happy gets the range shot onto Kilo, and as soon as that happens, Shock are left with half as much damage. It's up to Proper to just see if he could get any of the trades without Finn. This is just Shock having to play from behind. Now scrapping their way through. It was a 2-on-3.
Oh, what?
What are you cooking there, bud? I don't know about that one.
Oh,
he knows. He knows.
Yep. That Well, let's move on and strike that from the annals of history. Admittedly, San Francisco Shock just got a lot done in a 2 versus 4. Collusion Violet actually taxed Gladiators considerably, and that means that Gladiators have to actually make a little bit of an effort now to recapture the high ground. All 5 get on there, and so we're back to business as usual, and there's nothing to answer Kevster's Blade now.
Yeah, the Kevster Blade, he has maybe wanting to be at full health, especially with how clumped Shock are playing, but Finn is just so close to rally, and Kilo needs it, but as soon as Finn has the rally, he pops it. Do Gladiators even want to still invest the Blade? It's the dash, but Finn is in sights, and he's trying to dodge the whip shot. Goes after Finn at the end when he's out of cooldowns, and without those supports, Shock are toast. They're looking pretty toast this map, too, with only a minute and a half left to get the point.
And admittedly, Los Angeles Gladiators are doing a really good job here of generating crossfires. We saw that Kevster actually tried to harass San Francisco Shock onto a point where Happy was able to sit behind them with a fully charged rail, and now there's going to be so many of those available because of the overclock. So essentially, San Francisco Shock now, their fate lies in the hands of Proper and Kaluge, the 2 most important ultimates, the Dragon Blade and the Rampage. Proper needs to go first, force out the sound barrier from Funny Astro, and force Gladiators to fight on the point, so Kaluge afterwards can get a big Rampage on a ground-born defensive team.
Sound barrier from Funny Astro. Gladiators working with a big advantage on top of just always first blooding Kilo, who just can't seem to be in safe range from Kevster. So how are the Shock gonna play this advantage, or just play at all when Kilo's always down? He's close to Bob, but maybe he has to swap to Sojourn just to have better escapability, or maybe Shock have to play more with Kilo to protect him, but this is just rough to see from the Shock.
Gladiators knew exactly what the plan was, so they just beat into the San Francisco Shock and try and out-tempo them. Now there's nothing to answer Proper, but the raw mechanics of the Los Angeles Gladiators. 2-time champions, surely an unprotected Blade can be shut down as Proper sets up for the fight.
Ooh, he gets hit, yeah, Proper's hit by the anti from Reiner's Rampage, but Kaluze does the same thing. Happy, Kevster, skewed Funny Astro hit, they take
no point
shelter, and Shock are just left with not being able to get a single tick on the new map, so Gladiators will tie it 1-1. I was not expecting this at all.
So no Blade. Proper goes so deep. The Rampage is solid. Los Angeles Gladiators decide, you know what, I'm just going to make it so that whatever Proper does, he is having a bad time. Reiner almost goes for a solo Rampage on him, but it's so smart, because Proper doesn't want to use the Blade when he's taking that ticking bleed damage, when he can't get healed, when he feels like it's going to be an int to use the Blade, and that means that unfortunately he's saving it for Overwatch 3.
I mean, Shock are onto something, or somebody mentioned in match chat that Shock lose when they play Ashe. And I mean, Shock's only map losses were the first 2 against the Justice, where Kilo was on Ashe. So we'll see if maybe Sojourn will be the key to success for the Shock, but for now, Gladiators tie it 1-1, and we'll see you after the break for map 3. What a series we have so far. It's 1-1. Glads with a massive comeback on this last map with the full hold and quite a major gap in stats when it comes to Kevster versus Proper.
Yeah, Kevster's been doing really well on Paraiso, and I think a large part of it has been stats generated on the defense, Lemon. In particular, we saw that Kilo continually got killed by Kevster, and that does so much for Genji, because the Ash's primary duty is to continually land either the head or the body shots from the ADS on the Genji, and essentially keep him hiding, asking for those armor packs from the Brigitte to keep him topped up, and that really minimizes the Genji downtime. But because they could continually just drop on Kilo as the Los Angeles Gladiators and kill him instantly, Kevster could spend so much time just tearing through the remainder of San Francisco Shock and playing more like a frontline combatant.
And I noted that Kevster had those 3 deaths in the first round when they were attacking. So I guess Kevster just never died on that defense because all he had to do was wait for Kilo to be even slightly near the bridge and only commit to him, as you said. And I think Shock are kind of now realizing that Ash, just choosing Ash, nothing against Kilo, but it's just been a liability. And Kilo did just look that much better on Sojourn when it came to Busan, but maybe just leaning too much into the Bob generation with Glads being clumped up on the defense and hoping that the Dynamite was going to help Proper a bit more. But without Kilo there, then Proper is left with trying to stop Kevster from fragging everyone else, or Proper having to do the same thing against Skewed. But you kind of saw that Funny Asher and Skewed also had very low deaths.
Yeah. However, when it comes to the Kilo hit scan choices that we were discussing, Lemon, on one map and one map only, you do get the option of the Widowmaker, and that's Junkertown. We've previously seen Kilo go up against Eggsy from the Florida Mayhem on this map, and that was quite close. I believe it was a 4-3 to the San Francisco Shock last week in their 3-0 victory over the Florida Mayhem. And Happy is going to roll out here on the Ash themselves. And the Ash, she seems a lot more popular on these escort maps. They're generally longer, so the long-range immediate damage that you can generate from the Ash ADSing is very important. While Ash is a little bit less overtly deadly than the Sojourn at range, because you can't get the one-shot rails, she does have a lot more DPS uptime, because it's very difficult for the Sojourn to build up the rails at long range because of a bloom on her primary fire.
Happy definitely just showing that he's on Ash, just going so close to the spawn room doors. But with this composition, playing this close to the spawn is going to guarantee you multiple fights for A. And even if you lose and you get crushed, because the advantage is for the offense, you can go to their spawn room doors at any time. Glads want to take time off this time bank. So Shock, kind of realizing the split push from the defense, could choose to rush into any grouping of the Glads and have a big advantage. So Reiner is now just anchoring the cart, has used Shao because he got to half health, will go over to the Mega Pack side, but Kevster's been isolated, but he never dies. He manages to get into pack range of Skewed. Funny Astro is getting shot, and Kilo is back on his tried and true Sojourn, and even though it's a 2-for-1 trade, just having any picks at all into the Glads will relieve that pressure from the spawn.
I think that one of the things that people who religiously watch this meta will realize that was a very sheepish and almost cowardly spawn camp from the Los Angeles Gladiators. They weren't committed to holding the spawn. There was a very early disengagement from Reiner after catching a couple of shurikens from Proper, and that gives so much space for Kilo to operate freely and build up those rails to find these killing blows onto people like Funny Astro and eventually Reiner as well. Los Angeles Gladiators, if they're going to spawn camp in the future, they have to commit to it rather than do a halfway house.
Oh, this is such an open area. Gladiators just use the shout to get a position on the right side. Shock shouts second and just rush into them. And Gladiators immediately lose Happy because he was too close, and Reiner because of resources. So Shock might lose Finn here. Not a big deal because this is a .8 cap for the Shock.
That came down to Finn hitting a really good whip shot as well. onto Reiner as he was trying to engage. That meant that Reiner had to try and play catch-up by using the speed boost from the shout to actually engage into the shock. And like you said, Kaluch gets second shout, and that really just does decide the fight because they're running into you with more HP. And when you are a bunch of squishy heroes who are a lot more hardy, things become a lot easier. Look at the pace again from Violet when it comes to generating these sound barriers, outpacing Funny Astro by 30%, and Finn can open this up as well with a tempo rally, even if Skewed can answer.
Yeah, interesting that Shocker just deciding to play the low ground here. Violet did some scouting, knows Gladiators on the high ground. Reiner drops, uses the shout. Violet responds with the sound barrier. So a Shock have a momentary advantage, and they're chasing after Kevster, who's just dashing back to safety. He thought he had the execution on the Violet. Now Kevster is in a hairy situation, and Glads are just falling like flies, trying to support him, including Skewed and Funny Astro, who were just the first to die. So Shock really bunkered down and focused down well.
Happy needs to use Bob and then just swap. That's simply it. Los Angeles Gladiators, they aren't comfortable enough playing slowly, or they are being overwhelmed by the San Francisco Shock and need to return to a fast playstyle that they had on Paraiso. And Los Angeles Gladiators, ideally, are going to use the Bob mid-fight here after San Francisco Shock have committed with something like a Blade, and then Happy can swap.
Okay, the rally first from Shock. They know this fight is coming up. The Bob from Happy goes way too far. That won't have an effect, but maybe this Blade from Proper will. He's got the rally and the shout and the resource he needs, but he needs to climb up to Happy, who just got a sound barrier. And with those resources, Kevster dives in the back with the Blade. We're left with a 3-on-4. Favoring the Gladiators, and the defensive respawns are closer, so Shock are losing grip on this fight.
Okay, now Gladiators at least will be able to get a little bit more value out of Happy on the Ashe, because Happy's going to have a slightly extended poke phase as Gladiators move on in, and that was an expensive fight for San Francisco Shock as well. I think they overlayered too much into this fight that Funny Astro could counter with that sound barrier. Now playing from a neutral position, Los Angeles Gladiators, providing that Reiner doesn't use his shout too early, should be well suited to engage into a San Francisco Shock who still have to commute to the car.
I respect the ego from Skewed to just want to duel Proper. Just denying that window is denying Proper the access to the Gladiators backline. So Gladiators on the high ground, though. They notice Proper dashes back away. The shout's been used from the Shock, and Ryder's waiting for the Shock to come out in the open to use this Rampage, but Ryder's coming to them. He gets Finn so low, and he's focused on taking care of that main healer for the Shock. But as long as you gatekeep Shock, you're fine. But Shock are able to leave this tiny room thanks to the sound barrier of Violet. The Rampage of Reiner to deny any healing after that, and Shock fall like dominoes as Gladiators get another hold.
Reiner's rally there not only denied healing, but it was also a perfect counter Rampage as well to the dive that San Francisco Shock thought that they could execute upon Reiner. He went under 200 HP, and San Francisco Shock decided if we shout and go on top of Reiner right now, we can overwhelm him, kill him. But the healing from the wound, that drain that the Junker Queen gets from all of her wounds, gave Reiner so much healing. 100 per target hit, so Reiner was so well sustained, and it meant that Skewed could actually spread out the resource a little more as well. Reiner should get an early carnage here, which is really going to attack San Francisco Shock.
Shock are hiding. Coming out in the open now. Gladiators maybe choosing this moment to fight. Finn has started the rally. The Happy Bob is in Narnia yet again. Finn has been isolated. Kevster identifies that, but Shock managed to get him back into safety. But now their Finn is so low along with Violet, and Happy gets to farm them with that dynamite that got them low enough. So Kevster went in and thought he could just Blade, but he's at 99%. And now there's a 3-man sound barrier for Funny Astro because it's 3-on-3, I believe. So the Shock are left without any heals. That was a big barrier advantage that the Glads worked with. But Proper is trying to finish off all these kills with the dash resets. He's so close to Funny Astro. He dashes past. Kevster will look to him in this Blade. Violet's at the top, and Shock just pushed the card into point B.
That was a mad, messy fight. And with Funny Astro trying to use that clutch barrier there as well, it meant that now Proper has an unanswerable Dragon Blade ready to go. Funny Astro didn't actually go for the Mega Health Pack in that Junker room, anticipating that's where Proper was going to be pre-aiming his shurikens and thinking, I can't take a shuriken, I just have to try and dodge for now. I have to wait for my Brigitte to return and get the repair pack from them instead of playing for the Mega. But that means Proper gets to steal that with a dash later on and avoid Kevster's Blade on the way.
Oh, this could be a massive rampage. It's the proper blade first, though, and there's such good disengage from Glads that this proper blade was more of a zoning one, but it's still by Shock a halfway point to point C. Now you have the overclock from Kilo. Now that there is such space between the two teams, he's on the high ground, but he's got full sights on the Gladiators who rotate to Mega to try and get away from Kilo at this point. And Shock are just converting on kills, and Glads might not even have a hold unless someone comes out to touch. Funny Astro will be on the job, and Skewed is out too. And if with, yep, there is no touch at all. So Shock get a 1 minute time bank.
Unbelievable boot there from Finn. Still the C9 is called from from Violet. Yeah, just a little bit of banter. Do a little bit of trolling in the lobby. Finn's whip shots, by the way, in this series have been a marked step up from the first week. Finn has been hitting these not only in terms of accuracy, but at critical moments. That not only stopped the contest there from Funny Astro, but earlier on the defensive Gladiators, I pointed out how Reiner had to use an early shout because Finn got a good whip shot midway through his engage and stopped Reiner from getting any value from his initial walking forward. And Finn's timing and choice of when to use these whip shots, I think, has been very much a mitigating factor for a lot of Gladiators engages.
Yeah, these have been some just good boops onto Kevster in general. Still, a 1 minute finish for Shock is pretty impressive. I mean, finishing this map in general is so difficult, and they made point C look so easy. I think Glad's wanting to recontest the end of point B meant that they just had no chance to hold the point C choke, which would have helped. But Proper, I think, has been stepping up and just kind of gatekeeping Kevster a lot. And I think once the Kevster's out of the picture, it's easier for Proper to go after Happy after that.
Interesting stat here. Happy has twice as much damage as Kilo at the moment. About 3.8 on Kilo's side to 7.9 for Happy. But this is actually translated into the ultimate generation for Finn and Violet being much faster on average than it is for Skewed and Funny Astro. Both Finn and Violet are taking under 2 minutes to build up their ultimates, whereas Skewed and Funny Astro, they're taking 2 minutes 16, 2 minutes 40 each, and it means that San Francisco Shock are consistently getting these earlier support ultimates to dictate where fights happen and under what conditions.
And where the fight is happening is important right here and right now. Shock not wanting the spawn camp, so they're limiting this to be a one fight for point A, but with this much cover for Shock, this is better for not only Kilo, who's going to be out of Kevster's range, but just in general. So Shock are going for the better fight instead of the two weaker fights, but maybe more time bank drain, but it all depends on how successful Shock are in these fights as Gladiators prepare their approach. It's the first shout from Reiner as Shock just keep distancing themselves away. They're keeping Kilo as safe as possible and making sure that if Kevster approaches, Shock are ready to react.
Remember the Gladiators, when they are fighting on this cart as well, they have essentially an extra aura healer to keep them topped up, which can be important in these matchups. It means that you can get more out of your speed.
There's just such a dance between the Glads and the Shock, using the shouts to rotate around each other until Finn was left without a shield bash to get back to his team. And Glad's punished out immediately. And as soon as your Brigitte falls, you're just going to get out-brawled. So Glads get point A pretty easily.
Good early target focus. Getting rid of Finn, trying to out-rotate that Brigitte, making sure that not only does it mean you're getting less aura healing, but it also really hobbles the enemy Genji, because he can no longer go far afield looking for an off angle, because the way that Genjis can be sustained through that is through the repair packs that Brigitte sends out at good range, which obviously aren't going to be missing. And that means that Proper has to play a lot tighter in and can be subject to a lot more random splash damage and poke from the Gladiators. Now Shock, once again, controlling the high ground. I believe the off angle is going to be coming from Kilo this time.
Yeah, it sounds like Shock are already kind of adjusting the way they play the game, just being a lot more wary of Kilo and almost just reacting to Gladiators instead of initiating on their own. I mean, they're on the defense after all, but Glads, how are they going to gap close this? They also have access to the top left window where Kevster was and sees that, well, Proper's on the other side. He doesn't want to mess with him. Kevster wants to access Finn like he usually does. Gladiators are free to rotate to this top right. They'll be really close to Shock as Shock are just trying to figure out where they are as Glads go underground. They fake them out. They get to more shelter at the end of the point as Happy ends the shot on the Violet. You deny the sound barrier that they could have had. Now Glads are free to have those resources and use ult if they think it's necessary. But Astro drops it, but he's unable to save Skewed before he got way too close to the sun. I think it's still a wonderful fight from Glads despite all of that, and they should be capping B.
And once more, the payload entering third point. We are going to see a 5-minute time bank for the Los Angeles Gladiators. San Francisco Shock, yes, they completed, but it's only with a minute to go. However, on Paraiso, it was all about the San Francisco Shock third point defense. Funny Astro, what's he doing there? What is he cooking? Probably pulled in by a knife, I want to say.
Most likely. And this is now where Shock can take a lot of time away. This is something that Glads wish they could have done, is hold this point C choke. And Shock can kind of wait for these doors to close before really wanting to engage. As Gladiators do not want to have their backs against the wall. They try to creep up to the right side. Shock want to cut off those rotations. Kaluj has a big rampage available, and he goes for it and hits 3, including the Gladiator support to rally behind Skewed, and they try to back away, but Proper's too quick with the blade, and Glads have 2 cut down already. It's not unwinnable for them yet. They got to pick on the Kilo. It's an all-out brawl, and it all depends on those cooldowns, where at the end of the day, Shock stood tall.
Yeah, Shock did stand tall, but they also invested all 3 of their, over fight-winning ultimates. Now they've got the overclock, which can be of hit or miss value, quite literally, and the rally, which isn't as good at keeping the Brigitte sustained as previously. Kevster's got the blade good to go.
Yeah, Blade is good to go for Kevster, and how good is it? He already takes care of Kilo, and Kaluj is next on the hit list, and this is really all said and done. Kevster tried to dash through to get the safety, but Glads will now get out of this point C choke with barely some people alive, but still, 3.5 minutes, there's a chance, a small chance they can get a better time bank.
I mean, that choke is so powerful. We actually saw the Los Angeles Gladiators themselves held for about 4.5 minutes by Dallas Fuel on that particular choke, and then a heartbreaking C9 afterwards. But San Francisco Shock still have the overclock from Kilo. Didn't feel he had the space to use it in the previous fight, but now knows that it can't really be answered overtly from Los Angeles Gladiators, so will need to be answered rotationally, which means that Kaluj will be able to get a second shout, most likely.
Oh, this is the big overclock. I like that reposition from Kilo when he thought Glads was getting close and has forced Glads into this tiny room where the rest of the brawl will take place. But Shock are so unhealthy right now, but they're getting out just barely. Kevster's gonna start getting dash resets pretty soon, and Glads can conserve their ultimates. Shock gotta hope they got a touch soon, but I think it's just too little and too late, and Glads needed to win this fight, and respawns are too far away from Shock, so that's a 1.5 minutes extra that the Glads have.
A big fight in a small room is heaven for Skewed and Funny Astro. You can get so much mace cleave through everybody. Inspire for days. The repair packs are flying. And Los Angeles Gladiators, they managed to take cover very early with Reiner using a shout, which is why Reiner died, because he had to use the shout to give everyone the speed boost to go over and get into cover away from Kilo's overclock. But I think that San Francisco Shock, they became a little bit too eager to move into Los Angeles Gladiators territory. They kind of bunkered down in to survive the storm of Kilo, and that led to too much damage being taken, while it was Kilo who was getting so many of the resources just to try and survive all of this. And then, of course, we saw Kilo get challenged by Kevster afterwards, and the shout had already been used by Kaluj, so the ability to keep Kilo alive in the aftermath of that fight may well have been an ill omen for San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, for now, Glads going back to their spawn room hold. At least we're going into the second round of attacks, so Shock should know that this is coming. But I think Gladiators are a bit different here. Yeah, I hope it actually works this time, but Happy's also playing closer to the team, because Happy last time was on an off angle, and that's kind of how things fell apart for the Glads, was that they were trying to take too much space.
Yeah, this time Happy's not playing on the Ash Lemon, instead on the Sojourn, so a lot easier to play faster for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Hopefully we won't be caught in a disengage this time and can work a little bit more effectively with the actual plan itself, as Kevster is going to be the one playing the off angle this time.
Oh, that's a good knife pull, at least just the bleeding. You got Finn low enough that Kevster just needs to focus and execute, but Shock have been able to heal back up, and they have access to the spawn room doors at any time. Shock can just leave this fight, but they don't need to. They've killed Skewed, and now it's farming time for the Shock boys as they take care of Kevster, and now are dashing after the rest. So with the 1 minute that Shock have, they really need to maximize this as much as possible, especially with the extra 1.5 minutes that Glads have. They'll have another fight that the Shock don't. So getting close to point A is kind of the goal here for Shock.
Yeah, and with 19 seconds on the car, it should not be too difficult. Los Angeles Gladiators, I imagine, will just be trying to take the most geographically advantageous fight they can, with Happy up on the highest of grounds, which means Proper would have to take a significant diversion to get up here. Reiner already good to path, but remember, this is going to be all about when the shouts happen. Is Reiner going to expend one early here to touch the car?
This is final fight for the Shock. Just getting as much push as possible. It's Gladiators that might have a bit more pressure on their shoulders to engage. Proper was on the left and keeping Kepster in check. Proper dashes towards the back line, and Gladiators take care of him, at least as much as they can, as Shock still were able to run over the Gladiators and immediately killed Skewed. So that is great backline access from the Shock, and it's fine that you don't have Proper because you've got the point A cap, and that is the goal. Mission complete.
Oh, the Gladiators' plan there was actually quite smart. They had Happy use the Disruptor Shot behind the car to do a huge amount of damage to Kaluj and whip shot Kaluj back into it via Skewed. But this meant that Skewed, after Kaluj used his shout to escape the Disruptor Shot, did not have a whip shot to keep Kaluj at bay and could easily be overwhelmed by the speed-boosted San Francisco Shock. Now with a first point cat, San Francisco, I think that they've outpaced how much they should have done with a minute. All of this is gravy now.
Let's see how far this gravy train really goes, though. But we got double support ultimates from Shock. Glad's not having the rally could make a big difference in this fight. Shock could even go as far as capping point A. Rally first from Finn. Proper could unleash the blade at any time, but the shout is used from Glads. Maybe Proper wants to wait for that to be over. As Gladiators go to the left room, Kepster's a little bit far from the flock, but Skewed is there to give him packs just in case. Proper, now that Glads are baited out, he goes for the blade, but the barrier from Funny Astro is well timed. It keeps the Gladiators kicking, and kicking they shall, as Shock are down 3, and this is not salvageable, so Shock's fight will end here, almost at the end of B.
Oh, Lemon. Right now, Happy is doing so much damage. 14.6k thus far on Junkertown compared to almost 9k for Kilo. It is a huge differential in the amount of damage, but the thing is, Happy isn't getting a huge amount more killing blows. It's 10 killing blows to 9, and that means that things aren't being finished as quickly for the LA Gladiators. There's a lot more trash damage being sent out. It's allowing Finn and Violet to do a huge amount of healing and get these support ultimates. Alas, it feels like Gladiators, they do sometimes just like see the eye of the Kaiser, and they recognize when to take these fights and where. And while their first gambit on A didn't work with trying to force Kaluj to use a preemptive shout using the Disruptor Shot, was eventually punished. When it comes to their ult fights, they are very well regimented.
Oh, the quick turn as soon as you saw Kilo use the shift jump. This is just the experience and just, I mean, the skill that Kepster and Proper have. There's no getting away with anything with these two playing. They're just gonna so quickly dash, and that's the kind of mobility and why Genji is meta right now, is you need something to quickly follow up, and Proper and Kepster are always on that tail. So Shock going for a spawn room hole, different than their last defense where they opted for kind of that T corner at the end of A. But now Kepster's on the Hanzo just to get that Sonic out to see if maybe Shock were playing close, and he's back on the Genji.
All right, car does begin moving. For now, San Francisco Shock looks to try and play the gap between the sheds. Oh, Kilo's been identified on an off angle. Now a 4 versus 5 can be manufactured.
Oh, Kepster is already harassing Finn. There's boops on the edge, but no one has fallen yet. Kepster takes way too much pressure and is unable to clean off on Finn. So Gladiators are down 1 or 2 now, and this is just not going to be a hold that can continue. But Shock are just letting this happen, so it's just about the fight breaking down in the Shock's way, as Gladiators only have 2 minutes left.
Losing Violet is dangerous, but admittedly with Funny Astro down, this should be fine for San Francisco Shock. They aren't going to be outpaced too fast on their disengagement here, and that's going to allow multiple members of San Francisco Shock to get away. Look at Proper's ult charge. What a beast! He's 80% Lemon, and no one from Los Angeles Gladiators is even close to being able to try and contest this, whether it be by support ultimate or by another means. But Proper was actually effectively countered last time, so he's got to be careful with where he ends up. Can't afford to catch a Carnage from Reiner.
Yeah, that big difference was just Kevster is taking a lot more focus fire because he's so committed on Finn and Shock. Like I've already said on just the last rounds of Junkertown, are playing almost a more reactive style against the Gladiators, hoping to punish Kevster on the approach as Proper jumps to the sun, goes immediately after Happy. Couldn't get the dash reset because of a well-timed shout from Ryder, but he's still doing just fine, even at the 9 HP that he was. The 2 kills is all the Shock need to send Gladiators packing.
Critical difference there. Skewed missed the whip shot. Proper had nothing to stop him from going exactly where he wanted to with that blade. However, this is what the larger time bank rewards you with, Lemon. You can have that wiped fight. You can take both your support ultimates into the next one, knowing that you can try and force out the rally with your own, and that you are going to have a blade before Proper regenerates his, and you'll be going, oh, no way.
That is a good headshot, so the Shock are going to unleash and see if they can get the trade while they're close. The rally from Finn takes a body shot from Happy. The rally's matched by Skewed. Happy just still trying to do work, but the sound barrier might be what defines it. Gladiators using just a little bit later is giving them an advantage as Skewed is chasing after Violet as Proper peels for him. Reiner is there to try and finish up on the kills on the Shock supports, but they're somehow getting away, and left alone is Kilo, who's picking off the birds from the sky like Duck Hunt, and Shock might have just done it. In overtime, they will end it, this in their favor, and Shock go to series point.
In that final fight, Kilo being able to return in time and then play Overwatch from the high ground. And of course, San Francisco Shock surviving so long there as well. In Sound Barrier versus Sound Barrier, it should have been Funny Astros to win by popping that second one. They had the advantage when it came to the blades because Proper used his early to win a previous fight. However, when it came down to it, the San Francisco Shock, they just played the macro game a little bit better, Lemon.
I'm the player of the game from Skew, kind of the micro too, not gonna lie, but that really came down to the second round of attacks and only a minute and a half difference, and Shock still came out ahead, even with the smaller time bank. Congratulations to them on map 3, but we're gonna throw it to a break and we'll see you all for map 4.
new hero stepping into the fold, a few new maps too.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting.
Kevster keeps Pelican in check and makes sure that he doesn't get close to Ons, which is really good awareness from the Gladiators, who force Pelican back, and now Houston's backs are against the wall, but Gladiators are not healthy, and they're locked into a fight that they can't escape in. Pelican finally closes the gap between himself and Ons, and Merritt kills 3. He is having an incredible series. Usually want to save that sound barrier to counter the opposing Dragon Blade, but it wouldn't hurt to have that extra sustain. About when does Yaki want to find an opportunity, especially after the shout, but the shout's been used by Doge. Here's the rally from Lastro. Houston push into New York, but it's the sound bear at the last second from Monsoon J that gives New York a breath of fresh air as Yaki's blade is finally slicing through all the extra health. And New York come out ahead once all the resources of the Houston Outlaws have been expended.
They have the Rampage. Feels like they're just trying to bait the Shock into them so they can use a Rampage and get it onto the backline. That gets pulled in with that knife. There's the Rampage, comes out, hits 4. That's good. Target priority right now is Kilo and Proper. They take him down with ease. A perfectly timed Rampage from Mag. Maybe that's what they were doing. Maybe I called it correctly there. Just baiting the San Francisco Shock down to low ground to set up for that Rampage. And look at this forward push. I mean, yeah, there's no hope for you, unfortunately, Proper and Kilo. Straight back to the spawn, which
down. We go to the cart, and it's 5-on-4 for the Gladiators. This could be winnable for Houston. The 3-0, one of the best teams in the league, and it's starting to fall their way. Glads are down 2. No Rider, no Skewed, but you have Kevster, and you have a dream to keep this alive. The DPS do it all, and it's just on. Who cancels the bomb? Gladiators are still alive.
Aspire used that overclock super early. A beat from the Titans, in fact. They just want to go ham. They're going to go in, touch the spawn maybe. Master gets the better of Dorado and the little Lucio 1v1, and Aspire cleans 2. The Vancouver Titans. They're looking, they're hunting, the payload moving, a couple of meters to go, and this will just be it. Dorado used the beat at the last moment, and the Vancouver Titans have done it. They found their first win in over a year. They are now 1-13. August 14th was the day many were counting down to, and the Vancouver Titans can let out a sigh of relief. I mean, look, Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is a legacy, but maybe the Titans have started one right here today.
We just wanted to give a big shout out to all our artists out there that have been supporting our amazing teams, and you can have the spotlight on you, fellow artists. Overwatchleague.com/art gallery. You can submit all of your art for a chance to be featured on broadcast.
Yeah, we've been seeing some amazing things in the community and in the lobby too, Lemon. That Junkertown was so hotly contested between San Francisco Shock and LA Gladiators, and now Shock are one map away from equaling the mythical map win streak of the Vancouver Titans, which was done in 2019 by another roster chock full of rookies fresh off of dominance from Korean contenders, just like San Francisco Shock are now.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to qualifiers, Shock always go undefeated, but tournament play, when the stakes are high, Gladiators are the better team, which is just so funny to see from both these teams. But speaking of having to compete at Toronto in the Summer Showdown, let's go to our next map, New Queen Street, our push map to see, will we actually not get a 5-map set for the first time between Shock and Glads? I don't know.
And once again, all eyes should be trained on Happy and Kilo to see what the dynamic between these hit scans will be. I think that both of our teams have actually looked better on the Sojourn, although Gladiators, they aren't the fastest team. It feels like having Happy on the Sojourn kind of forces them to be fast and follow up upon any mistakes that they see. So I like having Happy being able to force that by saying, I've put down a disruptor field, we are going now. On the other side, San Francisco Shock, Kilo going to be mirroring that. And I think that the Sojourn, when it comes to push, is a very good option because push is such a fast-moving game mode around a mobile objective that it serves you well to have that slide and, of course, to be able to control the space with the disruptor field. Question is, for Los Angeles Gladiators, will they be able to keep Funny Astro alive?
I mean, that's $1 million question right there. And yeah, I just don't think you have time to just sit and poke with an Ashe. It's just there's always fighting. It is called a push game type after all. There's always pushing. But speaking of which, both teams trying to battle for control for this main hockey statue. It's kind of this natural high ground around the bot, and you kind of saw Proper just hanging around the ledge, gets flail shot or whip shot by the Skewed. Now the shout first from Gladiators, who got a little impatient, but Violet calls for the speed, disengage, and now maybe a re-engage from the Shock. As when the two teams are gapped away from each other, it's Kilo and Happy that can really define these fights with the ranged shots. But for now, the bot is moving a little bit of Gladiators' way. Shock hoping to contest. A lot of focus going into Reiner at this moment. And he gets down to 25% HP. And Kalush is the one that dies first, but either way, both tanks have been removed. And it's only a one-man advantage for Glad, but no supports for the Shock.
Every single kill, Lemon, is a notch more deadliness to these Genjis getting the dash resets. Kevster dare not follow any further, knowing that there are going to be respawns from San Francisco Shock coming out, but that was simply a difference in focus fire right there. Kaluchik just a touch more damage, unable to use as much of the bot for cover, and I think getting a worse deal when it came to the disruptor shots as well. Happy got a really good one, and that's reflected in his ult charge as well. He's 30% ahead of Kilo. I like maths.
Math. Oh, well, here's that one, the geometry from Happy. So now Shock were kind of hiding into the pack room on the side, and now have to coalesce back on the main street. And as Shock are running, they were getting picked off by Glads, who were trying to cut off their rotations. But Kila hits that random shot, which gives Shock a chance to have a pretty decent fight. Finn calls for the rally, and then Violet with the sound barrier second, while Gladiators have the support ults, but are choosing not to use it, especially maybe with Kevster gone and Happy not able to convert much with the overclock.
Yeah, I think Gladiators are happy after that sound barrier is forced by Happy's overclock to just back off with both their support ultimates still available, knowing that now Kevster should be able to freely claim a fight with this blade, whereas Proper's going to run into a lot more trouble from Skewed and Funny Astro. They've got to be careful though. If Skewed here goes for a tempo rally and Proper tries to blade through it, they might end up layering their support ultimates as Funny Astro invests to try and save Skewed and stop it from dying midway through that ultimate.
Now Shock, they have the support ult advantage here. They can last as long as they can through the fight. Kevster uses the blade, he goes through tunnel, forces out the shift jump from Kilo, who gets the last left. What a headshot! It's a zero-man blade from Kevster, but Shock with the 5-on-4, what do they want to do after that? It's a Kalush rampage right into the sound barrier of Funny Astro. Can Shock even get there to help him out? Well, Proper gets punished on the approach, and here's the re-engage from Glads, who pop both their support ultimates to finish off this fight, and so they shall with a 36-meter lead for Glads. It'll get even bigger.
Reiner there, really smart to allow Kalush to actually back off and grab the health pack so that Kalush to actually stagger himself with more health. That's more ult charge and more time for San Francisco have to wait. Also skewed real here of that fight. He actually blocked the incoming rampage with his shield while he was rallying, so he was not an easy target for San Francisco Shock to take down and stop that overhealth from stacking even when Gladiators were antied. Now Kilo needs to go big with the overclock.
Oh god, but he's getting pushed by the supports of Glad. Even Putty Astro is just up there, trying to boop him away. Kilo still lives, all thanks to Violet. And remember, I mean, the coaching staff of Shock were just looking forward to the matchups of especially how the Lucios of Violet and Funny Astro are enabling their DPS. Works out for Kilo and the friends of the Shock. Kalush is down, but really Gladiators don't want the smoke anyway, so Shock will hold for now.
No butt scratch gained, however, still a little bit of a premium when it comes to the meterage from the Los Angeles Gladiators. San Francisco Shock will begin their own push here, and yes, Violet once again is getting quite the pace on when it comes to this sound barrier, having let loose his a lot more freely than Funny Astro was, and now Finn in tandem can answer this overclock.
Yeah, Overclock just all focused on the Kalush. Only some of those shots hit, and I think that was very killable. Meanwhile, Reiner is less healthy than Kalush, but the rally from Finn was not enough to keep Kalush going, so you have a tank advantage for Glads, but maybe a DPS gap as Proper gets the dash on the skewed and ends the fight in the way of the Shock, who are down quite significantly when it comes to the push meterage, so we'll see if they can tie it up.
Yeah, it turns out the tank advantage ain't nothing compared to the proper advantage that San Francisco Shock brought to bear, and this time San Fran didn't overlay their support ultimates as well, so they still have Violet ready to answer any hyper-aggression from the LA Gladiators. This is going to be a fight for the meterage here. They don't want to allow San Francisco Shock to reach that 55-meter checkpoint.
Oh, the blade, the barrier, and everyone from the Shock helping Proper push this bus to its station, but Gladiators sustained through and stole the bot, by the way. Kevster is just escorting the bot the other way, so Shock have to make a decision. Do you win the fight? Do you win the war? What is going on? Proper turns his attention to Kevster, gets him off the bot, but now Shock have to fight their way through this street just to get to the bot to where it was before.
The bot in the middle. That's happy place for Los Angeles Gladiators. They still got the lead. Finn's got no shield. He's going to be a big target.
Kevster wanted the dash reset on the Kilo, but the shell from Kalush saves him. But as soon as that resource is gone, Kevster pulls out the blade and finishes off all these low targets that had no way to escape. Still 1-1 trade, but without Finn, Shock, just like you see, don't have the healing to keep brawling this.
Proper doing plenty of damage here, though. And now the shout was worn on off. There is going to be a slow field as Funny Astro goes low.
Yeah, Gladiators were just capping off this fight and needing to invest the overclock on top of the blade. I don't think that was really necessary, but either way. Oh, that was the overclock from Kilo. Either way, Glads are back on the cart with a 10-meter advantage. So it's the Shock that, I mean, this could be going to 5.
I agree, Lemon. Not entirely necessary. Kaluj and Reiner both ready with the Rampage. Reiner strikes first and grabs 3. Kaluj waits to answer.
Oh, he's just trying. Kalush is taking cover around this barricade and waiting for a moment. If he gets back to a healthy amount, he could counter Rampage, but waits too long, and Finn's rally is too late. Maybe they can out-sustain this if Violet gets the sound barrier, but Shock were able to kill quite quickly without Kalush, so they managed to get the bot back.
Really good patience and covering dancing there from Kaluj, and because he didn't use his Rampage as well, Gladiators knew that that was the main tool that Shock wanted to use in order to turn that fight around, so they actually inted in to try and kill Kaluj, and that allowed for those positions to be exploited by Proper, who now has a blade good to go, and Proper has been a menace on this map so far.
Shock have a bit of high ground here to work with. Finn does drop around the corner. Happy gets pulled by the knife, forced the shift jump back, and that could be a window of opportunity for the Shock. And Kalush rampages in. He's got the sound bear from Violet. Proper has more than enough health to keep going with this blade, but Kevster gets 2. It's matched up by Kilo and Finn. You have a 3 versus 3 on the cart, but no healers from the Shock. Finn and Violet are dead, so Gladiator's damage is all permanent, while Funny Astro, all he has to do is speed and enable Kevster, and that's enough for Gladiators to win the fight.
Keeping that Lucio alive, like you said, Lemon, it's the most important thing because San Francisco Shock found themselves on a ticking clock and still didn't manage to outpace the distance that was gained by the Los Angeles Gladiators. We've been stuck in this back and forth stalemate now for about 4 or 5 minutes with only 2 remaining now, and still San Francisco Shock, they are going to be able to position themselves early enough to deny any push to the Los Angeles Gladiators, but the bot still has a way to go before San Fran can make progress of their own.
Yeah, 55 meters for Glads, and maybe needing ults to get around this bend. It's quite difficult with the high ground advantage that the defenders, or I guess Shock at this point, have. Kilo has a charge up shot, and he sees Skewed, but is more aiming towards Kevster and pings him. Might have even got a body shot, so that kind of alarms Shock to go for a fight while the Gladiators are weak, and they're Shock are converting on all these kills. The Shock are so good at being aware of when they can take the fights, and not only when, but where. Goes out their way, but they still got to get to the 55 meters.
Yeah, Gladiators there because of their disengagement as well. The bot doesn't have far to go, and they should be in good place here for San Francisco Shock to actually start getting that meterage. It would take a right in here from Gladiators to actually get in the way of the bot, but Ryan is down for it, baby.
You know, the shout from both teams comes out, but Reiner's 25% health. Shocker's just gonna dip him quite easily. Kevster goes for the squishies with the blade and converts on 2. Gladiators have the 1-man advantage. A lot of damage now surrounding Kalush, who barely has any cover. Both Brigidas land on the floor, and that guarantees that Finn can't escape. So Glads have bot control again, but Shock have a 1-meter lead.
Skew doing an amazing job of baiting in Finn for that counter bash because they were far more members of Gladiators there to be able to take advantage of Finn being stunned on the floor and start getting that damage. Now, San Francisco Shock, they just about got themselves an advantage in terms of the meterage. Now Gladiators, they have to claim themselves these extra few meters. They have to push even harder. But will they invest in using their support ultimate advantage to do so as we move in towards overtime?
The final fight where if Shock win it, they will take the series, but Glass can force the 5 if they get just a few more meters, so Shock never want to let this cart go, or at least the barricade to move. Here's the blade, though, from Proper, slices down Happy, and Kilo gets the last laugh. 5 on 4 for the Shock, and Skew's rally is just not enough to keep the team going, and the San Francisco Shock have done it in less maps than it usually takes. Overtime goes away, and the San Francisco Shock remain undefeated with a 3-1 win over the Gladiators.
And that was all down as well to Violet getting an amazing disengage with a speed from that sound barrier that Funny Astro brought forth, thinking that this is our advantage, this is our resource, and this is our moment. But before that, the fight where they just about managed to sneak through those last extra couple of meters to get the advantage over LA Gladiators, when for so long on New Queen Street, it was a back and forth decided by centimeters upon centimeters. In the end, San Francisco Shock, they reacted better to the stimuli. They made their disengagement and they flowed like water before bouncing back with a blade that could not be answered.
I mean, every single map, besides Paraiso, was very back and forth between these two teams where, I mean, to be fair, both these teams struggled at the start of this meta. Like, struggle in quotations where Shock lost 2 maps. The only 2 maps they lost were in that first match. It was to the Justice, which they quickly reverse swept, and Shock are just that quick at adapting to the meta. They could put Proper on Tracer, Genji, you name it, he fits the meta, but it's almost like the mirror thing is happening with Glads. But I think it was more the coordination through this meta that Glad struggled with, where now they're 0-3, and now you're wondering, are Glads even going to make it to the Summer Showdown in Toronto to face their rivals to get another tournament win under their belt? It'll come down to the last 3 matches that Glads have, where they have Paris, Atlanta, and Toronto left. So they really got to put in the work in these last matches if they want to go to Toronto.
It's a scary road ahead for our reigning champions. You talked about how variable Proper is when it comes to picking up all these different heroes, but someone who's flexed in this meta as well is our player of the match, going from world-class flex support to world-class Lucio as well. It is Violet, and for me, I really lobbied for Violet to be our player of the match because he was doing such a good job of moderating how aggressive he was in tandem with how defensive he could be as well, and just staying alive in order to control these engagements. Violet has such a good sense of when to engage and when to disengage that he can often force resources from the Los Angeles Gladiators to just be sent into the void.
And as you kind of noted throughout this series, ult generation is a huge win condition. That 5 or 10% makes miles of a difference, where Violet was always ahead in that generation and look good doing it. You know, higher deaths because I think Lucios do have to go for those boops on those high grounds and have to do a bit of scouting and stuff like that, but Violet still had an incredible performance, and we don't give these players of the match often to supports, and Violet definitely deserved it.
Yeah, can often sit on a knife's edge between two DPS, but this time I think that we did experience a little bit of a hard Lucio diff here. Funny Asher is by no means a bad Lucio, but I'm not sure if this particular meta suits his style of hyper-aggressive, frag-heavy Lucio as much as it does the more tactical-brained people like Violet.
Well, we have one more match left in the day. It's Washington Justice versus the Florida Mayhem, but we can't get to that match until we get some interviews and we hear from the desk about their thoughts of this series. It was a banger, so we'll see you guys after the break.
I'm okay.
나이스. 나이스.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Proper from San Francisco Shock. Proper, congratulations on the win. Now, with this win, you guys have successfully, what is it now? 19 wins, 0 losses, tying the Vancouver Titans from the 2019 season. I just gotta ask, like, how are you guys this good? Like, whatever meta it is, whatever you guys have to play, you guys haven't lost a single match. So what sets you guys apart from the rest of the Overwatch League teams? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 이제 오늘 승리로 인해서 드디어 저번 시즌까지 포함해서 19승 무패 라는 엄청난 업적을 이뤄내신 센쇼인데요. 프로퍼 선수 보시기에는 지금 현재까지 어떤 메타가 오건 어떤 경기든 한 번도 진 적이 없는 건데 어떻게 좀 이렇게 좀 잘할 수 있는 것 같은가요? 좀 다른 팀들과 비교했을 때 뭐가 다른가요? 센쇼은?
일단 저희 팀은 일단 다 피지컬이 많이 좋아가지고 어떤 메타가 와도 그래도 한 중간 정도는 가는 것 같아요. 이제 거기서는 이제 코치님들이랑 감독님이 이제 좀 게임 이해도 같은 거 다 이끌어 올려주셔가지고 가면 갈수록 좀 이제 좀 성장한다는 느낌?
알겠습니다. Alright, so I mean, to start off, our team, San Francisco Shock, all of our players are just mechanically gifted. So whatever meta comes forward, you know, at our worst, it's probably average. We never hit the bottom. So from there, we got great coaches and great coaching staff. So they help us improve from sort of that middle ground all the way up to sort of the best teams or best quality of performance. All right, my second question for you is, I mean, for this match against the Gladiators, you know, despite the 3-1 victory, I do believe that Gladiators put up a really good fight. Was there a certain player from the Gladiators that sort of gave you a hard time during today's match proper? 자, 두 번째 질문은 오늘 경기가 3대1로 끝이 났지만 제가 봤을 때는 글래디도 오늘 굉장히 잘 싸웠다고 봅니다. 이제 프로퍼 선수 개인적으로 봤을 때 자기 자신한테 좀 제일 경기 도중에 제일 힘들게 했던 선수가 있다면 누가 있을까요?
선수라기보다는 이제 글래디에 아는 코치님이 저랑 전 팀이었거든요. 컨텐에 있을 때. 근데 이제 그 코치님이 제가 좀 잘하는 걸 아니까 좀 의식을 시켰나 봐요. 그냥 프로퍼만 살짝 막아라. 그래서 글래디 5명 선수가 좀 많이 심하게 저만 보더라고요. 그래서 좀 게임이 좀 힘들었어요. 그것 때문에.
Okay. All right. I wasn't necessarily say that it's a player that gave me the hard time. It's actually the coach from the LA Gladiators. There's a coach in the coaching staff that I've known since the Contenders, and he was our coach when I was back in Contenders. So their strategy of sort of focusing me down, make the coach telling their players to make sure to sort of check on proper, and that sort of gave me the hard time because every time I played, there was a lot of times where all of the Gladiators players were sort of focusing me down or looking at me for the most of the time. So that was the major problem for this match. All right, proper. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 프로퍼 선수 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you.
The San Francisco Shock get one back after taking an L in the mid-season madness finals. And yes, it's just a regular season match, but it wasn't just any regular season match. It's still a new meta. It's nice to compete with some of your biggest rivals, of course, when it comes to the number 1 and number 2 team in this region. And they took down the Gladiators finally, of course, improving to 19-0 now, regular season match win streak record. An incredible achievement for this franchise, truly.
It's, you know, Danny, you said this, and you know, Proper spoke to it a little bit. The ability to stay that consistent throughout regular season games. When you're winning this much, it's so easy to get complacent, drop a series here or there. But you know, the San Francisco Shock, even in today's match, they come out, put an absolute clinic of how you should be playing this meta, and you know, they made it. You know, obviously it was competitive, but they made it look easy. They played their game, they went toe to toe, and the Los Angeles Gladiators by no means didn't show up today. The addition of Happy, you know, he was making his mark known already, and that gives me more confidence for the Gladiators. But the San Francisco Shock, especially in the West, are the team to beat right now.
Yeah, I mean, the LA Gladiators now with Happy in the lineup. The LA Gladiators struggled last week, coming to week 2. Now you have Happy on your team, Joss. Do you think you saw, like, the LA Gladiators, you saw the potential? Just like, oh yeah, now they have the ingredients. Now they're cooking. Like, this is something they could build on for the rest of the stage.
What is he cooking? What is he cooking? What is he drawing? What is he drinking? I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, it's going to take a little while for someone to be introduced to the roster, I suppose. But like, Happy already came out pretty big in this game. It's unfortunate it was against the Shock, right? I mean, if they're against any other opponent, I think this is quite an easy dub for the Gladiators. The Shock do look unstoppable, and it's kind of hard to count them out. Whoever's betting against the Shock still, what are you cooking? What are you thinking? Like, it makes no sense for the Shock to lose here, really, when you think about how new the addition to Happy is to the Gladiators roster. But honestly, where does this team fall flat now? I'm talking about the Gladiators. Happy is just a superstar hit scan player. Sojun is exceptionally good. They have Padapan, who's a hyperflex. Kevster, who's a hyperflex. That guy's also pretty crazy. And then you have Arns, like one of the best Widowmaker players in the league. And it's going to take them maybe a couple of games to sort out Happy, but honestly, he slotted right in. And it was crazy to see how fast that transition was.
Yeah, I mean, it deserves to be mentioned, though, that the Gladiators now, they are 0-3 at this stage.
Rough.
They came in like 10-2.
We had a rain on the parade here, Johnny. We were hyping them up.
Raining on the parade, but I'm just like, oh, you know, no, because I was hearing Jack talk, and I'm like, yeah, you know, like, the team is so complete now, and like, this is sick. Then I'm like, can't wait to see them in the stage playoffs, and then I'm like, wait. Wait,
salt in the wound?
Are they going to make the stage playoffs? No, because I'm not saying that to be like BM. I'm not saying that to be rude or anything. I'm saying that because I genuinely want to see them like fulfill that potential and be sick. You know, I want to see them in Toronto.
That's a crazy thought, though, right? Because Gladiators have been one of the best teams this year.
Yeah,
and
they won 2 stages.
They won 2 stages, yeah.
And now they're 1-3.
One of the best teams this year. And like, they might not even make it. Like, that is wild. If you said to me at the very beginning of the Summer Showdown qualifiers that the Gladiators would be currently sitting at 0-3, I'd be tossing you out the door.
Okay, on the positive spin for the Gladiators is they have a very good map record so far. Their losses have been close.
They lost to Outlaws.
Yeah, okay, but the Outlaws were good last week or something. I don't know. I don't know. But Toronto Defiant, Paris Eternal, Atlanta Reign, those are all very winnable matches for the Gladiators. Give them a little bit more time to get prepared. Like, I think that they can set that up. They go 3-3 and they just squeak into the tournament. I don't think you can ever count the Gladiators out. So
no, I'm not.
As long as they're in.
Here's the thing. The Defiant match, I think, is the most difficult one, and that is the one that they have to play next. That is the must-win for the Gladiators for obvious reasons, but I think that's the one that's going to give them the most trouble.
I don't know. Don't sleep with my boys, Drag Attack and Crowley and stuff from Paris Eternal. You
never
know.
know.
Hey, no. We'll actually see those guys debut tomorrow, actually. So, you know, we got Paris Eternal taking on the Atlanta Reign. A bit of a Dallas versus Fuel throwback.
League, no way. Both teams, they're making one team now. Oh, no way. Crazy.
That's crazy.
It wouldn't be the craziest thing to happen this season.
No,
that's true. Rostermania.
Yeah. Speaking of Rostermania, we got one more match remaining today. Oh, that was one.
That was good. Yeah, good job, Johnny. That was nice.
Yeah. Washington Justice taking on the Florida Mayhem to close out this Saturday. The Washington Justice, of course, underwent a lot of changes this past week. We just saw Happy on the LA Gladiators, and I'm guessing the Washington Justice franchise, they're watching the stream like, yeah.
Damn.
Also Mag on the Busan Uprising now. So you're making a lot of changes because Mag was the primary Junker Queen player for the Washington Justice. Still though, I refuse to just like, well, not give up, but I refuse to just like underrate the Washington Justice heavily because they still have Decay.
Yeah.
They have Assassin. Krillin left a big impression on us. Opener has had some moment this season. If you're the Florida Mayhem, you can't necessarily sleep on the Justice roster. They still have competent players on the team.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Like, they have a roster that can make Ilios can be that off-tank player that picks up the Junker Queen. We haven't seen it, but it can be good. We also have, you know, they can flip Decay over to the Sojin, one of the few Genji players that can just flip over to the Sojin and then be confident that it's going to be good. Assassin picks up the Genji. The backline, we complimented them so much earlier on the season, so they can put together a good roster in this meta. The question is the turnaround, right? None of them have been practicing this meta. We know how difficult it is for some of these players to practice this season for some of these new heroes, so it's honestly, they could be the best and they could be the worst. I don't know. They're somewhere in the middle there, and I can't tell you where it is.
All right, so it feels like a bit of a flip-flop here. Maybe we're leaning Florida Mayhem, I think. I want to hear some map results. I want to hear some map predictions, okay? We all predicted the Florida Mayhem. Danny, how many maps do you, what do you think the map score will be at the end of this one?
3-0, Florida Mayhem.
3-0, Florida Mayhem. Oh, wow, brutal. Jack?
3-0.
All right.
I'm gonna go 3-2 for the Florida Mayhem, just so the Washington Justice can let me down one last.
Oh no!
Okay.
Come on.
Is that a reverse sweep?
No. Oh, actually, yeah, sure. Why not? That'd be even funnier, actually.
Oh man.
All right.
Three. You know what? I'm going in the middle.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we got it.
One of us is going to be right, maybe.
We got our ground covered. 3-0, 3-1, 3-2.
Now we can't lose.
No,
You're going to predict that Washington wins.
We're going to make the Washington.
Come on, Johnny.
Good for the team.
Look, there has to be someone else. Lemon Kiwi, Leg Day. Can you guys predict the Washington
Don't save him. Don't
Justice?
save him. No,
What do you think?
Don't save him.
Any Washington Justice hopium out there?
I'm not that crazy. I'm sorry.
Please.
That sword is yours to fall on, mate. You can have that one. I do think that the play for the one last ride of disappointment with the Washington Justice, though, is very, very much appropriate for the 3-2 reverse sweep of Mayhem.
Yeah, let's go. I got Leg Day on my side.
No, you guys, this has to end. I refuse, okay? You guys are being so rude to the Washington Justice that I'm stepping up, all right?
Okay,
I hope Assassin plays Sombra, honestly. I'm in. I just want to see...
Step it up! You want him to play Sombra? You want him to throw?
I want to see Washington Justice out there and like give us some good
There is
goals.
a chance. There is a chance.
Look, come on.
What's happened?
Come on.
I think the heat's got
Leg
you.
Day, you're a reasonable color caster. Come on. Do you think Sombra could work in this meta? Come on.
Cut him off.
I think Sombra can work in Overwatch 3, mate, when they rework her again. You've got terrible ideas. We are pushing you out. Goodbye, Johnny. Goodbye. We'll take it from here.
Oh, I gotta push this way. You just hear the all right off of the. I don't know what the desk is cooking up today, but I know when I start hearing Prez followed by why not, I start to wonder the sanity. But we'll see how much sanity we have left. We have the Washington Justice versus the Florida Mayhem, and it's been hot and cold for both these teams throughout the season.
Yeah, it's we've had like our bell curve of belief in Washington Justice, where they start off okay, I suppose, and then it's like an inverse bell curve. We just have the immeasurable disappointment in the middle, and then we get hopium for one last game against the San Francisco Shock. We're like, oh yeah, they might be good again, and then the entire roster implodes, and we're like, okay, so what have we got left? Well, I'll show you what we've got left in our group of starters here, because Lemon, these are all legacy members of the Washington Justice, but the thing is, only 2 of the previous starters are still here. In Decay and Opener. For Assassin, Kalios, and Krillin, they're going to have to slot into a coordination-focused meta off the hoof.
Yeah, it's interesting that they chose to keep Kalios, because they were just always starting Mag, and I think Kalios like shined in more of those Sigma and Zarya maps, but even though we've seen like Dallas Fuel and other teams incorporate their off-tank, their former Zarya player, to be that Junker Queen user, and kind of just the style around that Zarya player, I think bodes well for most teams. Now that the Justice have shed the extra weight or whatever's going on, is this going to be like the #1 roster? Because there is no substitute. If someone comes in mental boomed or not on their A game, there is no kind of backup plan here.
What do you mean? We got Mike from Socials or something?
Stop.
Who's ready to play? Oh, okay, let's talk about the Florida Mayhem. A team that do have some substitutes, and they're going to be showing off some other players today. Enxi is going to be starting on the bench, and Hydron's going to be coming in, likely to play the Sojourn Lemon. I think this one checks out, as Hydron is the Sojourn player, better for the faster pace that we're expecting on Control. But for me, Florida Mayhem, I'm really interested in how they're going to be playing our escort and hybrid maps, where they usually play double flex support, which tends to be a bit of an IQ check for other teams, seeing how good their pathing is, seeing how much they can minimize the damage from the anti-nades, as well as avoid those discords. And for a newly sort of minted roster of 5 like the Washington Justice, who haven't been playing as 5, this particular 5 for a while, that might be difficult.
And I think at the start of the season, I was so hype and high on someone because just his Winston play, his decision making was all there. But then I started seeing him flex to other heroes, and then I was less impressed. But I think this, if he's just such an aggressive guy, and I think really playing with your team is important. So some Winston skills can transfer here, but at least his aggression is something that can be rewarded in the Junker Queen meta because you can't be half decisive on your pushes. But we'll see if Florida even go for any Lucio now that Animo is there starting, but we will be starting at least on Lijiang Tower and specifically Gardens for our first round.
All right, this is an area where we have occasionally seen some weird things like the Echo come out, and it's not beyond the realm of possibility with Assassin in, but we've got to assume that Decay is going to be moving over towards the hit scan role, which he played famously with Dallas Fuel. Back when he played a little bit of Cassidy for them, before that particular Dallas Fuel implosion. And Assassin's likely going to be coming into play for Genji. Assassin has a very stable roster of heroes in sort of like the flanker mentality. He's been a Sombra, he's been a Tracer, he's been a Genji, and Doomfist back when Doomfist was a damage hero. But Florida Mayhem, it's interesting that I think they've been playing more Majed, or rather they've been playing more Animo RuPaul as their double main support, I think. So Majed coming in to play Lucio might be an interesting change, and I'm surprised that they don't actually have Animo playing the Lucio. There's a lot of teams right now, they're putting their classical main support player on the Lucio because he's such a unique sort of mechanical skill set that you don't want someone to just pick it up off the bat.
I guess I didn't have Surmajet on Lucio on my bingo card. Either way, it's a quick dash in for Assassin. Already forced to use the deflect, and Kalios was half health and finished off by Hydron, just stuck in the middle of the map. So almost Justice went in a little too aggressive, used all these cooldowns, and just the burst from Florida and their disengage was just that much stronger. So aggression has to be measured in some ways, and you have to have a plan when you do go in, and Justice didn't find themselves with any low targets to execute.
My boy Kalios showing off his best Doomfist cosplay on the Junker Queen. Just W. If they die, they die. If I die, I die. Florida Mayhem, plenty of damage done, and now they can sit pretty on the point, waiting for Washington Justice to expend resources.
Oh, Assassin's just in the middle of the map, just getting clobbered by Florida. But as everyone from Florida just looked at Assassin, Animo found himself getting just chalked up by Justice. So without that healing, Florida did struggle a little bit. They have Hydron and Surmajet near the point, checkmate over in Dojo, but there's just Washington playing more as a unit as they're following from target to target. So we're left with Justice getting the flip at 33 for Florida.
Ignominious passage of play there from Assassin. Welcome back to our mate. I know you've been on the bench for a while. It's good to stretch those legs out. Decay now has been doing a great job of pressuring someone.
Yeah, just a disruptor shot right at his toes because Decay knows what's coming. It's the checkmate blade. 13% faster than Assassin 2. Like we said, just the old generation makes a huge difference in these fights, especially on control. So Florida seconds away from getting the point back in their favor. Like, any defenders, question mark?
This is going to be a no defense kind of day, you know? I don't feel like defending today. Assassin does have a blade ready to go, but it's going to be heavily mitigated, Lemon. Not only will there be a disruptor field from Hydron, but also double support ultimates, which is well ready to go. Kalios isn't too close to the Rampage, so Majed and Animo aren't going to feel overly threatened to have to wait for the Rampage and can instead just deal with Assassin.
Oh, Assassin, it's his time to shine with the blade. It's countered by the sound barrier from Surmajet. Couldn't kill those supports in time where the resources came out, but you got two support ults out. Animo had to use the rally, and Florida are falling. At least the Hydron overclock left unmitigated was what really stood tall for this Florida fight. So one more to go until they take the round.
One more fight, and it's going to be from a defensive posture as well, where someone's going to have an advantage on the generation of a Rampage and on Washington Justice having to path towards a point. If they go through the outside room here, it's going to be so easy for someone to set this up with a combination of a Roar and a Rampage. Everyone's going to be in the path of this, and it should be a 4 or 5 man ante.
All right, Florida just have to win this fight, and they're around the corner. Justice, see if they can survive the upcoming Rampage. Someone just got it. He rushes in. Oh, it's Opener, Kalios, and Assassin. And is in the backline with an axe, and it has the Justice's name on it. And there's nothing left from the Justice. At least 5 starters after that one. Florida will be getting round 1.
maybe an unfair comparison, given that it's about 1 fight win to 4, but Checkmate right now is doing 50% more damage than Assassin. 4.5k to 3k on Assassin, and Checkmate has been a very standout Genji. Really, it's been a bit of a renaissance year for Checkmate. Even at 7-7 for Florida Mayhem, Checkmate kind of drew a short straw in coming into a coming into a somewhat disorganized Florida Mayhem and having to become their Reinhardt player last year. But finally, Checkmate's had a year where he's actually been able to play his role, and he's been excelling at both the Echo and the Genji.
And in that moment, that was all set up by someone's Rampage, who got it, I think, about 10% faster than Ilios. And every percentage matters, whether it's Checkmate getting Blade first, someone getting Rampage first. Made a huge difference. Now we go to Night Market, where Florida already starting their push on the right side. Ilios at least knows it's coming, and now Justice can just play the chokes, but Checkmate's already made it out. He was going after Decay, but the rest of the Florida just rushed into the room, so we're a bit disconnected, and Surmajet and Onimo just die on impact. So it's a bit disjointed from Florida, as Justice will head to point to cap.
Well, excellent crunch in there. The thing is that Florida Mayhem died so fast that there was no real extended fight for Washington Justice to turn into a significant ult advantage. Only really Krillin and Opener going to be able to pull ahead, but the real advantage here is going to be in the positioning. Assassin has to be careful not to get forced to use either his dash or his reflect too early. As Opener gets a touch for his scheme. What in the world?
Yeah, just a double jump, easy to hit for Decay. Headshot ends Checkmate there. 5 on 4 as the Justice are not afraid to rush into a tiny room and just farm up some more. You almost wish Florida disengaged a bit faster after that, but how can you disengage when your taxi of Surmajet is over on Mega? So 2 fights in a row for Justice.
Overall here as well on the chase downs from Washington Justice. That's going to be staggers and allows more time for Washington to set up. I really like actually that Decay's the one to move over to the Sojourn, because not only is Decay a really good hit scan player, but also as one of the people who was part of the starting roster of Washington before, he very much understands the flow of Junker Queen versus Junker Queen and can get good value out of these disruptor shots to slow down someone.
How will you slow down Florida? At least clear their high ground, because Assassin was up there, and they might think that he is Blade, so Florida do not want to allow this Genji in their back line. Speaking of which, the fight starts for the Justice, who use the shout and the rally of Krillin to just out-sustain the Florida Mayhem as Justice just out-brawl them. And as soon as Florida get disconnected, every second that Checkmate and Hydron are not involved to do damage is just levels more for the Justice, who are flawless this round already.
I did have worries about Washington Justice coming into this. They wouldn't really understand the nuances of the composition as well, or rather not understand, but not be able to really play on the nuances as well as a fresher roster. But in the end, like, the only nuance that Washington have needed in this is just press W at Florida Mayhem and make sure that they can't keep taking these punches to the face. Now Assassin has the blade ready to go, and Samaja and Nanimo, their ult generation has been abysmal.
Oh, Assassin just dashed in the middle of 5 people with the blade. Just barely got an ounce of a shout, but all the damage allowed for the resets of Assassin. Good to see him here with a 3k2 and 100-0 for the Washington Justice, who send us into round 3.
Suffice to say, Checkmate is no longer doing 50% more damage than Assassin. It's a little bit more even now. And that was actually a really cool Mega Pack steal as well from Assassin when he got the short dash to go through the Brigitte, steal away that Mega Health Pack, making sure that there were no extra slashes that were going to be sustained by the Florida Mayhem. And it feels like Washington Justice, if they can just be a little bit more disciplined in the first fight like they were over on Night Market and the opposite of what they did on Garden, then they can settle into this comfortable rhythm of the second that you see Florida Mayhem, you hit them with the hard W and just punch them and punch them and punch them.
Final round. And at least Florida got away from the double flex support. It's making these fights a lot closer, but see now that we're on control center. First Symmetra TP maybe helps Justice get a similar position than Florida over on server's side. Kind of a great shelter position near the point, which has access to the back line. And speaking of which, both Brigidas fall over. 1-man advantage for Florida, as someone just gets to continue to bulldoze the rest of the Justice, and Florida will cap first.
Ilios, again, being a very vulnerable target in these first fights, can't become a motif for the Washington Justice. Admittedly, Control has changed quite a bit in terms of how it's played because of the presence of a second speed boost and how Control, it's all so much about getting that position in the first fight, and Ilios may have fallen into a trap of going for early shouts. Someone's in a position to get a very sneaky carnage here.
just go to service and Florida just follow them right behind them and just immediately look at Krillin and Opener, who managed to speed forward, get into the corner, and Florida get punished on impact. And that's 3 kills for the Justice to the 0 of Florida, despite Florida having the jump on them. So about 25% for Florida as Justice are back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, maybe Mayhem trying to be a little bit too smart there with going for some sneaky plays from someone rather than actually clashing with the front line. It meant that someone was continuously playing catch-up with the Washington Justice and was so far from Samaje that he wasn't able to get any speed to actually catch up to the fight.
Now
Ilios.
choke can be good for Florida. At least for now, or for Justice, I should say. Florida have made their way through. They're going to use the blade. Checkmate's doing the same thing as Assassin right now, but Assassin is just getting his ankles broken by Hydron, who shifts back towards spawn. Justice, meanwhile, still have 4 members alive at the choke, just missing Assassin at this point. So this might call for Kalios to call for the disengage and just hold on to the point to see if they can live long enough for Assassin to get back and have a full team.
Decay, a very valuable target is Krillin. No, Krillin needs to be with the team. He needs to be giving over this armor. He's too far split Lemon, but at least contesting the point.
Oh, he just gets shot in the face by Decay. Couldn't get the cover in time. Yeah, the rally was nice, but Florida are only down to 1, and the Sound Bear's not going to come out because Submission's also dead. So there's no disengaging out of this if you're Florida, and Justice hold on.
Justice just do so much more damage. That's the long and short of it in that fight. Animo broken away. And now there are a pair of sound barriers to try and deal with. And Kalios is actually outpacing someone here. The substitute tank is coming in and doing more damage than someone who's been playing quite a bit of Junker Queen all the way through this meta. Kalios can take this fight for his own. It's only one.
Almost a big rampage. Down barrier, though, will help someone live up until the Decay shot hits them. Florida, 4 versus 5, now have to work their way through the choke. Maybe an opening pick from Hydron could help, and almost had sights on Opener, who just barely gets out. Body shot on Opener, but Justice starts speeding back to the point. It's final fight for the Justice that they have to win to take map number 1 and start off this roster apocalypse off on the right foot. Without Krillin, though, it's not looking too good. Not a ton of healing, but Justice just can play for picks. But Decay gets yoinked off his coast position as Florida now really want to search forward and see if they can get the flip, and they have to play on the objective because of overtime. So far, the frontline battle is working in Florida's way, and they can conserve this rampage for the next one.
The sad fact is, Krillin got booped off the map, and now the shout's going to come through from someone to try and catch these staggers. I doubt that Calio... the boop! And the block! Krillin blocked it!
Krillin blocked it too, and that's a slippery corner. Either way, the rampage just to help Florida get ahead. They don't have supports though, so this is just gonna be rough for someone.
What's he doing here? What is he cooking? All right, Florida Mayhem now have to come and try and defend this point, Lemon. It is going to be Washington Justice streaming on in. Assassin has a blade ready to go. Checkmate is 12% away. He can't afford to die.
At least Checkmate was able to buy a bit of time. He bounces back towards the team. Assassins in the blade going after Audible. Cuts down the rally before Florida could really benefit from it. And no supports. An incredible flank from Justice and especially Assassin, who gets to finally start and prove that he's worth to be on this team. And this overtime will go down shortly once someone is taken care of. And 100-63 will end our final round in map 1 to the Justice.
Rest in pieces to the 3-0 Predators. Rumors of Washington Justice's demise were greatly exaggerated. On Control, it appears that Florida Mayhem have been flummoxed, but as we move deeper into our map pool and Florida Mayhem move over to their special juju, the secret sauce, 11 herbs and spices of double flex support, will Washington Justice remain prepared for this battle?
I hated all of that, so
Thank you.
I'll deal with him while we see the rest of you after this break. Justice has been served, only in map 1, and it really went all the way to round 3. But Florida are trying out some different things. No, not just the double flex support, but putting their Lucio player not on Lucio.
Yeah, Animo, like, as we alluded to at the beginning of the previous game, Lemon, all teams seem to be putting their main support on the Lucio and the flex support over to the Brig, because Lucio's got such a unique mechanical skill set that it's very difficult to ask a flex support player just to learn it unless they happen to be Violet and they've just got cracked aim, in which case, you go ahead, mate. But putting Sir Marjed on the Lucio is interesting because we had a famous stat card towards the beginning of the year that Sir Marjed was the support player with the most deaths in the league, and getting picked off early as a Lucio, we saw in our previous match from Funny Astro on control, is not beyond the realm of possibility. So it's interesting that RuPaul, who I think was coming into play Brig before, is now benched, and Animo has been moved over onto the Brigitte. And I wonder if Florida Mayhem are maybe reacting quite heavily to what happens to them against the Shock. Maybe they got very confident going up against a Sombra-wielding London and winning 3-1 and thought, yes, you know what? We are the best. Then they get slapped by Shock and they're like, we are the worst. Change everything.
Yeah, and I think just on top of that, just slight mistakes from Florida, right? Just, it did go to round 3, 99, you know, all that, so it was incredibly close, but just these minor things, like whether it's checkmate double jumping in front of a charged up Decay, you really want to try and keep track of these Sojourn charge when you can with the visuals that you do have, but I think there's quite a gap between Assassin and checkmate when it comes to just a Dragon Blade efficiency, and besides just this being a little bit overly aggressive in the first round, I think they've already started to adjust that and dial that back a little bit. But now that Florida get to defend this first, I mean, we saw a full hold even by Gladiators and the Shock, so it can happen here as well.
Who dares peek the Widow at the beginning of Paraiso is the question. Decay is going to have a quick grapple up, and then it's back to Washington Justice. This is going to be a real test of Washington Justice on this rushing Junker Queen complement, because you have to negotiate around these high grounds, and it's incredibly difficult to do, because Florida Mayhem essentially can surround you on all sides, and you've got to move under their territory to even have a chance of assaulting them in the first place.
So no Ash on the offense, so no dynamite usage, but again, we kind of noted this in the last series. The escapability that Sojourn has is important, as Justice just go under and then walk up the stairs, and they're taking insane amounts of poke, but they're really measured on how close they want to get to Florida, and Justice never dropped below half health. Until, of course, Ilios did just there, but Justice got a lot of value despite taking way more poke at the beginning.
Okay, someone kind of staggers himself, but that's all right. You do you, mate. I think that one of the things that really defined that was that I think Hydron got his fully charged rail reflected into him by Assassin, and that's one of the major, like, shatter points of a fight as to when you can deliver the burst damage, really start to tax the enemy healers, and instead it meant that Hydron's healers were taxed, and he expended his rail, so Decay had an advantage in that fight after that from his own rail charging. Unbelievably fast from the Washington Justice. I said it was going to be a test of their efficacy, and honestly, Washington Justice are actually really impressing me today, which are pretty cursed words this season.
Opener doing some scouting. That is a little bit cursed, but some scouting from Justice. Is Florida not playing kind of the back corner? They're playing this front side, maybe hoping to have just direct access to Justice within one shout distance, and Florida have already used theirs. Ilios is half health and unhealthy compared to someone who's taking lots of damage from Assassin, who gets to just climb up the building and avoid damage. So I really love the way Justice are approaching these fights. It never feels like inting, although it was kind of overly aggressive at the start of Lijiang. It's looking a lot better now.
Ilios starting to hit these knives is important as well. On Lijiang Tower, a little tidbit, Ilios didn't actually get a final blow, even when his team won the second map until the third map. So Ilios being able to hit these and start forcing out resources from Mayhem to deal with the knife pools is super important for Justice, who now have a blade good to go and no answer from Mayhem.
Just meters away from capping B, and Hydron just falls over like a leaf, and then Assassin's just going after the supports. So unless Florida had an insane counter dive by checkmate, which his blade gets nothing, that was the only way Florida were going to make that winnable. Assassin is hard gapping checkmate right now.
The payload is yet to stop. There are no brakes on the Justice train right now. Krillin's moving forward. Yes, it doesn't matter. Send Vigilante to Atlanta. See if I care. I've eaten all the Senzu beans. Florida Mayhem sent scurrying back to spawn. Yes, they have 2 support ultimates here. And yes, they might have to invest them both in this next fight simply to get that premium of positioning. In our last series, we saw Shock use this high ground amazingly to hold on for almost 5 minutes. You've got to buy it by hook or by crook.
Oh, there's rally first from the defense. Florida just surging into the Justice, who just used their Shout or Lucio speed to just disengage. And now you have a rally advantage for the Justice, and maybe even a Rampage soon. So there is the Decay overclock into the rally of Krillin. Now Justice just have to sustain and outdamage Florida, who weren't even able to use the barrier to salvage that fight. So Justice are on a speed run right now.
2 deaths so far from a Justice, 1 for Assassin, 1 for Kalios. It has been a embarrassing couple of minutes for Florida Mayhem. Hydron's already solo, that forced that for Shout, but he still dies!
Oh, Florida just getting staggered. Now they have to fight this because this is last fight for Point C cap. So it's with the barrier of Surmajed, the Rampage from someone, and Justice just the pain train has not stopped, but it's costing the members. It's costing a lot. Kalios and Krillin are down, but Assassin is just deadlifting this lobby. Surmajed is escaping into the shadows when he was supposed to touch. Or I guess Hydron was supposed to. Either way, 4 minutes. 4 minutes for the Justice.
Hydron was there and he got 2 killing blows on the overclock and still didn't touch. Mayhem, are you okay? do you need a glass of water? A hug? Some medicine?
Yeah.
This is
Assassin is 19-1 right now. Checkmate is 3-5.
Wow, 19-1, and that reflex kill as well. That's a heartbreaker. Someone probably could have survived her a little bit longer, but guys, don't shoot the reflect. And then they shoot the reflect. Florida Mayhem, this was supposed to be a freebie. This was supposed to be the gimme against a team that's just lost 3 of its starters in a coordination-focused meta. But Washington Justice, evidently whatever understanding Supreme has of this meta, has been well-founded and transferred over to Kalios, over to Krillin, over to Assassin. The game plan remains very solid, and we saw this before from the Justice against the San Francisco Shock, who we just saw defeat the Gladiators 3-1. This team is not a joke when it comes to this meta. They weren't a joke, and now, even in their newest iteration, they are making Mayhem sweat and cry.
I mean, just a different understanding. I'm not sure if good or bad because I'm not, you know, the 6-figure coach over here, but Florida just holding different corners than the rest of the teams are when it comes to the defense, and we'll see if the offense, they've learned a thing or two here. No Widow shot, maybe a second one now that Hydron is up, and this is the Widow guy anyway. So I was kind of thinking Checkmate was going to look really amazing this meta. I thought Genji was one of his best heroes back in the initial Genji meta, but we'll see how Florida want to cross the road here. They got to look left, they got to look right, and Krillin is playing pretty far forward, and I'm wondering if someone wants to be aggro here, but not before Decay finds the headshot onto Checkmate. And that's not the first or the last time that that's happened, as the Justice just now need to kick everyone else from Florida out of their way, and that'll be first fight for the defense.
I mean, nothing else can tell you more. Like, you say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and the picture I'm going to show you is the rest of Florida Mayhem running away when someone's taken his engage. Like, are they talking to each other? Are the communications open? Can we open a channel between the Florida Mayhem and have them start talking about these engages? Because someone needs people to join him in these, otherwise he's just going to get farmed.
Now the Disruptor shot kind of slows Florida on the approach, and someone starts swinging, but now he's taking shots from everyone, including Decay. And it feels like Florida going to these fights without a plan or even a target to look at, because someone was just swinging and shooting at the wall, and then Decay is just on top of him unloading. So it's just, Florida, what is the game plan here?
We need maybe Checkmate and Samaja to go as like a duo and try and force Decay off the high ground or something. There needs to be some onus to draw Washington Justice's primary attention away from the someone engaged, so that a crunch can happen on that stairwell. But at the moment, Kalios isn't being punished at all for his aggression. He is managing to live through all of this because Krillin can just give him every pack. No one else is taking damage.
Well, someone is taking a lot of damage. At least it'll help Animo maybe get closer to the rally compared to Krillin, but It's the only advantage Florida's really working with, so someone's taking significant amounts of poke, and at any time that Florida are just peeking here, Justice can follow up with this, and so they do. As soon as someone was low, there's the dash in from Assassin, and the follow-up from Justice is really good. Florida are 2 minutes away from getting full health.
Oh, Decay finally falling actually gets forgiven by those 2 stagger kills. Checkmate and Animo taking a while to come back means that Justice can now back off and play the second batch of high grounds with almost a complete armory. The war chest is stuffed to overflowing. 5 ultimates. The second that Ilios does a little bit of damage, but likely you're going to start here with either the Blade or the Overclock to force out this rally from Animo, or Krillin can even force that as well by moving in by himself.
Okay, Checkmate. Good catch on the Assassin being low there. Good dash. Now the 5-on-4, you see everyone from Justice heading for the hills, and Krillin just rallies and ints into Florida. Not loving that at all. At least Justice can serve the rest of their ultimates and just give up this point. Maybe hope to hold the choke after this cap, and good job by Florida.
I can't believe it, Lemon. They opened the channels of communication. They're low! Scream Florida Mayhem. And Florida Mayhem here. And they find the people who are low and finish them. Krillin actually dies for second he pops rally, which is a bit of a tragedy for Washington Justice. Got to be a really good ultimate. Oh, hello. This is very fast. They've stolen the payload.
At least Florida, see how they're going to push this over now that Justice are in their spawn, and Checkmate just decides to go past the tank, go right after the supports. No Krillin, no opener, and no hope for the Justice. As Florida, maybe even doing the speedrun of their own.
No, I think they've probably lost too much time on A for that, Lemon. But hey, maybe when it comes to the payload portion, they can start ramping it up a little bit. Florida Mayhem, their ult bank has been drained somewhat. Here's a quick replay of opener during this. Oh no. Was it?
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Oh, I didn't see that either. What a shot from Hydron. That was just over the payload as well. That was a matter of millimeters. Unbelievable.
That guy got opened, but Justice can still hold for B. And you can even start the overclock at any time. Decay has full sights, but he wants to be as far away from Checkmate as possible. And maybe wants to wait out the sound barrier from Sir Majed. And it's time for the Assassin to pop the Dragon Blade as soon as the barrier is gone. So again, Florida, it might just be an understanding of the map problem, because it's ults being used without much of a plan.
Yeah, overall, it was fairly even there in terms of the ults used, 2 from each side, I do believe. Now we're going into some fairly vanilla fights. However, this does mean Florida Mayhem are going to be at slight disadvantage because they won't have control of the high ground. Remember, though, Assassin playing alone, him getting picked first is what lost point A for the Washington Justice.
Who's going to keep Assassin in check? Like, I want to see Checkmate give him way more attention. Assassin's just been above them, behind them, in front, and all over it. And Florida just haven't had any reaction to Assassin so far. Like, some poke damage is going in, but Assassin is always permanent full health and has gotten 2 or 3 kills this fight alone. So Florida, I think maybe it's just about prioritizing who is the biggest threat from the Justice.
Man's really re-rolled into the raid with a cloak of invisibility this time. No one looking at Assassin, you're exactly right. So there's so much freedom to just sit in the back, get those right clicks up close with Hydron, deliver the burst damage that can't be really reacted to in time by Animo, because even though it is the only burst healing available, the armor packs, they aren't fast enough to heal through a Genji directly on top of you hitting right clicks.
Florida take a different route just to avoid as much poke, especially if Justice are going to have the high ground. They go and surprise Assassin, who were not able to kill him during that. Opener gets sent to Saturn and finish off by Hydron. So you got a 5-on-4 for the attack, 45 seconds for Florida, but they got to face the rally of Krillin after Onimos is long and gone. Florida still have the ult, and they just don't even need it. The brawl favors Florida, especially with someone still alive. Maybe, again, killing Assassin could be a fun objective Florida can focus on. And I guess we're going to commit a blade for it. Now we're just hyper-staggering Justice when their spawn rooms are right there. Checkmate gets yoinked by a knife. And Florida still want a cap? No, I guess the sound barrier and the speed from Washington. Florida choked that. I can't believe it.
That is unbelievable levels of, I don't know if it's unlucky or magic skill. Ilios bleeds and exsanguinates Checkmate to death. I'm afraid there's no time for chess. There's only time for L's. And Florida Mayhem are catching plenty of them here on Paraiso.
What a knife pull. I think Checkmate would have definitely gone out, and that would have been a better fight for Florida, but
it's weird to see the Justice, after all that they've went through, just look like the way more experienced team when it comes to the macro, incorporating Assassin, who's not usually a starter and everything. And Checkmate had his moments, definitely looking better after map 1, but I still feel like Assassin is getting away with murder, quite literally, because no one is looking at him.
Yeah, it's been a mad series so far for Assassin, fresh off the bench and into the lobby. We know exactly why Washington Justice continued paying that salary now, even when he spent so much time benched. Assassin is still a talent to behold, Lemon.
So this is a series that's happening, so it will be 2-0 for the Justice, and we'll see you all for map 3. Say it with me, chat. Toronto. And now that you've said it properly, you are allowed entry into Toronto for the first Overwatch League Canadian event at the Mattamy Athletic Center and presented by Bell. This will go down on September 8th to 11th, and we'd all love to meet you. There's going to be tons of stuff, not just Overwatch, but of course you can come join the party. There's a fan activation zone. There's going to be some Overwatch 2 free play. It's going to be an awesome time, and we're still trying to figure out what teams are even going to go there.
Oh yeah, we have no idea. Everything's up in the air right now, but while you just got your Toronto visa from Lemon Kiwi, witness Checkmate's visa to the Shadow Realm, delivered by Ilios. The bleed and the knife did so much and it just stopped Mayhem in their tracks, but honestly, should that path have been walked in the first place by Checkmate? He really wanted Assassin dead, I'll give him that, but the chase was probably an int.
There was some minting that occurred, but, you know, I'll
a little bit
chalk
trolling.
I know the desk were just having their brooms out. They're really interested in a reverse sweep, but we've seen Justice in this 2-0 spot before. Remember when they were up 2-0 against the San Francisco Giants?
Oh, I remember, Lemon. I remember. And I remember last week as well that Exy was playing almost all of the time, and so he is back in now for Escort. Honestly, Exy at times was like 1v5ing the San Francisco Shock in this meta. On the Ash. On Midtown, he was basically almost holding Midtown A solo at points, so I'm hoping that maybe Exy can be some of a special source to make sure Florida Mayhem aren't completely humiliated today, because they are close to it.
And we go to Circuit Royale, and you know who to call. Not the Ghostbusters, but Exy to do all the sniping for you. And this is a chance for Decay to give Justice a chance, but honestly, Assassin with this kind of new roster is a huge standout for me. And we'll see if Florida kind of the decision-making gets cleaned up, whether it's looking at leadership, looking towards coaches after this match, but still map 3, and it's not a Justice win until they get the 3-0. So hold your breath, everyone.
Oh, Custer and I were very much pumping the stocks of it being a 3-2 for Florida Mayhem just to allow maximum Justice tragedy, which is kind of like their premier currency. Like, Greece had Drachma, then it had Euro, and Washington Justice had playoff upsets as their currency, and now it's tragedy. However, thus far, Washington Justice, on a fundamental level, seem to be doing much better than Florida Mayhem, especially when it comes to controlling these engagements. Kalios had a huge glow-up on map 2. An Assassin, who did not play much at all before this match, I think he had about 2 hours game time all in this season, has come off the bench as an absolute monster.
Now it's a close spawn hold. Kalios just knocking the door like, come on out, buddy. It's time to slaughter. Florida, maybe even wanting to TP away from this. Can they even get to the TP? Only half of them go. I think only 3 of Florida went to the left side, and Animo's just dead. Checkmate swaps to the Ash to get some good dynamites in while the Justice are clumped up in front of them and within range. And despite losing Animo so early, Florida have the healing from the spawn room doors, so it's never going to be a resource problem.
As a Brit, my respect for Animo just tripled. I love a good queue, and Animo is definitely queuing up for that teleporter right there. Alas, Washington Justice caught by a headshot from Exy, already making a little bit of a difference here as the fresh hit scan over Hydron now, and it seems like the rails don't stop coming and they continue doing damage and forcing those repair packs out of Washington and Krillin.
Florida about to round the corner. Kalios already low. I mean, that's an opportunity to engage unless Decay wants to slow things down with a shot, but he sees Checkmate, panics, shifts back. Kalios now is taking all the pressure and is about to die, but somehow Justice gets the better punish. As all the attention was into Kalios, Justice went after the backline of Florida and killed Surmajit and Animo, which just ruins the attacker's chance to thrive.
Yeah, for some reason, Florida Mayhem there, as a team, they all sort of hung out in the Disruptor shot for far too long, Lemon. Not only does it slow them down so they can't control the positioning of a fight well enough, but also the damage means that the aura healing can't really keep up with the amount of damage that Washington Justice were doing. Now they can start to hold these corners, which is where Junker Queen's at her best, because she can set up for pre-casts on the Carnage and then jiggle peeking when the Carnage actually is going to strike, so it's harder to avoid.
Florida now are ahead of the Blade by 10%. This is where Checkmate can really shine, but Opener will have the barrier soon, and Exy drops already low. It's hard to jump away at that point. The rally starts for Justice, and without Animo, I'm surprised Florida are even still here. They should be calling to disengage, and Assassin is here to farm all of them. So there is no safe space for Florida, and every stagger is just precious seconds away from the attack.
Florida, if they do get 3 OT, I know that I'm well ahead of the curve on this one. It would be quite tragic for their chances of going to Toronto. They managed to get a fairly easy win against London, who were just so confused on the meta playing the Sombra, but the turnaround up against Shock was so poignant that we wondered if Florida Mayhem had the gumption to really make it. Kalios ready with a rampage here.
Florida just aren't even safe in their own spawn at this point. Like, they're trying to choose different doors, and they got the kill onto Assassin before his blade could be whipped out, but this is still not a great situation for Florida that they're having to use ults just to leave spot. So at least they finished this off right, but a minute 15 just to get A, like, this is just significantly slower than your average Circuit Royale push.
And because Decay's the last one to die, who can actually play from afar, Washington Justice is going to be well set up for yet another fight here on A, and it is going to be on the premier corner to try and hold this zone. It is going to require some investment, though, to try and take it, because I think that Animo should be getting aggressive here with Rally to stop Washington Justice from getting this position.
Oh, that's a big rampage from Kalios, and I think it hits about 4. The pink on pink is kind of hard to see, but it's a sound bear from Sir Majed. Opener popping the same. Assassin has the resources to go for a big blade here. He chases after Checkmate, turns and burns, and someone's rampage even through all of that kind of dwindled down Justice a little bit, but not enough for Justice to thrive through, and 30 seconds remain, and Florida is still hanging around.
Someone's such a homie, man. I think he actually pulled Assassin back up from a potential environmental death with the knife. Come back here. I'll help you out. However, Florida Mayhem, they responded to that rampage well, but unfortunately after that, the lack of healing that could come through ultimately doomed that push. Now there are 10 seconds left. Florida Mayhem, they need to make it work here and now, but they're going up against a rally from Krillin that's going to be so hard to break through, and Krillin can get aggressive here.
Here's the rally from Justice, the speed, Checkmate, just backcap it. I don't think Justice can stop this. Well, they might have the speed. It depends what cooldowns the Justice have. Checkmate is meters away, 3, but it's too late. Florida's fight is already gone. I think around the corner might be Anima or Anima. Someone is there, but Florida are dead in the water, not even getting point A. It's tragic.
This is a dark day for Floridians. More so than usual. I mean, the thing is, after this match, if Washington Justice win, these teams will now share a record at 7 and 8. And you never want to be sort of sharing a record with a team that's let go 3 of its starters from this meta. Washington Justice, though, I don't think we can undersell that this isn't just Florida Mayhem looking bad. This is Washington Justice with a very concrete understanding of their win conditions and how to play around them. And Kalios, I think, despite maybe a shaky control map, has come out with a really good understanding of the Junker Queen. And while my first impression of Kalios was him instantly dying after wasting his shout, the learning and adaptation that Kalios has had in this match itself has been sublime.
Yeah, it was a good disruptor shot there. Traps Florida right where Decay wants them anyway, and felt like there was some glimpses of hope for Florida. Whether it was like Checkmate being a little bit quicker on the Dragon Blade charge up, but Justin's spawn camp was quite lethal and scary. I mean, it costed Florida some ults just to break out, but we're gonna have a similar approach by Florida now.
The spawn camp. I'm a big advocate of teams just like full sending and just all inting onto one person. All we need to do is get one kill and force everyone else to disengage. That's a good speed boost though now. Florida Mayhem are charging onto the cart where Washington just have an aura heal.
Well, Florida just shouted second as well, so a bit more resource, but someone is dangerously low and they're trying to play things passive until he's back up, but no! Decay goes in with a double kill finish. Insane stuff. And Justice break out of spawn immediately.
I don't know how the calls of Washington Justice have got better since they replaced half their roster, or at least moved up half their bench onto the roster. But that's such a good macro understanding to just fake at that door and then use your speed boost afterwards to fake over to the cart. Make sure that Florida Mayhem are chasing you, because when they're chasing is when they're at their weakest, because they have to expend resources to catch up. Washington Justice, now they only have to win one fight to claim their first series as this 5-man squad 3-0.
Decay is doing work. That's a great disruptor shot. Florida have barely a chance to escape. But still, just the fact that someone is even close to Krillin is a question mark for me. Brigitte should not be that close, but probably went for a whip shot or something to keep Inspire up and got punished. And the fight just folds for Justice without Krillin.
All right, got a touch too excited there. And Krillin dying first also means that Animo now has an advantage on the rally, and you can see from how close Florida Mayhem are here, they likely want to take an aggressive fight with the rally. They need to force out a shout or something first, though, otherwise it can just be a disengage.
Ooh, I thought Decay was going to be trapped there. He got surrounded by the entirety of Florida.
There's Onimo rallying. Krillin doing the same thing, but being a bit more passive because he was at half health and not inting this time is great. Justice, though, you can see that up on the right side, Ilios is chasing after Surmajed, who's separated. And with Surmajed being by himself, he's not able to speed Florida in or out or anywhere at all. So I'd love to see Surmajed more with the team. Either way, Justice get past this point and have one more for the box of victory.
I mean, it wasn't just Sir Marjed Lemon. Animo was there as well. Both the Florida Mayhem supports got isolated from the rest of their team. They need to start talking to each other, and they need to do it now. Someone has to make sure that Checkmate survives this blade, because it's the only tool that Florida Mayhem have to try and save their series.
Yeah, Florida playing at the other side of the cart. Wonder who's gonna pull the trigger first. It's the rampage into the overclock for Justice. In the back, though, is Checkmate with the blade and the sound barrier to replenish him. But Checkmate is just having a tough time going through the barrier of opener, and he doesn't disengage in time. Both Genjis removed. A one-man advantage for Justice, who are just meters away from getting the sweep, and Florida fall over, and Justice do it like that with the sort of transformed roster. Get a 3-0 over the Florida Mayhem.
Washington Justice, we've said it before, rumors of their demise were very much exaggerated. Florida Mayhem, though, rumors of their competence might have been exaggerated, Lemon. That was actually a really cool micro play as well from Assassin in that final fight. He actually stuck on the cart while Checkmate went to Blade, and that actually forced Florida Mayhem to overreact, and they kept 3 people on cart to stop a C9, and Checkmate had to go out and venture forth, sally out of a fort alone, and he was easily broken down in a 4 versus 1.
I did not think this series was gonna be like this. And now I'm sure Reinforce is on the desk like, you guys should have predded Justice. I can't wait to see what Reinforce has to say. And I mean, the Justice fans have been let down, but finally they can rise up and have hope for this revitalized roster, and maybe their chances to go to the Summer Showdown, because Justice are now 2-1.
Well, fresh off the bench and fresh onto your screens, right into player of the match as well, it's going to be the one and only Genji replacement, Mr. Assassin. Move over to K, you can play the Sojourn, because the Cyborg Ninja belongs to me, and so too to the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, he did an incredible job. I mean, we already talked about like the double-digit final blows on Paraiso. I think the stats more evened up on Circuit Royale, where I felt like Checkmate had a slightly quicker generation there, but all throughout, for Assassin to go from bench to this, like I felt like he all should have been be a starter all along. This was a fantastic performance by just all of Washington, but especially behind Assassin, and they're going to need to depend on him. And that's kind of the same problem that Florida have, is needing a Genji that they can depend on.
That might be the highest hero damage per 10 minutes we have on Genji, because I think in our pre-show on Watchpoint, we had our number 1 and number 2 Genjis in Kevster and Proper, and both of them were about 9.2. Admittedly against somewhat higher tier competition, but Assassin is really pushing the limits here when it comes to the Genji, and proving that he is not the B team for Washington. He was always just around the corner waiting to steal Decay's spot away from him.
This was a match indeed. I thought both series that we casted were going to be a lot closer. It was 3-1 for the Shock, and now 3-0 for the Washington Justice. So we don't have the Game 5 curse. We even stopped this Shock versus Glad's curse, where they always go to 5 maps. But what to do for Overwatch? I think a lot of the teams look different going into week 2, just learning more about the meta and also the maps.
Yeah, this is also the second team we've seen that has somewhat collapsed in week 2. The first being New York Excelsior, the second being the Florida Mayhem. So I'm not sure how they degraded in play between the weeks, but hopefully they can turn that trend around before the next couple of games, Lemon.
I know, because all the teams only have about 3 matches each left, and the desk kind of highlighted that you need at least 3 wins to go to the Summer Showdown, so not that much time remaining. Speaking of the desk, we're going to throw it over to them to get an interview set up and close out our day, so we'll see you there.
소전마 얘들아 쏘요. 거점 루시 나이스.
수고했다.
나이스. 잘했다.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watch Point Post Show, everybody. I'm here with Assassin from Washington Justice. Big congratulations on the win. I think not a lot of people predicted Washington to win, but you guys dominated. Quick 3 Overwatch victory for the Washington Justice. So let's just start off by how did you guys get the win today? 자, 오늘 첫 번째 질문 일단 승리하신 거 너무 축하드리면서 많은 사람들의 어떻게 보면 이제 좀 이제 생각과는 다르게 제가 봤을 때는 솔직히 말씀드리면 워싱턴 플로리다가 이길 거라고 많은 분들이 예상을 했을 것 같은데 워싱턴이 3대 0으로 승리를 거두시게 되셨습니다. 오늘 승리 어떻게 해서 이루시게 되셨나요?
저희가 초창기 때는 좀 서로 많이 힘들었었는데 이제 저희 코치님이랑 이제 감독님이 저희가 이제 힘들었을 때도 되게 멘탈 케어를 많이 해주셔가지고 그거 때문에가 좀 많이 큰 것 같아요.
All right, so in the beginning, I do believe that things were difficult. We were definitely having a hard time, but what really helped us a lot was, our staff and also our coaches and also our head coach really took care of our mentality. He told us that was the thing that our coaches were really focusing on. That was the mentality thing, and I think that really, really paid off big time going into today's match against Florida. Now, I gotta talk about your match. I mean, you were obviously the player of the match, Assassin, and you really just popped off on that Genji. But not only you, I think all of Washington Justice, you guys just looked unstoppable today. Do you believe because Washington Justice right now are going through some changes, some major changes, did that sort of motivate you to sort of perform better for today's match against Florida Mayhem? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 당연히 오늘 POTM을 먹으신 어쌔신 선수 너무나도 잘하셨고, 그리고 어쌔신 선수뿐만이 아니라 제가 봤을 때 워스턴 전체가 다 너무나도 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줬는데, 이게 어떻게 보면 지금 현 상황에서 워싱턴이 좀 많은 변화가 이루어지고 있어서 좀 이거에 대한 좀 어떻게 보면 이제 사람들에게 우리는 아직도 좀 이렇게 센 팀이다, 좀 이렇게 좀 보여줘야 된다라는 좀 이런 집념이 좀 있으셨나요?
저희가 멤버가 바뀌어도 스크림 했을 때 다 좀 별거 아니었어가지고 저희는 또 이제 대회에서 저도 잃을 게 없다 생각하면서 게임을 임했다 보니까 그냥 과감하게 했던 것 같아요, 저희가.
All right, so I mean, even with the member changes in the scrims, there weren't that much of a drastic difference in our results. So with going into today's match, our mentality was even if we lose a match, there's nothing for us to lose. So I think we just went even more aggressive today against the Florida Mayhem. All right, Assassin, that is it for the interview. Again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 세진 선수 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
The Washington Justice players, absolute legends.
What just happened?
Thank you. I predicted the Washington Justice here, thanks to Danny.
What do you mean? I said 3-0.
Yeah, but no, thanks to you. You were like, you should predict the Washington Justice. And I was like, you guys aren't giving Washington Justice.
Yeah, no, I said Washington Justice, I think.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You said Florida Mayhem. You said the Florida Mayhem was going to win. No. Don't be our Danny. Like,
I always believed in the Washington Justice.
You're too far up in the clouds, bro. You're hype, bro.
No, I heard Danny prep 3.
I love those guys. I love those guys.
That's actually legendary.
Honestly, I'm not even mad though. That was epic.
You gotta give respect to the players. The players turning up like that and 3-0ing the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah.
Chads. Bunch of Chads.
Giga Chads.
Absolutely. I mean, unbelievable. Okay. Assassin says, not a massive difference in scrims, even though we had to change out a few members. I don't tend to believe him. They did swap out Mag, who was one of their primary performers last week on Junkertown, of course. You have Happy, who is your go-to Sojourn player on this team instead. You have Ilios coming in for that role, who, has been playing pretty well this year. You have Decay subbing in, playing the Sojourn, and, we all rate Decay pretty highly, but mostly on the Tracer, right? Now he's stepping into the Sojourn kind of last minute. I still have to give respect for this team adapting to these two fresh players, though. And Assassin's Genji as well. Assassin is someone in the league who has a pretty poor reputation from last year, I'd like to say. And he just had a stand-up performance here on Genji. So you gotta give props to the Justice here, right?
It's got to be so hard. You think about how little number of scrims Assassin has probably played throughout the last couple of stages. His ability to just step into this role, play the Genji, and just go absolutely ridiculous. We haven't seen many players be able to pop off on that level of performance. And I said going into this match, they theoretically have the players in the right roles to play the right heroes in this meta. I was not expecting this level of cohesion and their level of synergy. They just were on the same page. They knew exactly how they wanted to play it. Their spawn holds made sense, all that kind of stuff. On the other hand, Florida Mayhem, I don't know what went wrong with them. They look completely lost. They haven't decided if they want to play Hydron or Exi in this meta. We have Animo on the brig, so we have more Surmage and Lucio. But I don't know where something's broken down for them. If they feel less comfortable, they looked much better last week in this meta.
Yeah, it's not looking too great for them. For the Mayhem, of course, they're 1-2 now, and they're playing Dallas Fuel, Paris Eternal, and New York Excelsior. That's the remaining schedule this
They're not making it.
They're not making it. Jaws is.
They're not gonna make it?
You don't think they're gonna make it, Jaws?
They might not make it.
Expand. You don't think that performance, like they can't really improve upon that as much in time?
Listen to this. Yaki, top 3 Genji player in the league.
So when I say Dallas and Paris Eternal, you say Yaki and the New York
Didn't
Excelsior.
you say New York Excelsior at the end?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Yaki.
But I'm just saying,
He's
like,
a good
typically...
player.
They got 3-0'd by... Who did they get 3-0'd by? They got 3-0'd by...
New York Excelsior?
Recently.
Yeah,
That was yesterday.
They dominated.
No one, everybody forgot about that. No, it's fine. No, listen.
Oh, it was Vancouver, right?
Yeah,
It was Vancouver.
Oh, Vancouver.
Yeah, well, Vancouver looked pretty good. So I mean, look, at the end of the day, if they put in XC, maybe they do a little bit better here. It is a little bit weird that they're switching out Hydra on an XC, and there were a couple of like missed opportunities for Blade. One of the checkmates blades on Paraiso was a bit strange, like chasing all the way to Spawn.
Yeah, and the Animal Jet.
Yeah, it was a little bit topsy-turvy, but like, if they end up fighting their group again, great, but it's not looking that great.
Yeah, so I mean, you can see the record at the bottom of the screen, 7-8. Both teams are now 7-8, and both teams are competing for that playoff spot. You know, you want to like maybe get the 6th spot because that would be really good for them. The Washington Justice, though, building on that performance, they're 2-1 now. They lost to the Shock. They got reverse swept by the Shock. But otherwise,
good.
I mean, they beat here the Florida Mayhem 3-0. They beat the Paris Eternal before they swapped around their roster 3-0.
They're gonna make it.
And now they're playing the Vancouver
They're
Titans.
gonna make it. Wait. Okay, they might not win against
I will say, Vancouver Titans, London, Houston, they all have looked pretty good. So I don't want to take anything for granted, but if you get one more win with 2 3-0s...
Johnny, where were you in the first game of the day? Dude, look, Vancouver Titans, maybe that's a 50-50 right there. Aspire's looking crazy.
All right.
Spitfire also looking pretty good. Maybe that Spitfire take that. I don't know where the Houston Outlaws were today. But, you know, there is a little bit of time in between that. But if Houston Outlaws play like they played today against Washington Justice take it, 100%.
Honestly, no, this meta's a coin flip anyway.
Yeah.
They have 350. They have 350 chances to win a match. So, you know, I like those odds.
But honestly,
That's you like those odds? 3 50-50s in a row. What?
Yeah, they only need to win one. Math, Jack, math.
I honestly think if we're going by the term like if they play like today, quote unquote, Washington Justice could literally beat every single of their next.
Okay, Danny, are you taking Washington Justice? Are you taking Washington Justice to win the West?
If they play like today, that's
Do you think they will? Do you think they will continue playing like that?
If this continues,
you want to predict Washington next week?
Let me think about it.
Who's got a coin? Who's got a coin? I actually have a coin right now. I have a coin. I have a coin. I have 500 Korean won.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
If I get the bird, then I will predict Washington.
If you get the bird,
it's still better
Washington bread. Okay.
Sorry.
Camera, it's a coin, so you're not going to be able to see it.
But
Bird, you predict Washington.
Yeah, that's your camera right there.
Oh, it's a bird.
Yeah,
Washington.
Gladiators Assassins Decay. Yeah, let's go.
Wow, we're predicting Washington against Vancouver Titans. Wow,
that is crazy.
Last time we went to 5.
That's
Then Vancouver forgot to touch the ball.
Oh, I forgot about that.
It has been decided.
Wow.
With fate.
It's actually a big pleasure to have Jack on the desk here.
Yeah.
I love that. That's great impromptu. That could have been my best of the day. But let's start with you then, Jack. What was your best of the day, recapping this whole day of madness?
Yeah. Look, Outlaws did end up losing, but Pelican did pretty well on the Genji.
Yeah,
My best of the day was the Paraiso play with Pelican dashing through 3 people. I thought that was pretty sweet. The Outlaws didn't look great. But look at this! Look at this! It's not every day you see like a little ghost dash at the end there. It was pretty sweet. A little bit of mechanics. Pelican's Genji, and like Pelican as a player, he's always been exceptional ever since he's joined the league, right? Obviously, it was an unfortunate result today, but I think he is one of the more consistent factors within the Outlaws.
Dude, why when I play Genji, do 5 people not stack up in a room while all
Dude,
one health?
you know
How does this never happen
You
for
know
me?
what's really funny? What
Because
teams
everyone
keep
dies
stacking
before
as
it.
3. Every team keeps stacking as 3 against the Outlaws. Merit also had that
That's
triple
true.
collab.
That's true.
Dude, they're just lining up to knocking them down. Yeah. Easy clip. They're farming the clips, they're farming the clout. They don't need to farm wins.
The best Overwatch players in the world all stacking up in one room against the Genji. Welcome to the Overwatch League. Showcasing those players as well, Danny. What you got for us?
I mean, I love me some London footages. you guys know, I'm a staple there. but I feel like this clip right here, I think it's a really cute little video, because at the end, when after London Spitfire wins, they we see the players just jumping up and really just loving the fact that they won, and they start dancing and having fun.
Wow,
And I
look
think
at them. They're so
it's
excited.
coming up.
What do you mean?
Like, I think...
Is this a
Fortnite? Everybody dancing! Look at him!
Look at him go!
And remember, I mean, in the interview too, Backbone said, they just want to have fun. Like, that is one of their focuses as well, like the stage. And at the end of the day, we're all playing video games. We're talking about video games. So as this is very serious, of course. Overwatch League is serious, but at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun, right?
True.
So
I
let's have fun.
I love as well that Unter, when the LA Gladiators, they won the mid-season madness, Unter was also like, well, we're just trying to teach these gamers to have fun. So this is his fun meta. If you don't have fun, you're not
don't win.
successful.
Don't win. That is the rules.
Good life lessons here in the Overwatch League. No, this is not a good life lesson. Don't try to blade Kilo on the San Francisco shot, because he's going to bait you, all right? Taking it to the Overwatch League action. Here's Kevster, got a bit too ambitious. He's got a Dragon Blade, and Kilo says, call an ambulance.
Oh,
but not for me.
But not for
Completely flips a Geo on his head. I mean, I thought this was beautiful. It's a nice little 180 flip.
Real headshot.
Yeah. Slide away.
Is that a
Turn
wave
around.
as well on the way out? Wait. Is this a wave?
Wait.
Oh, that was a melee.
That counts though.
I don't know how you wave, but that's not a...
He's using that to fist bump.
What's the... Oh, yeah, fist bump. The fist bump. Love to see it. Now, Scott, what do you got for us to round us out?
My best of the day. Washington, I know I've been pretty harsh to you guys. I'm not the nicest person to you guys. Some would say I've been quite rude. But I gotta say, this was awesome to watch. Seeing how much turmoil this team has gone through, and then being able to come back around and just win. It's honestly just on a different level. I am personally cheering for the Justice team now and these players, because they've had to go through it. With that said, I still have a little bit. Come on! I do have some resentment. So at some point, I'm going to throw a bad clip in here just so that we can appreciate some of the negatives, because I can't be too nice to the Washington Justice. Yeah, it's a balance. It's like a step process. You don't just convert into being a Washington Justice fan. I'm going to regress back into the negatives from time to time.
It's all part of a balanced diet.
Yeah, it's all part of a balanced diet. So, opener, I'm sorry. I know you're really excited in this clip. I'm about to show you opener doing something not so hard, and this is going to be an Ajax coming from opener. He couldn't have expected this one coming, but I appreciate you, opener, and everything you do, but you got owned, and that's an Ajax.
You got owned.
Yeah, it's just how it is. Also, for people at home, I know we say this all the time, an Ajax is when a Lucio drops the beat and it never lands and he dies on the way up. I'm not going to give you the whole history, but I'm just informing people. So that's an Ajax from opener. That's kind of a backhanded compliment to the Washington Justice.
Yeah. Washington. I think you're being too harsh on the Washington Justice. I'm gonna
I'm being too harsh.
I'm gonna try to convert Costa.
What week are we in?
Next week.
I think Costa, you're very balanced. You keep the balance. I think we're on the Justice side now, and you're right in the middle.
Thanks to a coin flip, you're in the Spin the wheel. This is not the end of the Overwatch League this weekend. We got one more day coming, of course, tomorrow, and overnight we're going to have some APAC matches being being played. A pretty interesting APAC, of course, where Shanghai Dragons have looked so crisp so far, 2-0, Seoul Dynasty as well. But the LA Valiant will be duking it out against the Guangzhou Charge in a battle of the bottom. And those teams, it is so close in the bottom in the APAC that every win matters and they can still make the play-in. There's only one team that don't make the play-in.
That is
Don't want to be the
crazy.
worst team. So LA Valiant and the Guangzhou Charge, it's on. Chengdu Hunters, they got speed ran on Dorado last night. Perhaps looking for revenge against the Fusion, who took it to 5 against the Valiant.
Yeah, so they're really not looking flawless right now. So if they were going to get sent to the Chengdu zone, it could work.
I mean, you got the Chengdu Hunters. Yeah, it's gonna be a clown fiesta. I'm gonna love it. It's gonna be glorious. Make sure you tune in. And then tomorrow, it's the Battle of the Blues once more. It's Dallas Fuel against the Boston Uprising. Atlanta Reign taking on the new Paris Eternal roster. And boy, are we excited
That's
for
match
that
of the
one.
day right there.
Oh yeah.
And Toronto Defiant against the LA Gladiators. Yeah, you guys are keeping your eyes on the new Paris Eternal tomorrow.
I actually,
excited.
this is a must-win from Gladiators. We talked about that.
Oh, yeah?
That's a big game as well. So there's some good ones in there.
Absolutely, yeah. And then, of course, Dallas Fuel and Boston Uprising to kick us off. I feel like that's going to be a good matchup, too.
Should be pretty
It'll
decent.
be like a good palate cleanser at the beginning, so that we get into the mood of things. So yeah, let's sit down, enjoy it.
I mean, the Dallas Fuel are looking pretty good in this meta. So, I think they're 3-0 so far at this stage. Dallas Fuel fans, they're like on top of the world. Now will be the time for the Boston Uprising to like drag them down.
Come here.
Back to reality. Yeah. It's going to be a glorious Sunday, nevertheless. So we thank you so much for tuning in this Saturday, for watching some Overwatch with us. Jaws, you'll be back again tomorrow.
Woohoo!
Yeah! All right, we're going to
More
go get some
coin
rest. Make sure you watch the APAC games, and we'll be back again tomorrow. Take care. Good night.
Bye-bye.